We're late. Salakia, y'all, for being so late. We're late. Normally we've been progressively going from 10 o'clock to 10:05 to 10:15 to 10:30.
Yeah.
Now it's 11 o'clock, man. This is unacceptable. So Salakia, we will try to get it back to 10:30 and be right by everybody. So we're gonna push the classes as long as we can to make it right on time. But before we go into class, let's send our prayers to the Most High. Majim Wapanya Yerushalayim. Just us. Sorry, just us. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Natan Lanawa. Awar. Zayawam. The water.
Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us light this day. Thank you, so be it.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Natan Lanawa.
Rayach.
Nayachacha.
The water. Aman. Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us sweet savor. Thank you, so be it.
Imagine Wapanya Yerushalayim.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
Okay. Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh B'Hashem Yahushai.
Hahawa'ah. Natan Lanawa. Shabbat. Shalom. The water. Aman.
Bless you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushai that gives to us the Sabbath and peace. Thank you, so be it.
Psalms 121. Anasha. Ayanyamya. Ahoyam. Ma'ayam. Yabu'ah. Isaiah. Yabu'ah. Ma. Yahweh. Sha'aisha. Shemayim. Ya'arataza. Yala'ah. I'm sorry. Wa'arataza. La'ah. Yanatan. Lamuat. Regalia. Yala'ah. Nawam. Shashamaya. Ana. Yala'ah. Nawam. Wala'ah. Yashan. Shashawamor. Yashrala. Yahweh. Shemoria. Yahweh. Cesaria. Ayo. Yanyamya. Yad. Hashemash. Yala'ah. Akaya. Bayawam. Wala'ah. Alabana. Bala Yala. Yahweh. Yashemoria. Nicole. Rai. Yashemor. Yapasha. Yahweh. Yashemor. Amalakia. Wabu'aya. Wa'aitha. Wa'ai.
Aman. Psalms 121 in English. I will lift up mine eyes unto the hills, from whence cometh my help. My help cometh from Yahweh, which made heaven and earth. He will not suffer thy foot to be moved. He that keepeth thee will not slumber. Behold, he that keepeth Yasha'Allah shall neither slumber nor sleep. Yahweh is thy keeper. Yahweh is thy shade upon thy right hand. The sun shall not smite thee by day, nor the moon by night. Yahweh shall preserve thee from all evil. He shall preserve thy soul. Yahweh shall preserve thy going out and thy coming in from this time forth, and even forevermore. Aman.
Israelite Credo. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Elohim now. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Elohim now. Yahweh. Achad. Shema Yasharala. Yahweh. Elohim now. Yahweh. Achad.
Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our power is one Lord.
Lord's Prayer. Abanawa, Shabbat Shemayim, Kodash, Hayah, Shemka, Yahweh, Elakwaka, Daba'ah, Ratazaka, Hayah, Aisha, Ba'arataza, Kawa, Hayah, Bashemayim, Natan Lanawa, Lacham, Kol, Yawam, Wasalachanau, Chawabatinau, Chasalachanau, Chawabatinau, Wala'ah, Babianoa, Badasawan, Abo, Hawashano, Mayan, Rai, Hayah, Laka, Amalakwa, Waha'ala, Wahatapara, Aman.
Lord's Prayer in English, Matthew chapter 6 verse 9. After this manner therefore pray ye, Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen.
Amen. 10 Commandments. La'ayahaya.
La'ayahaya.
Laka.
Laka.
Alahaya.
Alahaya.
Achaya.
Achaya.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hanya.
Hanya. Thou shalt have no other powers before me.
La'a.
La'a.
Ta'ayna.
Ta'ayna.
Laka.
Laka.
Hasol.
Hasol.
Wala'a.
Wala'a.
Ta'aybanim.
Ta'aybanim. Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image, nor serve them.
Number 3. I'm sorry. La'a.
La'a.
Talaqwacha.
Talaqwacha.
Sham.
Sham.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Bashawa.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy power in vain.
Number 4. Zakor.
Zakor.
Hayawam.
Hayawam.
Hashabat.
Hashabat.
Laqwadashwa.
Laqwadashwa. Remember the Sabbath day to keep it holy.
Number 5. Kabad.
Kabad.
Abaka.
Abaka.
Ya'amaka.
Ya'amaka. Honor thy father and thy mother.
Number 6. La'a.
La'a.
Tharatazat.
Tharatazat. Thou shalt not kill, murder.
Number 7. La'a.
La'a.
Thana'a.
Thana'a. Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Number 8. La'a.
La'a.
Thagana.
Thagana. Thou shalt not steal.
Number 9. La'a.
La'a.
Tha'ayna.
Tha'ayna.
Shakur.
Shakur. Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
Number 10. La'a.
La'a.
Thachamad.
Thachamad.
Ko.
Ko.
Ashura.
Ashura.
La Ra'aika.
Ra'aika. Thou shalt not covet anything which is thy neighbor's.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai.
Barakatah Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahshai. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahweh Shai, that gives to us the law.
Israel Yishakim.
Everybody seated.
All right.
Now this right here.
There's another one. Another boo-boo.
Well, yeah, because this right here is...
No, it's supposed to be that way. I asked him to do it that way, so it can be easier read. Versus it being opposite.
Yeah, okay, because it's Alahayim now, not Alahayim now.
Yes, but see, that was my fault. I put that. I had him put Alahayim now.
Yeah.
So, well, the question is this. Now, the Hebrew is wrong.
Yeah, now it's not. There's no ma.
I have one that has a little friend in ancient Hebrew, so I can bring it to you.
That was a mistake I made.
No, it's next door there. This is Bible school. Oh, we take care of that too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't leave yet, brother.
Yeah.
Don't run yet, brother.
Yeah.
He got the hell out of there when he saw it.
Yeah.
He's like, peace, Bible, Shema. I don't want none of that smoke.
Yeah.
I live my life.
Now he was like, no, thank you.
Wait, I'm trying to. Did I hold my holding yours? Or, okay, let me keep. Slide. Here, this is yours. I took yours. But I'll work on that. I'll look. Right. Okay, Israel, throughout tuning in, we're back at it. Shout out Cabo and his congregation in Guatemala. The individuals that he touches and works with every day, from Cali all the way to Georgia. Hope your brothers and sisters are doing well also. Shout out SOT family. Everybody who listens and contributes and gives us your ear, we are truly appreciative for your time and your commitment. And we try to every day, every week, commit and teach and dedicate so that the message resonates in each and every one of y'all families. Also, shout out SOW family, Izaki in Virginia, Quatzop in Houston, and Zion Allah in Rochester, New York. So let's get started with the class. The title of the class for today is Jonathan's Initial Trial by Fire. We read last week all the different circumstances leading to Jonathan being selected and chosen by the small group of Israelites that wanted to give it a try again to establish this movement against the Greek-thinking Jews and the Greek-minded Jews that were destroying the fabric of the nation. We went into all the different factors that the Most High allowed to happen in the nation to force these certain Israelites to fight their battle. Went into the famine, and then all of a sudden the Greek-thinking and Greek-acting Israelites were setting up all these laws and snatching up Jews that they knew were associated with Judas and were killing them. And all these scenarios forced Israel to come back together, get in hiding, and start fighting these revolutionary battles again.
Yeah, that's a good thing because, we know the Most High said that he reserved 7,000 that have not bowed the knee to Baal. So the Most High always will have a defense force, even if it's small.
But the funny thing is, he has a defense for you. But in order to wake up that fighting spirit, he has to create catastrophe in our life.
God, absolutely.
In order to create that urgency to get us to be who we're supposed to be.
I brought it out last night in class about that. That was the purpose of that win, was to wake us back up to righteousness.
Yes.
To make us want to fight again. For those that didn't catch last night's class.
Because the Jews, what?
Require a sign.
The Jews require a sign. We need a reason to keep fighting. So the Most High lights a fire under our tails to get us hopping and skipping.
Yep. And
reverting back to praising the Creator that made us in the first place. So let's start off the class and the topic in 1 Maccabees chapter 9, verse 28 to 31. Karai, let's get started. Yes, sir.
Karaya, Shashamata, Banashar, Banashala.
Karaya, Shashamata, Banashar, Banashwala, Amaju. Yahweh Hashem Yashabakata.
Yahweh Hashem Yashabakata.
Okay, let's do this. 1 Maccabees chapter 9, verse 28 to 31. We had stopped class on, I think, verse 28, and we have to reinitiate it at this point. Let's get going.
1 Maccabees chapter 9, verse 28. Neither shall victuals be given to them that take part against them, or weapons, or money.
No. 1 Maccabees 9 and 28?
Yeah, it's not 28.
I don't know. No.
Oh, it's like,
no, for this cause.
8 and 20. It's like 9 and
20. Read verse 27 for me, and then we go down to 28.
1 Maccabees chapter 9, verse 27. So was there a great affliction in Israel, the like whereof was not since the time that a prophet was not seen among them.
So we just talked about these conditions got so difficult. It forced, remember, don't forget, when Judas died, we had only 800 Jews that were fighting with him. So after Judas died, those 800 Jews left. We initially had 2,000, 1,200 of them left. So 1,200 to 2,000 men scattered and left after Judas died. The Most High made the conditions so difficult. Being an Israelite that had sided with Judas made you public enemy number one, on top of all the famines going on in Israel. It forced these handful of men to step up and fight back, when most of them didn't want to fight back. Continue.
Verse 28. For this cause, all Judas' friends came together.
So once again, what's that scripture where it says he doesn't want us just to come together for the good, but for the what? Or no, not just for the worse, but for the...
1 Corinthians chapter 5. I think 1 Corinthians chapter 5 or chapter 11.
It's 1 Corinthians 11 and 17.
11, 17, yeah.
Read that.
1 Corinthians chapter 11 and verse 17. Now in this that I declare unto you, I praise you not, that ye come together, not for the better.
So the Most High is like, don't come together when it's comfortable and convenient. Read on.
But for the worse.
And this is, the conditions got so bad, it sparked Israel to come together for the worse. Because things were so bad that if they didn't come together and fight, they would have probably just been grinded out and destroyed completely. So this is how the Most High sets up these conditions. That when things get bad, this is a reminder to unify and not quit on one another. That is a major lesson. I'll say it again. When things get bad in a family, a household, a marriage, brotherhood, sisterhood, don't run. Come together. And what does come together mean? Do you sit back and come together and just hate each other and resent each other? God told me to be around you, so I'm just going to be around you.
Yeah.
But I still got beef. No, he says come together and obviously work on the problem and create solutions.
Yeah.
And keep working on the problems until the solutions are sustained. Something to be conscious of. So let that go and go back to 1 Maccabees 9 and verse 28.
Here comes. 1 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 28. For this cause all Judah's friends came together and said unto Jonathan, since thy brother Judas died, we have no man like him to go forth against our enemies and Bacchides, and against them of our nation that are adversaries to us.
First of all, what this lets us know is that every man isn't built to lead. And there's nothing wrong with that. Half the reason these men weren't coming together was because a lot of the men didn't have it in them to stand up and take the nation from where they were at to the next level. There's a lot of loyal brothers and sisters in the work, but not all brothers and sisters have the capability to take that pressure and to feel that pressure and help push men and women to righteousness. And this is what they're admitting. Hey man, since your brother died, nobody has been able to step up. Read on.
God. Verse 30. Now therefore, we have chosen thee this day to be our prince and captain in his stead, that thou mayest fight our battles.
Because the Jews seek a sign. The Jews a lot of times need a symbol of strength to follow. This is why leadership should not be taken lightly. It shouldn't be taken lightly because people's lives depend on how well you can inspire, how well you can fight what's inside of you, and how steady you can be for your nation or for a husband in his household. It is imperative that we show strength and that our actions show hope and give people hope. So for young men, this is why your fathers are so hard on you. Because if he's not hard on you now, are you going to be able to handle the pressure when everybody in your family is counting on you? You're not. So you got to get used to weather that pressure now and learn how to be a young leader now so that when times get difficult, stress and pressure won't bother you. Somebody has to keep a calm, collective mind and spirit when it looks like the sky is falling or the house is literally burning. Because sometimes the house is burning around you. Yeah. And you got to be like, hey, it's all right. It's okay. We're going to get through this. There has to be someone that can symbolize and be stable when everything else is chaotic around.
Or you say, well, we just say let the house burn and we just stay homeless. Or you say if the house burn, then we'll rebuild it. Somebody has to have that mind frame.
It's not like the meme that's on people be watching where that person's smiling. Everything's fine, but there's a burning building inside the house and everything's good. I don't know the name of the character, but it's this cartoon character that's like smiling and there's all type of hell going on around him. It's not that. It's not giving the false idea that things are okay. It's maintaining poise to be able to guide your family through whatever calamity is going on. And this is what the nation needed. So they came to Jonathan and says, hey, Jonathan, we need you to step up and take this heat to help us fight these battles. Not that the rest of the nation won't fight with you. But somebody has to stand up, look everybody in the eye, and explain how the Most High is going to deliver them that day. Regardless of how it feels, regardless of how bad life is, how dire the conditions were. That was one of Judas's gifts. He was able to see through and see past calamity, see past fear, see past the crumbling of a situation, and get Israel to be confident not to focus their life on what they see in front of them. That's what a leader can really do. Can that leader get you past that feeling that is dominating you and get you to look past that and to realize it's just a feeling. It's just a delusion. It's not real. Because don't forget, fear is the what? Is the betraying of the succors that reason offers. So a leader has to teach his students or the wife and the family in his household that what you're feeling is a what? a delusion.
That's a delusion. Because that fear, in that scripture you pulled, that fear is the betraying of the succor. Succor is safety and security. So the fear will lie to you to tell you that you're not safe and that you're not secure.
Exactly. And the leader's job is to convince you with scriptures, reasoning, examples, that how you feel isn't true.
Yeah.
That is the key to counseling.
But you know what people have trouble with? They say, well, how can it not be true if I feel it? If I'm feeling it, and this is my feeling, how can this feeling not be true? Because I can feel it. Just because the feeling has an effect doesn't mean that the reason behind the feeling is right.
God. And if you fix the reasoning, maybe the feeling will leave.
Yep.
And that's when the Most High says, curse is a person that makes flesh his arm. Yeah. That makes how they feel their strength. Because you can't live and operate spiritually and be guided off of how you feel. Because how you feel is one of the greatest liars anybody can ever experience in their life. And for young people, just because you're afraid doesn't mean that fear is real. Just because you're angry doesn't mean you have to give yourself to that anger.
And that's what courage is. Courage is being able to endure pain, either of mind or body, and still have the fortitude to not give in to it and succumb to it.
Yeah, because
just because
courage, there's not
pain doesn't mean I gotta suffer and for the rest of my life.
To have courage doesn't mean there's an absence of fear. You can be courageous and be scared as hell. But great courageous men and women know it's fear, are scared, and operate opposite of the feelings that fear dictates. That's the only thing that makes one person great and another person not great. It's the capacity to not let your feelings and your thoughts control who you are and control your outcome. Because every single one of us are born with deficiencies and false psychosis, false thoughts, false delusions, false feelings, false ideologies. And those of us who can be great in Christ and be great in the Spirit can acknowledge those thoughts but not fuel them. Know you have these thoughts so that you don't, you're supposed to know them, know that they're inside of you so that you don't feed those thoughts. Yeah. This is what Jonathan was being requested to do. This is what fighting your battles were. Because the Jews weren't short of throwing hands. They would throw hands. But you got to convince Israel to fight a fight that looks unwinnable. A fight that looks like it'll never end. And these are the same men that fought Judas for how many years? 3 years of constant warfare? And the 3 years of constant warfare, you're fighting and you get these slight reprieves. But these slight reprieves never last. So Judas had to constantly remind them to stay spiritual and fight the next battle. So the nation, these 2,000 or less men, needed Jonathan's leadership. So they're approaching him and saying, Jonathan, we need you to lead the nation. We need you to help reestablish this strength and be that next man up for us. So read verse 28 again.
God.
I'm sorry, 29.
God. First Maccabees 9 and verse 29. Since thy brother Judas died, we have no man like him to go forth against our enemies and Bacchides, and against them of our nation that are adversaries to us. Now therefore, we have chosen thee this day to be our prince and captain in his stead.
The question is, why did they choose Jonathan? Why did they choose Jonathan? Because Jonathan was in those wars with Judas. And what did Jonathan prove during those wars with Judas? That he was capable of doing what his brother did. That's an important thing. Because everybody walks around, some of us at least, thinks that they are leaders. And thinks that they have what it takes. But you have to earn that reputation. Don't forget, what made Joshua the next man after Moses? He followed Moses And he was a great warrior. He earned it on the battlefield. Remember against the Amalekites when they had to keep Moses' arm up?
Yeah.
They said Joshua was wrecking shop. Everybody said that dude was shining on the field. This dude was a military beast. So he earned the nation's respect in war. He earned the nation's respect by being obedient to Moses and being able to tolerate and deal with Moses' potency and being Moses' right-hand man for this 40-year period of time. He earned the right to be chosen to be the next man up. I'm only bringing this up because Israel always sits back here and looks at the position and they say, I can do that. I can do it better than him. I think I should be at that position. And the answer is, first of all, Shimon. Come on and do it. Let's touch the smoke.
Yeah.
But the reality is, who wants to put the work in and suffer and earn it by your reputation? Jonathan's reputation was good enough to where they said nobody was tripping when they said, let's make Jonathan the guy. You know how hard it is to win the whole group's reputation and respect? You know how hard it is to do that? So everybody say, yeah, he got it. Even the hater got to say, yeah, all right, man, I ain't tripping on foul. You don't think people will like that? I think I could do it, but I'm okay with if he did it.
Yeah.
You know how hard it is to win the Jew out? Sure. To get all the Jews to say, man, okay, I can follow this guy.
To buy in.
To buy in, because you have to earn that respect. Mm-hmm. That means they all came together and said, who do we think it should be? And they had to sit back and look at this man's character day in and day out for these 3+ years. Mm-hmm. And he was right in step with Judas. There's not a significant drop off between the two. So I'm just letting you know that that's also how the Spirit elevates you. Because you earn it every day with your peers. Don't they teach you that in sports? How do you become a team captain? If you didn't earn that team captain badge and the coaches gave it to you, would the players back you? Hell no, they ain't backing you. You got to put that work in. Or we go. Let's talk about playing flutes and stuff. If everybody didn't play sports, don't you earn first chair? Do you just gain first chair out? Because you're putting money in the booster club? Maybe some places do. But in real life, you got to earn that first chair.
Yeah.
Day in and day out. Who saw Drumline? Remember every day that the top guy had to sit back and get challenged by whoever wants to challenge him? You had to be a drumming ass cat out every damn challenge out to beat him. Or you'll lose your spot. Remember that?
Yeah.
Remember Nick Cannon was trying to be the most flashiest drum guy and he was losing?
Yeah.
The top guy beat him all the time. But you got to earn that spot and be ready for all comers. Just explaining that your peers have to respect you. Just throwing out drumline, sports, whatever works for y'all.
There's a scripture on that, Ecclesiastes chapter 10, verse 21.
Ecclesiastes chapter 10 and verse 21. It says, the fear of the Most High goes before the obtaining of authority.
But when somebody sees, okay, is this person suitable to be a leader, they also, the Most High is looking at how much fear does this man have in me? How much respect does this man have in me? When you look at Judas and his brothers, they were all part of that entourage. They were all under Mattathias. And Mattathias was the one that didn't have no fear. He's the one that kicked off the rebellion against the Greeks. Read.
But roughness and pride is the losing thereof.
Yeah, now go to verse 19.
Verse 19. They that fear the Most High are a sure seed.
So he said, but Jonathan came out of a seed of men that had fear of the Lord, that put the Most High first over their own fears. He came out of Mattathias' lineage. His brother Judas had it in him. So he says, they that fear the Lord, that whole family had a real great fear of the Lord. Read on.
And they that love him an honorable plant.
He says the Most High said that they that love him an honorable plant. So when you look at that seed, that family line of the Maccabees, they were all honorable men because they all had more fear of the Lord than they had fear of the government. Because they were impressed upon by the Greek government. And they was like, man, we're not eating this. We're not tasting this swine flesh. And that was all sparked by Mattathias' rebellion of not choosing to suffer that. We're not going to taste no swine's flesh. So when you look at that whole family, they all possessed the fear of the Lord. They all was trained to put the Most High first.
And I just want to bring on top of that, each individual man after Mattathias earned the respect. You have to put the work in to get the respect. It's not just because his daddy was Mattathias that he was given the position. They saw him in wars. They saw him lead. They saw him manage men. They saw him handle pressure. And all those factors is what had these 2,000 or plus men to say, you know what, we're going to choose this man to lead us in these battles against Bacchides. You know that? Let's go back to 1 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 30. Let's read verse 30 and 31.
1 Maccabees chapter 9, verse 30. Now therefore, we have chosen thee this day to be our prince and captain in his stead, that thou mayest fight our battles. Upon this, Jonathan took the governance upon him at that time, and rose up instead of his brother Judas.
I want you to go to 1 Corinthians 14 and 40 real quick. 1 Corinthians 14 and 40.
Come on. 1 Corinthians chapter 14 and verse 40. Let all things be done decently and in order.
Listen, when it says all things should be done decently in order, that's also including promotions.
Yeah.
All throughout history, whether it's Esau's Roman Empire or the Greek Empire, obtaining authority was done by treachery, claiming that you're just sitting back here and saying, I have claim to the throne, so let me pay for the greatest amount of mercenaries to obtain the position. That's not how we were supposed to earn the top spot and earn promotion. You earn promotion. It shouldn't be based on friendships and alliances.
Yeah.
It should be work, dedication, commitment, sacrifice, being the same guy every day, and earning it in the trenches with the rest of the body. This is why in the Vietnam War, there was so many officers being killed in the Vietnam War, because a lot of Vietnam War guys, a lot of their officers, their commanding officers, didn't fight a lick of fighting in the trenches, and they came straight from college in the jungle. And these guys didn't understand war. They didn't understand how war operated. But they were sitting back here making decisions that caused people's lives to be taken out. So they would whack these guys and let I'm not familiar with the rank names.
NCOs.
They would let the NCOs take control because they're the grunts. And they understand what war looks like. And they'd rather sit back and put their life in the hands of NCOs than these guys that have like a 4-year college degree that was up here in Air Force Academy or in Naval Academy or Army Academy. They don't know nothing about fighting. They have book knowledge, but not real fighting knowledge. Even in the military, men are going to respect men that understand what trench warfare actually looks like versus somebody who just has academic knowledge of it. So this is what's happening with Jonathan. Okay? You got to make that move?
No. I'll just take the shot.
Okay. So, let that verse go and go to Luke chapter 14, verse 8 through 11. This is another thing or a parable dealing with promotion and the proper way of being promoted. Read on.
Luke chapter 14 and verse 8. When thou art bidden of any man to a wedding, sit not down in the highest room, lest a more honorable man than thou be bidden of him.
Read verse 7.
Verse 7. And he put forth a parable to those which were bidden, when he marked how they chose out of the chief rooms, saying unto them, when thou art bidden of any man to a wedding, sit not down in the highest room, lest a more honorable man than thou be bidden of him.
If you're brought in or hired or invited to a wedding, why would you sit back and take the highest seat anyway? Or why would you take a high seat? Why would anybody take a high seat during a wedding? Bingo. You think you deserve a certain status. You think that you're on a certain level, that you should be classified with people that are of a certain class. Classism is a real thing in Israel and in life. And just as much as classism is a real thing in life, people's false perceptions of their level and position in this hierarchy is always a subject of contention. People are always walking around here believing that they're supposed to be something that they're really not. Many of our people have false evaluations of who they really are. So when you're getting bidden to a wedding, this is an example of how a person's perception of who they are is directly counter to how the Most High looks at them or how other people look at them. It doesn't matter what you think of yourself. When it comes to promotions, what does it matter? How everybody else perceives you. That's what matters. This is why honor should be the only thing that moves each and every one of us. Because that's the only thing that's Teflon in life. Is how honorable you are and how much you stand on principle. Everything else is opinion. Am I right or wrong?
All right.
So the only thing we have to stand on is our principle, our honor, our dedication. So the Most High is like, when you're bidden to a wedding, don't take the highest seat. Take the seat that everybody else takes. And let the promotions come from your peers and the Most High. Because that's how you'll truly have a better evaluation of who you are.
Yeah.
If your peers keep telling you got a problem, guess what? You got a problem. Have you been in a situation when your peers are telling you something, they tripping? Or a sister tells you, hey, you got a problem with this. So, I beg to differ. But I love you, sis. And then a week later, you run to another sister saying the same thing about you. I beg to differ again. Mm-hmm. Then you run to a third sister saying the same thing. You're like, then what's your thought? These sisters have a problem with me.
Yep, they don't like me.
They don't like me. So the question is this: Is it a conspiracy against you? I can say because you get my point. Is it a conspiracy against you, or is the Spirit telling you how everybody is evaluating you? Then the question is that evaluation false or true? That concept is the same thing that a person comes into this wedding putting themselves in the seat that they don't belong to. Then they'll get offended if somebody comes and say, man, you don't belong in the seat. You have a problem with me?
I was invited.
There's beef?
Yeah.
How dare you?
I got my invitation right
here.
I got my invitation.
But the invitation is say, go to row 1, seat 1.
It say sit with the flower bearer.
It can't. It didn't say that. It said just sit your butt in the seat. Why don't you sit in them plastic joints over there?
You're not the maiden of honor.
That's my point. But then all of a sudden people get offended at their placement. Why would they be offended at their placement if they get sent back down?
Because they don't have an accurate assessment of themselves.
That is the point. It's the same reason when sisters are telling other sisters about you, and then they're just flustered. They don't understand. They're looking at this wrong. The question is 3 or 4 people looking at it wrong? Is 5 people looking at it wrong? Do they have that much? Do they have that much time in the day to develop a negative outlook towards you? They're just sitting back here and meditating. Listen, we all have husbands and families. We're going to come together and decide that we don't really like this person, and we're going to hate on him. I had a brother told another brother a week ago, "You're a hater, brother."
Yeah.
A hater?
A hater, brother.
You're a hater? That's a real thing in life? I'm like, because I told you that there's a problem with you? You're a hater? That's like street stuff. A hater? You're a player hater? Is that what you are? Because that's what when I hear hater, I'm thinking, is a player hater? What does that mean? You're getting in the way of me talking to this gal?
Oh no, you
trying to get gals? You get in my way?
You don't want me to shine. You trying to block my shine.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's a real thing in life.
Yeah.
That's a person that is delusional.
Oh, they don't like the fact that you're telling them something that goes against the way they feel.
And the brother told him, "But you a hater? Like, do you gotta say hater? You a hater? Like, you a hater?
Yeah.
I'm like, what the hell is this? You are disconnected. You're in a delusion. Just like the sister who thinks every other sister is attacking them. So you think sisters wake up with the intent to attack? Like this is a camp of piranha sisters act? There's chum in the water. Let's attack her. Let's get her. Is that real?
No.
Or is it you're in a delusion?
Or Esau or the world will hype it up and say, well, you don't know if you're doing something right unless you got some haters. That's what that lets you know you're doing something right.
Okay.
Now that you got haters, now you know you're
doing
right.
Is that what Esau says? Or that's what Jake says?
That's Jake shit.
I don't think Esau. I think Jake says that.
Esau said too.
I got to see it. When I hear Jake and Jake, I say haters. I don't see either might say haters.
Yeah.
They something. They 4-letter word block
for my enemies.
There we go.
Tupac said it.
There we go. If he said it, I guess it's gospel, right? But what's the point? That delusion that people are out to get me is always what we use to just not accept what's really inside of me. Not that we're supposed to man please and just follow everybody, but if everybody is saying the same thing about you, maybe there's something to it.
Yeah.
That's the point. Maybe they don't know the whole story. And that's a fact too. But if everybody has a beat on you about something, the Spirit is telling you something about you. And maybe you should listen. Just something to say.
If you're humble enough.
If you're humble. Or you'll keep walking around in your fantasy, being the victim, and telling yourself you're the victim. And never growing. And that's what a lot of us fall into. This delusion that nobody loves me, nobody cares about me. When they bring out a flaw in me. So, continuing on, Luke, verse 8.
Luke chapter 14 and verse 8. When thou art bidden of any man to a wedding, sit not down in the highest room, lest a more honorable man than thou be bidden of him. And he that bade thee, and him come and say to thee, give this man place, and thou begin with shame to take the lowest room. Because
nobody wants to feel that shame of walking from the big house to the outhouse. Yeah. But sometimes you need the shame. This person needed to be shamed so they can learn and have a better assessment of who they are and a better assessment of their conduct and their effect on other people. Yeah. Because that's the delusion. We tell ourselves we're these great brothers and sisters who have so much love and have so much compassion, and we're just so charismatic and we're so loving and we're so vivacious and love life. But if you ask another person, they don't look at it that way. One person is cool. When you see multiple people, are you humble enough to learn how to read the room? Maybe you're not as dope as you think you are. Now the thing is this. If you can get past that, maybe you can start growing and being the person that you want to be. The shame of this person being demoted from this place to the lowest room, was it to destroy this person? Or was it to sit back and teach this person where you're really at and the room for improvement that you need to tap into? This is also a story that connects, or a parable that connects to Jonathan. As much as the nation needed a leader, and we talked about it last week, Israel was falling apart. And the Most High was breaking down all the foundations of the last few good men and families left in the nation. He was completely collapsing everything. The Most High had to collapse everything so that everybody can come together and agree on the leader. What if Jonathan would have sat back here and just initiated the rebellion again? What if he would have just brought everybody together himself? Would everybody have followed him? More than likely, no. And this is a reality about people. People have to want to lock into you. It's no different than if a husband is teaching a wife. You can teach until you're blue in the face. That sister or that brother has to decide they want to listen. For sisters, you can sit back and be the best sister in the world. They're only going to listen when they want to listen. So Jonathan had to wait his turn to even get chosen to have an opportunity to lead. Because if he would have forced the course of the river, more than likely the nation would never have locked into him anyway. This is why honor and promotion comes from who? The Most High. And how that happens in real life. How does the Most High promote the individual? He convinces the body that you're the man. And how do you help being promoted? You put the work in to gain the respect of the body. And then the Most High takes over from there. Then people will start looking at you in a favorable light. And all of a sudden, you're the guy that takes the camp to the next level. Anyway, continue.
Okay. Verse 10. But when thou art bidden, go and sit down in the lowest room.
Because when you read in the scriptures about being lowly, to be lowly means you're not above taking a step back. You're not above acknowledging that you might not be the person you think you are.
Whereas he saith, I have found rest, and now
I know, is that, yeah. So, you're good.
All right.
Read that part again.
Okay. Luke chapter 14 and verse 10. But when thou art bidden, go and sit down in the lowest room, that when he that bade thee cometh, he may say unto thee, Friend, go up higher. Then shalt thou have worship in the presence of them that sit at meat with thee.
So this is about not forcing your position to people.
Yeah.
Not forcing, not just your respect. Because that's another thing. I can't force people to respect me. You earn respect.
Yeah.
You earn respect through obedience and consistency and diligence. I mean, brothers getting mad that the other brother don't respect him. Yeah. Drop, brother, drop.
Or they get mad that Rib don't respect.
God. You know what? All you can do, the only way to gain respect from a person who don't respect you, husband or wife, is be a good example, give the right counsel, and let the Most High kick their ass. How about that one? How about you have nothing you can do in your stinking power to change how a person looks at you?
Yeah.
So why try? The only reason you try is because you want to make yourself feel like you actually matter. You know, a great counselor realizes he has no power. A great teacher realizes he's nothing without the willingness of a person to change. And you're nothing without your example. Your example is the best teacher. Without a good example, your words don't have the power behind it. If you're not changing, how are you justified to get other people to change? And if you're not really changing, why would they see the few good things you got in you? You got to give somebody some more good things to see in order for them to respect you. You see the thinking behind, I have to go into the room, that's where everybody else is, and allow the Spirit to promote me. This is what Jonathan did. He didn't force the position. I'm Judas's brother. I know all the ins and outs of how Judas's mind is. Did he say that? I know how he think. I can be what he is. No. The real leader isn't beating his chest looking for respect.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's like, I'll say he didn't have to paint a picture with his mouth, his actions. Paint a picture.
Con. It's not about beating your chest and talking loud. And it shouldn't. The most charismatic person shouldn't be the leader. It's a person who can fight to try to be the best example they can be. And you know what? Are you humble enough to absorb criticism and do what Paul did? Didn't the scripture say, I'm going to be all things to all men so that I may win them? So if a person says, man, I don't think you're doing enough of this. If I'm really about being an elder brother or sister, then why not fix it? Because the narrow-minded person is, how dare this person points out my flaws? Well, it isn't leadership about fighting. What did Paul say about gifts?
He said, "Gift blinded the heart."
No, but about gifts, spiritual gifts.
Oh, spiritual.
He said we should what? Earnestly the best gifts. We should covet them. So what if a student is saying, I need you to covet this gift for me to respect you? I'm going to be mad. A lot of Israelites are. Maybe you got to covet more gifts and fix more things in you if you want the respect you think you deserve. Because this is the challenge about dealing with a nation of people. One person might say, yeah, brother, you study. I respect that. Another person said, listen, man, I don't respect you unless you can go out here in this work and touch this work. Another person said, if you can't speak on the mic, I don't really respect you. Another person, you and me brothers are about like just farming. And if you're not into farming, they really don't respect you. Or if you're not about eating right and eating healthy, all of a sudden they look at you different.
Yeah.
Am I right or wrong?
Mm-hmm.
And if you're not in the spirit of taking on different talents and abilities and challenging yourself, then you're not going to be able to respect the entire body. Why do you think they love David so much? When you read about David's characteristics, he had virtues in so many different things. He could relate to people in so many different arenas because he chose to be humbled and work himself up to gain the respect in musician playing, fighting, communication, delegation of authority. He understood what following looked like. He had the whole package. Was it because he was just a super talented guy, or he was humble enough to take on more responsibilities to where people can respect his works? Israel wants you just to see their one good thing they do and overlook everything they do horrible. But the Most High brings us around people that value different things to force you to do what? Not just be comfortable doing what you normally do.
Yeah.
But Israel takes a person that brings out their flaw as an attack against their character.
I say that's because they don't see that that's the Most High.
Because they have pride. That's the number one reason. They got pride.
Mm-hmm.
And how the Most High teaches us through other people. Right? Listen, I'm not going to name names, but we wouldn't even have Sabbath classes if people didn't criticize us about not having Sabbath classes many years ago. And it pushed us to having a significantly greater understanding of the Bible, because we were challenged and attacked because we didn't teach the Sabbath.
And we taught Friday night. We did teach Friday night.
I'm talking about Saturday.
But Saturday.
Saturday morning, no.
Saturday morning Sabbath class.
Saturday morning Sabbath class we didn't do. And it was criticized that we didn't do it. And because of it, it made us better. But the question is, do you take criticism negatively? Well, I'm not going to do it because the man said I don't need to do it. Because that's how we think. Or I'm not going to take this check because I don't got to do this. Look at all the good works I do. Or you sit back and absorb it and say, if this is what the body needs, why am I above making changes so that the nation or the gainsayers have no more excuses. Because Paul talks about that too. What was it? Do works to eliminate gainsayers. How about the Most High uses gainsayers to bring out the best in us? Because without gainsayers, would you change? Maybe not at the same accelerated pace. Without the haters, would you change and grow? Probably not. Anyway, continuing Luke, we're going to verse 11.
God. Luke chapter 14 and verse 11.
No, give me 10 and 11.
Okay, verse 10. But when thou art bidden, go and sit down in the lowest room, that when he that bade thee cometh, he may say unto thee, Friend, go up higher. Then shalt thou have worship in the presence of them that sit and meat with thee.
Mm-hmm.
For whosoever exalteth himself shall be abased, and he that humbleth himself shall be exalted.
When the Most High exalts, the people around you, your peers exalt you. You don't have to say a word. You don't got to fight for respect and fight for attention. There's a saying that Kawakab used to say many years ago, that in this spiritual realm, the humblest cow gets the most milk. In the world, it's the most aggressive.
The squeaky wheel gets the grease.
Exactly. But in the spiritual realm, the humblest person gets the most attention, or gets the most development, or grows the most. But that might not, listen, growing might not resonate into attention, but the humble person grows the most. And we're supposed to be here attaining spiritual lessons and gaining understanding and learning how to cleave to the Most High more.
A humble person would ask more questions versus thinking that they know already.
Yeah.
So the Most High is just trying to give us an understanding about the value and the potency of humility and how necessary it is. Okay? Let that go and go now to Josephus, book 13, chapter 1, paragraph 1. Cry, you gotta go. Is the Yohanan to leave? Call him and find out what's up. Thawa.
Yes, sir.
All right, I gotta tighten up.
Thahawan Racha, Shal Shabbatah, Bana Shar, Banya Sha'al.
Thawa Maka, Shah Shabbatah, Bada Shah, Baya Shah, Amushu. Rock. Yahweh Hashem Yashar Bakatah.
Yahweh Hashem Yashar B'Ktam.
All right, Michelle. So, Josephus, book 13, chapter 1, verse 1.
Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 1, paragraph 1, page 335, line 1. By what means the nation of the Jews recovered their freedom when they had been brought into slavery by the Macedonians?
Now, this is kind of giving a recap of the movement that was initiated by Mattathias and then Judas. And then, listen, Josephus is saying that we recovered their freedom from the slavery of the Macedonians. I guess the real question is, were they really free, or were they in a constant mode of fighting? And in a constant mode of fighting, they were free as long as they were fighting. Right? They were free as long as they were fighting. And the Most High, understanding all the reading we've been having, they were fighting the entire time. So the question is this: they were free, but they weren't at what? Peace.
At peace.
They were free though. They had independence as long as they kept fighting. And then when they stopped fighting, guess what happened? They lost their freedom. They lost their independence. So you can kind of look at that and connect it into your life. You're free in Christ as long as you keep what?
Fighting.
And when you stop fighting, you're a slave back to the world. Because you're a slave back to your impulses and your emotions and your feelings. Freedom is contingent upon fighting. People look at freedom and they mistake freedom as comfort. They look at freedom and they think freedom is taking a break. It's taking a breather. It's relaxing. That's not freedom. Freedom is staying in a perpetual state of fighting. That's what makes them free. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
That's important to understand. Because I'm reading like freedom. These guys was fighting tooth and nail, fighting crazy odds every couple months. That's freedom? But yes, because they were free to do what? Serve the Most High. Sacrifice at the temple. You were free to work on your relationship with the Most High. But your relationship with the Most High, even in our life, is riddled with what? Battles. Decisions. Conscientious choices that you have to make to go opposite of what you feel. Isn't that more on par with each and every one of our individual lives? You're free as long as you're fighting your battles and attacking your pride and your ego and your negative outlook and your feelings. If you're fighting that, life is good. But when you stop fighting your thoughts because things are good, then things start to collapse. Was that one?
No, so you're a free man.
God, you're a free man only if you're a fighting man or woman. But if you're not fighting, you're not studying, you're not constantly choosing the spiritual way of looking at things versus your corrupted mind, then you're constantly fading in and out between freedom and slavery. Because when you're fighting, you're not a slave to your what? Thoughts. When you stop fighting, you become a slave to your thoughts and your feelings. And that's what destroys and ruins each and every one of us. And I think as a nation, we hate that dynamic. That we're in a constant state of what? War. Am I right or wrong? You're always having to fight your nature. Whether your nature is to quit, your nature is to put hands on people, your nature is to hate, your nature is to let your thoughts just go unchecked. Because a lot of people just want to be mentally free to entertain every thought and impulse that pops in their mind. That is deadly for people. But freedom in Christ, freedom in the Spirit, is to be conscious of destroying every thought and emotion that cripples you in the spirit. The majority of understanding what pleasing Christ is about is accepting that life is about fighting your thoughts. And that there shouldn't be a day or a minute or a week or a month or a year that you go allowing whatever thoughts to enter into your home. Your mental home, your spirit. If you understand that your mind should be a fortress and you should only allow certain impulses and thoughts to come in, then that means you're fighting for the rest of your life. But can you accept that? That's the cost of having freedom? Just saying. Because if you don't do that, somebody else is controlling your castle. Somebody else is controlling your vessel. And you're not controlling it no more. So you're really a slave. Somebody is going to control it. Either it's your spiritual thoughts or the negative side. Okay, let's continue into Josephus. From the top again.
Line 1. By what means the nation of the Jews recovered their freedom when they had been brought into slavery by the Macedonians? And what struggles and how many great battles Judas, the general of their army, ran through till he was slain, as he was fighting for them, have been related in the foregoing book. But after he was dead, all of their forefathers...
No, all the wicked. Oh, you have forefathers?
Oh, no, Salakia. All the wicked and those that transgressed the law of their forefathers sprang up again in Judea.
Now listen, they were always springing up. Even when, think about this, the wicked, it says, the wicked and those that transgress the laws of the fathers sprang up again in Judah. The question was, did they just spring up then? Or are they constantly springing up through the time of Judas and Mattathias? Was it ever a time that the wicked didn't spring up?
No.
Judas would fight, they'd win, there'd be a 2-month break, and then guess what? They're making a phone call to Bacchides to come down again, or another general. Nicanor, it could be Nicanor, Bacchides, it was, you name it. It was Lysias. It was this general after general coming down here starting wars.
Or fake high priest or no good high priest put in power.
It was constant. Why is this theme so important to digest? Because just when you think your thoughts are clear and you're in a good spirit, what happens? That self-destructive side of you that wants to F it up. Am I right or wrong?
Yeah.
We can sit back and say, man, these guys are wicked. These guys are wicked that want to push the Greek way. How about you want to push the Greek way? How about you want to go Greek? And be free? We're going streaking! How about you want to sit back here and get loose? And do what you want to do and get free? Am I right or wrong? In your way. Some people's freedom is just putting hands on somebody. I've seen people that's their event. Am I right or wrong?
Okay.
Some people want to run to the club and pick up a woman. Or some women want to go and pick up a guy. Or some men want to go pick up a guy. How about that? Listen, I didn't hurt it all. How about that one? Everybody got their vice, their negative, their event. What am I trying to say? Just like we read these constant stories about Judas and his men fight and they get victory, and then right after that the wicked are fighting back and not giving up without a fight. Isn't that dynamic the same thing that happens that Christ explained? You sit back and clean your house of all negative spirits. What does that spirit do? It gets 7 more wicked than themselves to go back to that old habitation. It's the same dynamic. That negative leads. If you got that chapter, that parable, please give it to me.
Which one?
That parable when it's just the 7 more demons.
Oh yeah,
spirits.
Okay.
Because it's the same concept. You fight the battle inside of you. The spirit leaves. There's a little bit of breather and reprieve, and those spirits come back to inhabit the house that you kicked them out of. That constant back and forth battle is literally similar to what we were fighting in the physical flesh during the time of Judas and Jonathan, and eventually Simon, and then his son John Hyrcanus. It's the same thing. You fight your battle, you shake off a negative influence. That negative influence comes back even stronger with larger numbers to obtain the position it once lost. But if Christ is explaining this properly, and we know he is, and the stories in the Maccabees are the same concept, you're realizing that these waves of thoughts are never going to what?
We're going to stop.
Part of my immaturity as a young person in truth was thinking that if I fought this spirit I was battling, it will leave and never come back.
No.
And you gain the victory and you get high fives and I beat the spirit. Did you? Or is it like a damn 80s cartoon TV show like He-Man or something? Skeletor never dies. He's coming back next week.
That's always it.
Skeletor's coming back. He-Man might have won, but guess what? Skeletor's going back to the lair. He gonna figure something out to come back at you next week. And these guys are kind of like, why doesn't He-Man kill Skeletor? I can be done with this shit. Can he kill Skeletor? I can be done at. Can Optimus Prime kill Megatron out so there's no more good versus evil out? Why is this guy let him live? Cause he's coming back next week with Starscream to come at you again.
Because there's an evil planet that produces those bots out.
God, that's what I'm saying. It was the guy that was purple up in Cybertron. Was always working with Megatron and Starscream to just sit back and go back and always getting those cubes and fill them with electric power. So they keep juicing up to conquer the world. Like, it's constant. Can these guys? Can the good guys go to Cybertron and kill these guys for once and for all and be done? Like, no. The show ends 1, and they can't make any money. That's number 1.
Yeah.
But 2, good is always going to go against evil.
Yep. It's
never stopping. Listen, you ever see G.I. Joe out? These thousands of lasers every episode, nobody gets killed out. What's going on here, right? Can somebody kill this NIGGA in the blue eye? Can somebody get him out? I'm tired of this guy with his little squeaky voice, right? Cobra! Get this guy, finish him off, right? He's got to go. Nobody gets him. All they do is run off, and when they're running, the fire that's going, nobody hits nobody, even when they're running from the fire. What's going on here? These guys are horrible shots. Can somebody win? The answer is no. Nobody's going to win, because if you're going to look at it and understand it spiritually, you're going to fight. You're going to fight the battle today and win, and tomorrow you're going to fight the battle and you might lose.
And we read it every Sabbath in Psalms 92 when he says the wicked springeth the grass. And if you know about grass keep growing. Man.
Listen, you can cut it all you want.
You keep cutting it every week, it's going to grow back.
Especially when it's raining outside.
Yeah.
And it's real sticky and muggy, and that it grows faster.
Man, two weeks.
I know.
Yeah, 2 weeks. That's all it takes. 2 weeks.
And then when you let it go, you got those weeds that are little trees out there grow in the backyard. Right?
Yeah.
Then it's over.
It's a wrap, bro.
It's a wrap, right? And it's so bad you got to have the lawnmower at an angle to cut the grass.
You can't. Yeah, you got to.
You can't run it flat because you're gonna choke it.
They will choke the lawnmower out.
I can't do it.
Yeah.
I can't cut this grass, dog.
And if you got
to elevate this grass, you got to elevate this machine to do this.
And then you got the little dandelions that blow in the wind, and they just replant more weeds.
Yes. Yep.
And then you got 50,000 of them. You let them go a month.
Yep. But you know what you got to do? The only way to beat weeds is you got to. There was a neighbor of mine now. His wife used to get on her knees and pick weeds every day. That's the only way to win. But do you want to waste the majority of your life picking weeds out?
It's maintenance.
It's maintenance or it's slavery. That's how people look at it. I got to pick weeds every damn day in the front and the back. Or they gonna keep growing? Because he had the pretty Bermuda tiff grass. And that grass is like a effeminate grass. It's very thin and not very strong and constitutional like St. Augustine. So if you want the Bermuda tiff, the pretty stuff, weeds gonna be blowing over there all damn day long.
And you can't cut it too low. It burns.
I know.
The sun burns it.
You gotta pamper. You gotta pamper that grass.
Yeah.
You gotta pamper because it's all soft and cushy. So you gotta get on your knees, pull the weeds out. Every damn day you see a weed, you got to pull it up from the root.
I had some Bermuda tiff.
And I got rid of that. I'm like, this is too much work. I had it because I saw it here and I said, that looks dope. Then I got it. I said, I don't like how much work I got to put in this.
Yeah.
I said, you know what? I'm going to St. Augustine. Because the guy said, man, you're not getting that. When I first met him, the first thing he told me is, you're not getting that weed St. Augustine, are you? I said, guess not. He said, I don't like it. I don't want it on my lawn. I was like, damn, bro. I got the Bermuda tiff, and I was working like a field slave. I had to pick weeds up every damn week. And it's a constant war against weeds.
And he's right. The thicker, hardier St. Augustine is a weed also.
Because it grew, and the problem is it grows out. So you got to put dividers between my grass and his grass, or to just go over it or go under.
It actually hops like this.
Yes,
it hops. It hops.
It used to go over and under.
Yeah.
The dividing line.
Yep.
What's the point? The point is, all we're saying, I'm just using. It's not gardening at all. It's just cutting grass. I say cutting grass. I'm using the cutting grass analogy to explain how weeds never leave. Negative thoughts never leave. That movement to push a negative position in your own mind never leaves.
And also,
good is set against what?
Evil. And although you might fight a week straight, a month straight, evil is right around the corner the minute you take a break. And it's right around the corner.
And that's the thinking, that's the understanding that has to come back. Meaning, your negative, dirty nature is waiting for an angle in forever. But that means you have to constantly be what? On guard. And that notion is vexing to most people. That I can never let up. Because when I let up, things fall apart. That's why the Most High said in the scriptures, a little folding of the hands, a little slumber to sleep. Then what happens? Everything falls apart. What do we have? Do we have that?
Yeah, Luke 11 and 20, 25, 26. It's in Matthew and in Luke.
Luke 11, 25, 26?
Mm-hmm.
Perfect. Let's do that.
What, 24 through 26. I'll read
24.
You want to read it that one?
Luke chapter 11, verse 25.
24.
24. Luke chapter 11 and verse 24. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man.
That means an unclean spirit that was in you your whole life. I was talking yesterday to another person about unclean spirits or familial spirits. Demons that have been with you your entire life. Negative thoughts. For people that say, man, I was always an angry child. Or I was always a sad child. I was always a depressed child. I was always whatever. Too curious. I would get myself into trouble. Everybody has different things that plague them from their youth. These spirits follow you your entire life. And that's what we don't understand. That means there's always going to be something that's trying to enter and stay connected to your spirit. So it says, when an unclean spirit is gone out of a man. How is that unclean spirit gone out of that man or woman? They've chosen to not let this train of thinking stay with them. Because all unclean spirits are negative ways of looking at things. Are super doubtful, super hateful, super emotional, extremely lustful. Whatever destructive aspect about your thinking is there is a spirit behind the thinking. So when an unclean spirit is gone out of a man, you have found a way through the scriptures and counsel to subdue a sickness in your mind. A negative way of looking at things in your mind. You found a way to control it and to not feed it. Because you are what you fuel. You are what you feed.
And this is why Christ said, if a man, he says, is looking at a woman unto lust, he committed adultery already in his heart.
Got it.
Because it's not long before you produce the actual actions. Because you've already given your mind to what feeds that particular action. No different than when the Most High told Cain, why thy wrath? He's telling him that wrath is extreme anger. It's not. He said, if not, sin lieth at the door. Meaning, murder hides behind extreme anger. So all these spirits, they just piggyback behind each other. So the minute I have a negative thought, there's another spirit hiding behind that negative thought that's going to get me to promote me to doing something on it, to make it taking action upon it, and add on to it, to manifest it. And so that's why even the harboring of negative thoughts is so dangerous. That's why he said in Leviticus 19, grudge not against one another. Because it won't be long if I hold a grudge, which is an evil suspicion or evil perspective, that it won't be long before I murder my brother. And then I think either Matthew Henry calls it heart murder. Heart murder is when you've already committed murder in your heart, which was hate. Hate is classified as heart murder. If I could hate somebody, then I could care less if they live or not.
Yep.
I could care less if they live, thrive, or around any longer. So I'm still committing these crimes. There's still crimes going on. It's just pre-crime. Yeah, exactly. It's pre-crime going on in the mind.
Yep. And that pre-crime, it goes from one person to another person.
Yep.
If you have a negative outlook on one person, then it just grows and it festers and it goes to 2 and 3. Then the whole world is against you. And then it becomes you in general. So when you're able to spiritually corral this unclean spirit, read verse 24 again.
Verse 24. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest, and finding none.
That means your thinking, how you process things, is a physical, fourth dimension spirit that now is out in the world without something to attach itself to. A great way to explain it would be like a parasite. An unclean spirit is a parasite. What good is a parasite without a what? Without a host. For those of y'all who realize most of the sicknesses we have in our body are parasites. That's another story. But parasites need a host or the parasite can't live. It's no different than unclean spirits and negative outlooks. And that negative being has to be in a host body to sustain itself. Understand that when you're feeding negative outlooks.
I was watching a special about honey and why honey could last for 50 years, 100 years, 500 years, you can still eat it. It says that honey has an ability to. It's low on the pH scale, so it doesn't have a lot of water in it. It doesn't have a lot of oxygen in it. It's very low on the pH scale. So bacteria can't feed off anything. Bacteria needs oxygen and it needs water to feed off of. Well, the honey is so low on the pH scale, it's almost acidic to where bacteria can't invade it. So therefore, it's preserved. And they say that honey preserved can cost. There's some honeys that cost up to $200,000 per ounce.
That's crazy.
Because it's aged and it comes from particular caves. So there's some honey that damn near costs more than gold. That's 20, 30, 50, 60, 100 years old. That's a delicacy and still has its nutrients. And so it just shows you how, on that point you made about evil needing something to attach to, it needs something to feed off of. And if you don't give it anything to feed off of, then it can't exist. It can't function.
None of us can control what we were born with. You can't control your genetics, because I also know a lot of the battles, the spiritual battles we deal with, are also genetic. A lot of the battles we have in ourselves, guess what? Our fathers and our mothers had those issues.
Yep.
You know, a lot of times we'll sit back here and have an issue with our mother or our father and grow up and act just like them. That lets you know there's genetic spiritual flaws that go from one parent to the child. It's the truth. I know men who have anger issues. Guess what their fathers were? Angry ass guys. People who are extreme as men, their fathers were extreme daredevil guys. Or their mothers had that gene that always wants to be free. So in their mind, they're obsessed with being free. That's genetic. And that means that familial demon is chasing you. And if we are going to break the generational curse, everybody's talking about the generational curses of Deuteronomy chapter 28. Then let's deal with the generational familial spirits that are the reasons why we're living Deuteronomy 28. We can talk about the white man all damn day long, but we don't talk about the generational curses we keep failing and falling by. But the generational curses are based on what? The negative that each generation never just fights in themselves. And if you're honest, you can look at your fathers and your grandfathers. Hopefully you're able to see your grandfather. I see a lot of my grandfather and myself. Good and bad. I said, I know why I do that. I know exactly why I do the things I do. I know exactly because I saw it in my granddad. He had strengths and weaknesses. Why do I say that? Because you got to be able to identify where this crap came from. And then if I could see it in my grandfather and then see things in my father, like, okay, somebody got to break this. And then when Junior comes along and I see it, guess what? I got to show him, this is in you. This is in our blood. This is in our blood. That curse is in our blood. You got to know how to fight that. It's the truth. But it's in your blood or it's in your spirit? Whatever you want to call it, tomato. But you got to be aware this is in you and flows through you so you can learn how to attack it and go against your nature.
Or whether you want to quit on people.
Yeah, being cold. Being cold as ice. Oh. There's a lot of cats roll like Rick James. He was cold as ice long ago. Listen, a lot of people fight that out. Cutting people off, not caring, or caring too much, or hate. Whatever it is. Name your vice.
Running the streets.
Running the streets. Listen, if you was running the streets and maybe your daddy was running the streets, maybe your grandpa was wearing one of those wearing a conch and wearing those long suits back in the day.
Zoot suits.
Maybe he was zoot suiting it. Maybe. That's familial. Or you was an introvert. Maybe your grandpa was introverted. Or your father was introverted. However the case is, whatever that demon is, guess what? That battle ain't leaving you. Unless you fight every day tooth and nail to break it. And this is what Luke chapter 11 is explaining. Let's continue.
And finding none, he saith, I will return unto my house whence I came out. And when he cometh, he findeth it swept and garnished.
So once again, read verse 24 again.
Luke chapter 11, verse 24. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest.
I want you to sit online and let you know. Listen, If your father is Benjamin and your mother is Edomites, listen, there's wickedness in both in Benjamin too. I just want you to understand you can't blame every bad thing that you got on your mama's side, so that you can understand sickness goes across the board. There's virtues and there's sickness in all of us. You can't blame all the bad on just one side of the family. There might be bad there, there's bad in other, and there's virtues on both sides. I want to make sure you're not taking an extreme approach, thinking that everything bad is of this person, everything good is of this person. That ain't always true. Okay? Listen, last time I read, Benjamin almost got killed in the book of Judges. Benjamin did some foul stuff back in the time of Judges. Benjamin ain't perfect either. Right? None of the 12 tribes are perfect.
Yep.
Just understanding that. Have mercy on the people who loved you, might not be an Israelite. I'm pretty sure that mother loved you too. Just to keep things in perspective. Okay? Read verse 24 again.
Luke chapter 11 and verse 24. When the unclean spirit is gone out of a man, he walketh through dry places, seeking rest. And finding none, he saith, I will return unto my house whence I came out.
This is why you can fight a negative impulse and fight something in yourself and get leverage over it. Feel really good about yourself. But then those thoughts return. Because when you fight and kick that negative spirit off of you, then all of a sudden, those thoughts want to come back in. But when those thoughts are trying to come in, they're looking for what? A chink in the armor.
Mm-hmm.
They're looking for a vulnerability that they can expose to get back into your house. Read on.
And when he cometh, he findeth it swept and garnished.
Clean. But what's clean? The spirit is clean. The spirit is clean from negative outlets. The spirit is clean from the desire. Listen, let's deal with the unclean spirit. The unclean spirit is always dealing with an exchange. The exchange is you get some type of gratification for that negative to enter in. I've talked to brothers about depression before. And I counseled with a brother before. And people that are depressed, a lot of times I've noticed, not all people, they feel, it's almost like when they're depressed, they feel comfortable being depressed. There is I want to feel sad. I want to tell myself nobody cares. It's easier to tell myself nobody loves me than to fight myself because people do love me. I'd rather be a victim, because if I'm a victim and I can prove to myself nobody loves me, now I have permission to self-destruct and be in despair. So there is a give and take to fueling unclean spirits. It's easier to tell yourself that nobody loves you, so now you don't got to be accountable for yourself, right?
Yeah.
So there is a give and take. There's a give and take.
It's a benefit.
There's something you're gaining in the flesh, even for certain people who are guided by their rage. There is a comfort that comes after you display that rage.
Yeah.
There is a dopamine rush.
It's a gratification.
There's a gratification after putting your hands on somebody and executing what you want to do on somebody.
If you ever read about Nimrod in the Unger's Bible Dictionary, it tells you that Nimrod, what made him a tyrant and such a man of war, when it talks about he was a man of war, a great hunter, it said Nimrod, it wasn't that he killed animals because he needed to eat off the animals and he needed, nutrients off the animals. It said he received gratification off the kill. There was a gratification he received off the death of the animal. The death of the animal gave him a gratification and a kick and a thrill, no different than Esau loving the thrill of the hunt.
He was like Dexter before Dexter, right?
Yeah.
He wanted to see the life come out of their body before and get off to that.
And that's what Nimrod. That's how Nimrod was. Nimrod received gratification off the kill of his victims, and that's what made him a great mighty hunter. He was known as the mighty hunter. But when you have but does it make Nimrod a good man, or it just showed what was in him? It showed that negative, that thrill wasn't about the animals. We're going to use the skin, the bones, the meat, the tissue. We're going to use the bones for tools. It wasn't about the use of the animal more than the feeling that I got from watching this animal die and making this animal a trophy. It's the thrill of the hunt. Yeah, now I got the bear head on the wall. I got the moose head on the wall. I got the moose antlers. I got the wild boar on the wall. Yeah, I got the tiger rug, like Teddy Roosevelt. You know, I got the elephant. I got the elephant tusk hanging from the room, showing how this is. Look at what I did. Look at the gratification I received. So that negative spirit there is a benefit it's receiving. It's receiving some joy. So a thrill, a dopamine release. I'm getting an adrenaline rush off the fact. You ever watch hunters when they've been scoping the animal for weeks or been trailing them for a couple of days, and they finally catch them and finally kill them? They can't even breathe. They're breathing all heavy. Oh my God! It took me days, and I finally got them. And they can't even catch their breath. They're so stimulated off the rush of the kill of that animal. But that's how negative spirits are too. But in this particular verse, I love that in the commentary of Matthew Henry, he says that those spirits, they look to return, they look to go where they're comfortable. And he says that when they find the house swept and garnished, swept means it's a light sweep, what you do with a broom. It's not mopped. It's just swept. Garnished just means it's decorated. It's like a light cleaning.
Yeah.
And
versus
a deep cleaning. And if you only do a light cleaning, then that spirit is going to come back in. If you're only doing a light cleaning. If you don't do a deep, thorough cleaning, you give place for these spirits to hop right back into your home.
But think about cleaning. Cleaning is no different than cutting grass. You have to clean every what? If you don't clean every day, the house gets dirty. It becomes people who have a messy house, half the time is they think they can turn on and turn off cleaning. If you think you can clean a little bit and then stop and live your life, and then clean a little bit and stop and live your life, and then clean a little bit and stop, that doesn't work. You know why? Because when it's time to clean, the messes get bigger and bigger and bigger. Versus cleaning a little bit every day, guess what?
It's manageable.
They're manageable. This is the same thing with cleaning your spirit. This is why we tell brothers and sisters, you got to study what? Every single day.
But if I don't come to class enough, I don't read enough, I'm just doing a wipe over. I'm not even doing no deep cleaning.
You doing this?
Yeah.
He's like,
yeah, that's it.
You're just blowing over the little dust.
Yeah.
That don't even take the dust off, man.
I'm just picking up.
When you do this, guess what? Dust does this.
Yeah. You spread it.
It spread it. It comes back down. It's just blowing up in the air.
Yeah. Or you just pick up big crumbs. I don't pick up little crumbs. I just pick up big crumbs.
Oh,
then next thing you know, you got a house full of little crumbs.
That happens all the time. And that's what we do with our spirit.
Yeah.
Because deep cleaning, you can tell people who understand the spirit of deep cleaning, they start playing music in the house. They put it's a certain outfit they have on that, and they just playing music, and they're just going to be on the floor.
You know what they do?
They're going to scrub.
They play music.
My mother in the morning, guys, when I knew it was cleaning time, I'd always hear Luther Vandross in the morning. I'm hearing Luther.
Yeah.
I'm hearing Teddy Pendergrass. I'm like, it's time to, she's cleaning today.
She's cleaning.
It's cleaning time. There's a spirit behind it. Am I right or wrong?
Huh?
For those who know, they get it.
And then
in different homes, south side, whatever the hell your thing is.
They open the blinds up too.
That's what I'm saying. The blinds are
open. They're all the way open. And they're rolled up. The blinds are rolled up to let maximum sunlight in the house.
Because it's time to get up. It's time to get some shit done. Well, and that's the energy. And me being lazy, I'm trying to be a vampire.
Yeah.
Close the doors.
Yeah.
I can't take. I need sleep. So I get it. That's the thing. That's the spirit.
Yeah.
It's time to go to work. But imagine deep cleaning and evaluating your thinking on a daily, weekly basis. Because that's what it takes to keep spirits from coming back. And if you think about it, when you first start breaking a spirit, the frequency of their return is a lot. It's consistent. When you first start breaking what's inside of you, does that desire leave quickly?
No.
It keeps coming back until it realizes this nigga ain't letting me in no more. I gotta leave. I'll be back though, but it ain't gonna be maybe as frequent
Nope.
as it used to.
No different than when you're working out. That first soreness is the worst soreness. That first soreness you feel after working out, some people don't go back to the gym after that. I mean, I'm done. Like the soreness alone, is somebody touch your arm, it's like, damn, don't touch me. It's sore. Yeah, no, you don't even want to hug. It's like, damn, your body's hurting.
Yep.
And that will run people away. But if you keep working out, you're not even as sore as much. Because the body is conditioned. The body will accept the fact that I'm not gonna stop. He's not gonna stop. So let me just keep building on muscle, and let me just get conditioned to the soreness.
Okay.
You know, you're not even sore anymore.
Okay.
No different than running. If I'm running the first run, every bone, every joint hurts. Every joint, every bone, every ache, you feel it. Until you keep on running, and you don't even feel it anymore. You run through the pain.
Okay. But you have to do it until your body gives in.
Yep.
Are you going to give in or not? And it's the same thing with fighting a spirit. Are you going to keep choosing to look at things spiritually until that desire to tap into the flesh gives in? It's still a choice. Do you choose proper perspective, spiritual perspective? And the dynamic between breaking negative, eliminating unclean spirits is constant warfare. We're going here because it ties into Judas Maccabees and the constant fights he's enduring with the brothers that are with him, and the fights that Jonathan are going to have to face in the same light. We read through it in Maccabees, like, damn, Judas is fighting every damn chapter. He got another battle. Every few months is another battle. But if you look at it in our life, it's the same thing with us. And can you be acquainted and accept a life in which you're in constant warfare with yourself? This is why, as a camp and as teachers, we don't get Israel fixated on Esau. We don't teach Esau. You know how bad Esau is? Man, Esau is destroying the world. He collapsed. He's destroying the water source. Well, we can go there all damn day long and make class very easy for us. But is that going to get you motivated to breaking and destroying the uncleanness in yourself? It's almost like Israel as a community hyper-focuses on Esau because it's easier to hyper-focus on the outward enemy versus the inward enemy. The inward enemy is very hard to conquer. And who wants to? I've taught and counseled enough Israelites to know most of us run from our battles. And as soon as we start exposing crap that's inside of you, all of a sudden, you're not a brother, you're not a sister, you're judging me,
You're fake.
you don't love me, you're fake, you're a hater,
Yep.
you're not supportive of me. Aren't these the words that pop out when people see you dead red? We see you dead red, but Israel wants to deflect and not be seen. So as a nation, they would want to go into the news talking about the white man in the news. White man is horrible. He is so wicked. Who gives a damn?
The white man is.
The white man does his job, and he's
Doing his
very
job.
good at it. He's expert at it. You know who's not good at their job? The Jew being righteous and virtuous. We're horrible at that job. Let's be good at being righteous. Let's be good at that.
We can't forget that the Most High said he preserved the nations for punishment when we get out of order. The white man wouldn't even be an issue if we weren't out of order. He wouldn't be relevant to us.
But he's there to get us to fight.
He's a national belt. for the children of Israel.
A national belt. Yep. And that's the point. Or one of those twigs, those really painful twigs.
Yeah.
Switches.
Switches.
Is one of those switches. That's what the white man is. And he's great at it. He knows right where to hit it. What's the point? This is why we drive accountability, because that's what we don't want to. We don't want to be accountable for our actions. We want everybody to see how awesome we are. Remember, Jehu was talking to there was this guy, the lineage of Jehu, went to the prophet and said, "I want you, prophet, to come with me and see how righteous I am."
Yeah.
Because he was killing the house of Ahab's family line.
Yeah.
It was Jeroboam's family line. He
said, well, "Look how much zeal I
have for the Lord. Because I'm murdering people. That's what you like, murdering anyway. How is that zeal for the Lord?
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you how zealous I am for God by killing all his kids and his wives and his family. I'm gonna end them.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show you how virtuous I am.
But that bloodthirst was already in him.
How about, so are you doing anything spiritual? You're just doing what you like to do anyway. What's the point? We're trying to paint out the picture of this internal war that we have to learn to be accustomed to if you ever want to get leverage over your spirit. Because that wickedness is always coming back. And I don't think we're aware and conscious enough that your old way of looking at things always wants back in. And you're always going to be fighting your natural urges and your natural thoughts and your natural ways of processing life and your natural ways of processing that you're always the victim. You're not that bad. There's a lot of good in you. Nobody said when we're correcting people that you're a bad person. But can you be spiritually mature enough to know what you're good at and know where you're failing at and work on your failures? And why does Israel, whenever their flaws are being brought up, why is their first reaction, but I'm good at these things too? Why is that their reaction? Why is the reaction to criticism, why are you making me feel bad? You're gaslighting. You're attacking. Why is that always the response? Just because somebody tells you that you have to fix something doesn't mean you're a dirtbag and you're a horrible person and you're not making the kingdom. But why do we equate it that way? Because we really don't want to change.
And the scriptures say correction is grievous
to those that forsake the way. Because ultimately, we're supposed to embrace anything that's brought to our attention that's going to make us better and get closer to the Heavenly Father. But we react that way because we really tell ourselves we're good enough. We really think we're good enough. That's why we can't take a check. Because we really think that how we carry ourselves is virtuous enough and we're really on point people. But we're not.
Or I associate the correction with my confidence.
Yeah.
So if you're tearing what I do down wrong, then you're attacking my confidence of who I am as a person.
But how about God said that our righteousness is as what?
Filthy rags.
Filthy rags. So even our best on our best day isn't good enough. Has the Most High ever had you in your life give 110% and that just wasn't good enough? And all you can do is give 110%, it not work out, and then you have to pray to the Most High for Him to come through, and then it comes through. A lot of times we don't realize the Most High has to remind us you can do everything as good as you think you can, and it's still not good enough. And the only reason you're living and standing is because the Most High sees fit for it to happen that way.
Well,
you can be the most charismatic, the most intelligent, the most wise, the most considerate person on earth, and you can create optimal works, and the Most High still said that ain't nothing. And you still got to wait on me. And you're still not good enough. And you're only good as the Most High's mercy is on. Has anybody experienced that? You don't got to raise your hand. But those are reminders that you're nothing without Him. So if you're nothing without Him, we have to live a life that's obligated to continue to make changes, to keep getting His attention. And you should never tell yourself that you've done enough. And if you think your self-esteem is predicated on the good works you do. Your self-esteem should be predicated on the things that you're not good at that you work on. That's how you are supposed to frame your spiritual self. You're supposed to frame your spiritual self not on what. Think about this. The things you do good, guess what? Most High gave you that gift too. So you're supposed to do the things naturally good that you do naturally good because that was what you were born with. Why does the Most High talk about talent so much? If you were born with 2 talents, were you going to make the kingdom because He gave you 2 talents? Or because you turned the 2 into 4? What does that mean? So He's not blessing you because of what you naturally have. He's blessing you because you took what you naturally had and you were humble enough to add other virtues to yourself. So what are we being judged on? What you already know how to do? Or what you don't know how to do? And are you humble enough to attain things that you're not good at? If you are a naturally intelligent person, are you going to get blessed because you study? You like to read books. That ain't nothing.
Right.
The person that don't read books, that reads books, he'll get blessed for reading books. You read books because there's a little nerd in you.
You're going to read books.
How about that one? How about that? You got a little nerd in you, so you like reading. That don't make you spiritual.
Or I might like to read books.
Yeah.
And that might be my strong
But I don't want to talk and share myself.
But I don't want to talk to people.
That's my point. So that means you're not growing. And you're not as spiritual as you think you are.
But
just because you can run circles around people that don't read books and don't like reading books, don't make you better than them because they don't mind sharing their problems and vulnerabilities. But because you don't want to open up, you're on the same level as the other person that don't want to read books.
But quite often, the person that's strong at reading books judges the person that don't read books, but they speak.
And they're humble enough to admit their flaws.
Yeah.
So you guys are both on the same plane. Well, and that's why the Most High says that person who can read books wants to sit in the higher seat, and they ain't earned the higher seat because they ain't changed either. This is why the Most High kept stinging the Pharisees, because the Pharisees had the superior education. They went to college. They were book smart. They read the Torah. But they still couldn't serve. They couldn't put themselves around people who understand suffering.
And that's why He said that him that eateth herbs, judgeth not him that eateth not herbs. And him that eateth not herbs, judge him that eateth herbs. Just because you don't eat herbs don't make you the better.
God.
Just because you say, man, well, I don't eat that. I don't eat what you eat.
Yeah, your food's not.
Yeah. So
I only eat salads.
if you look at our diets, I'm better than you. Those are silly qualifications that man puts up to say why I feel like I have the advantage or I excel somebody over another. But He said, neither one should judge each other. But that's what we look for things to make distinctions amongst us. Or like you said about Esau. I can read this verse, Ecclesiastes and Apocrypha 11 and 21. Even what we'll do, even with, like you were talking about Esau earlier, we'll make a whole camp about banging on Esau with the soundtrack to go with it. You know what I'm saying? We had a banging on Esau soundtrack. Go ahead.
Ecclesiastes chapter 11 and verse 21. Marvel not at the works of sinners.
But what did the Most High say? Should we just make a whole class about Esau, and how wicked the white man is? Because then we're putting too much emphasis on the white man and how evil he is. When the Bible says, marvel not at the works of sinners. Don't be surprised at what the wicked do. The wicked is going to do what the wicked's going to do. That shouldn't even be the focus. We should just know who they are and know what not to be like. He says, but marvel not at the what?
At the works of sinners.
But do what?
But trust in the Lord.
Who's going to take care of Esau? So should we have every class about Esau and how wicked he is? Who's going to take care of Esau?
Because all that does is give us a false sense of security.
Yeah.
This is why so many Torah Jews only focus on the law and not focus on breaking what's inside of them and think they're in the spirit. Because I can talk about Esau and the downfall of the kingdom, and I'll sit back here and keep the Sabbath, but I got all this hatred in me. I have this skewed perspective about who I am and how great I think I am in comparison to the reality of myself. Then I'll walk around here and I'll be let down if I don't make the kingdom. When I don't make the kingdom. Because we don't even know what this is really about. You done with that verse?
Read on.
And abide in thy labor.
He said, and abide where?
In thy labor.
He said, so that means, should I worry about the wicked? Or should I worry about putting more emphasis in what?
In thy labor.
So which one should be the focus? Should the wicked be the focus? And every class be about them? Or about what work do I have to do to serve the Most High? And what changes I got to make in myself? He says, abide in thy labor. Read on.
For it is an easy thing.
It said, for it's an easy thing for what?
In the sight of the Most High, on the sudden, to make a poor man rich.
So can the Most High reverse roles?
Okay.
Is it easy for the Most High to take us from the bottom and to put us on top as a nation?
Okay.
So should us focusing on the wicked be the focus? No. Our abiding in our labor should be the focus. What changes should I make in myself? What is not good enough in the eyes of the Most High that I do? What is the wrong that I do? How do I misbehave? How do I defraud my people? How do I cheat my people by not being at my best? By me not being at my best, how do I keep them from benefiting the whole of me when I'm in the wrong spirit, I'm in a negative mind? How is that doing my people any good and doing me any good? So that focus, we have to rearrange that focus. And we're focused on the wrong things. That's why in this camp, we do a lot of classes that deal with what? Inner man. Getting out the demons that's in us. Because if we don't get the demons out in us, then we're not abiding in that labor. Then we're not letting the Most High do his job and then expect us to reverse the roles of putting us on top. Why put us on top if we still got negative in us? Why put us on top if we still hate each other? Why put us on top? I still lie to the people around me. Why put us on top? And I'm going to do the same thing that the Edomites do. We will do the same thing to each other that Esau do if we don't make these individual changes.
Okay.
That's it.
Go to 1 Corinthians 4 and 7, then we'll jump back to Luke.
Okay.
Read it.
1 Corinthians chapter 4 and verse 7. For who maketh thee to differ from another?
We all go around here and we tell ourselves, I'm different than you in this. I have this advantage over than you. I'm more intelligent. I'm sharper. I'm wiser. He says, what makes you different than any other person? Read on.
And what hast thou that thou didst not receive?
The question is this. You can sit back here and tell yourself how much better you are than another person. But can you sit back here and tell yourself what you don't have that another person has? What virtue does another person have that I don't have? Because if I can understand that, now I understand what I got to what? Work on.
Yeah.
Now my perspective towards you is brought back down to a reasonable thought. Just because you might have a person beat here, that he got you beat in another arena, or she got you beat in another arena. So if they got you beat in this, why don't you learn from that person's virtue? Now it brings me back to realizing I'm not as potent as I think I am. Because everybody has a strength.
Yep.
But like I said earlier, we're judged on the additional talents that we add on to ourselves. So who's focused on building additional talents? Most of us want to hold on to what we were already naturally given. That's not that's not something you earned. You didn't earn that. You were given that.
Yeah.
If I have a work ethic, you were born with a work ethic. Who gives a damn? So the Most High gave you the capability to have a work ethic, and because you have a work ethic, that's enough to get to the kingdom. But He gave that to you.
Yeah. You didn't build that in yourself.
So then, how are you? Why do you think you'll be judged on what you were already created to do? Don't you think you'll be judged on what you haven't fixed yet? And if you've attacked and worked on things that isn't naturally you, because that is where the glory comes from. The glory comes from, have I broken and destroyed things in me that are naturally not my inclination?
Not my strong suit.
If my strong suit is working hard, but I'm weak at communication, so then what is the Most High going to judge me on? My hard work or my poor communication? I'm going to get judged on if I fix my communication. If I can work hard and I'm a good in this and good in that, but I'm not good at letting people see my flaws, then guess what? I'm going to be judged on not letting people see my flaws. Then that will be the thing that won't give me the kingdom. Nobody wants to hear that. But that's the truth. And people will sit back here and do a once over of the room and say, nobody can do what I do better than me. in this building? And the answer is, who gives a shit? Because they can do a bunch of things you can't do. So what does that mean about them? Everybody is going to be judged on what additions they add to themselves. In order to gain an addition, what you really got to have? You got to be humble enough to go to the what? Exchangers. Because the exchangers are going to teach you how to add things to yourself that you don't have. But in order to do that, you got to look what? You got to look bad. How many kids you got that you try to sit back and teach them something different? And then they hide behind their mom and say, I don't want to look, I don't want to do that. You ever try to take your kid to like swim and they don't want to swim? And they hide behind the parent that's trying to take them to swim? Because they don't want to look bad. You take them to a camp or you take them to something and it exposes what they can't do and they just clam up and they don't even want to try. We do that in the spirit. Because we want to always stay in a position where people look at us as the strong, solution-based person. Nobody wants to put themselves in a vulnerable position to have to grow. To look like that baby fawn that's falling and slipping every 5 minutes. But that's where the glory comes from. And it is a constant process of choosing that life of discomfort and going to war with your nature if you really want the Most High on your side.
You know, Paul said that in 1 Corinthians chapter 12. He said, our comely parts have no need. He said, but we bestow more honor upon the weaker members. So the expectation is not for you to glory in what you're good at and what you have good, but how many weak elements about you did you give attention to? That's a great point.
Then read verse 7 from the top again.
1 Corinthians chapter 4 and verse 7. For who maketh thee to differ from another?
The Most High makes you different from another person. Everybody has a fair share of strengths and weaknesses. Read on.
And what hast thou that thou doest not receive?
What have you taken the time to analyze to say, what does this person do that I don't do? That is important to understand. Because if you can see other people's virtues and understand that, then that means they got you beat in things that you can't do. That should humble you down and realize you have work to do. But read on.
Now if thou didst receive it, why dost thou glory, as if thou hadst not received it?
So what is he saying? Read that part again.
Now if thou didst receive it.
So if you can see and realize what you didn't receive, read on.
Why dost thou glory, as if thou hadst not received it?
So once again, we're glorying in things in ourselves as if what we got is valuable, but we're not thinking about all the things that we don't have, that we're not good enough in. And hyper focusing on what we have keeps us from being humble enough to add more talents to our life.
Because we don't give attention to those things
that we don't have. And if we don't give attention to things we don't have, then what are we really working on? Did you just pull the verse where it says, we was supposed to be sitting back giving to our labor? Is it about working at a job? Is that the labor he's trying to get us to focus on?
No.
Or get us to focus on laboring on improving what's inside of us that we don't naturally do well? Well, we don't want to do that. Because when we have to focus on what we naturally don't do well, and somebody's bringing this to our attention, what do we say? You're judging me. You're not providing comfort as a teacher or a husband or a sister.
You're not listening.
You're not listening. Is it that, or I just don't want to deal with facing and fixing something that I'm not good at? Why don't you focus on the good things I do?
Yep.
On what naturally comes good to me? That's not Christ. But Christ gave you that. Why are you acting like you did something?
Right.
That's natural in you. Why don't you show somebody something that doesn't come natural that you did? That's your work. Your work is in fixing things that you're crappy at. You're going to be proud of something that you wake up in the morning and you could do in your sleep? That's like me saying, yeah, bro, I studied today. I studied. I like studying. That's easy. But when I'm risking my life doing blue collar jobs, I'm joking. Then I'm fighting the damn battle at that point. I always joke when I'm out there about working, and I said every day I'm working, I'm getting hand injuries, and I'm like, what the hell's going on here? Why is this so damn hard? I'm banging my hand. I'm using dolly work. I can do this. I'm a man. I do all this blue collar stuff. Then I bang my hand like this is a weird, dumb injury. I had a jacked up finger. Like, why the hell is my finger hurting for so long? Like, brothers don't get this stuff happening to them. Why am I jacking my foot up and jacking my shoulders up? Like, this doesn't come natural to you. How about that? And how about you got to get used to it and do it even though you're not good at it? Can you accept that? And can you be humble enough to follow somebody in arenas that you stink in? Versus not wanting to face it because you look bad there?
Yeah.
Can you be humble enough to eat that? Most people don't. I don't mind being laughed at. Hey, I do. Brothers always talk about, War, you always pick up the lighter container. Like, that's bullshit. That's not true. That ain't true. I just heavy right here. It's heavy right here. But if they want to clown, let them clown, bro. Okay. Yeah. I'll pick a small box every once in a while. I ain't gonna front. I will pick a small box. But I'm not always picking small boxes. But if they want to point that out, then okay, I'm the small box guy. Then if you want to think I'm sitting back here and I'm sandbagging at the job, cool. Then I'm sandbagging at the job. And then when I pick something heavy, I'm like, hey everybody, this is some weight. This actually is heavy.
Yeah, or they even say that's a war size.
That's what I'm saying. Those were the jokes that were thrown out there.
Oh, that's in the war size box.
Yeah. Here's your war. Here's your box of war. I can get offended all I want. Okay, cool. You caught me slipping, and you want to out me on the days that I picked a small box. Yeah. And you want to make that a thing. That's cool, true. Man. That's cool. I ain't afraid to talk about it.
Yeah.
Because listen. You might be badass at lifting boxes, but I got your ass over here. Let's come over to my side of town.
Yep.
I'll run circles around you. So, okay, you got me. But that keeps everybody honest. And then when they throw their joke, okay, now you got that one, man. I'm going to get this, man.
Yeah.
And it's a reminder, okay, even if I did sandbag this one time or this 5 times or a fifth number joke, even if I did sandbag it, okay, touche. I got some more work to do. That's it. Then let me fix it.
What's the big deal?
What's the big deal unless you got pride? I am your general. You can't talk to your general like that. Right. I'm not going to play that stupid role.
You're being disrespectful.
You're being disrespectful. Listen, man, just eat it. Okay, if that's what you think, let me outwork you then. And then what I'll do, I'll be here. Listen, when it's time, when I got to do it, I'm going to do it. And then you ain't going to trip when I'm out here sweating with you. Because I've done that too. And then everybody knows when I got to do it, I'm there. And that's it. But a lot of people can't handle just the even insecurity of being called out on something that you might not be good at. Brothers can't handle it. Yeah. Drop. Do you really got to drop people off this? Because you're afraid because you look a little bad? How about maybe you got hit because you got to fix it. People don't want to deal with that. Brothers don't want to deal with it. Women don't want to deal with it. Right or wrong.
Yep. There's some things that you're not going to look good in.
I know that.
But you got to be okay with it.
And then can you take it and work on it?
Yep.
And eat it? Okay, you're right. Because all these cats that want to sit back and talk about boxes, let's go sell oils. Oh, no. Yeah. Let's go talk to customers. Let's deal with customer service.
No.
Let's sit back here and make $500 a day. Ain't nobody want to do that. So that I understand that, but I don't got to throw that in people's faces. It's okay. I know what I can do. If you're confident in yourself, you know what you can do and you know what you can't do. And if you're humble, let me work on what I can't do. But that's hard for the Jew.
Humility is before honor.
Kinda. My thing is this: let me be serviceable in this arena. I don't got to be the baddest dude. Can I? You ain't gonna be the greatest in all things, but can I be serviceable? Can I have comments? Can I not be a liability on the trucks? Just don't suck. Can you not suck and be serviceable? Then you're okay. You're okay.
You know what? Brothers may talk that, that's a war-sized box. But when you only got 2 men on the job, you're going to appreciate having that other set of hands. You're going to appreciate that other man.
I know.
You can talk that talk when it's 10 men on the job and everything's
light,
everything's fun. It's an easy one. But when there ain't nothing but 2 people, and you look at and it's only you and that other man,
and you out here sweating,
and you couldn't do it by yourself.
And we got 2 more moves.
Yeah.
I remember those damn days, those three boys
Then
in the summer.
Then you look at that man as, man, you're a blessing. Brother, you are a blessing.
And you got it in because I know how this. It's a third floor. It's a third story move.
Yeah.
And our bodies are on fire. And we got to get this or we do two already with the big body, and then the last move of the day is just you two.
Yeah.
And you got to knock this out.
And it's 100 degrees outside.
Yes, and you're dehydrated, and you didn't get a chance to get lunch, and your body's on fire.
Yep.
And your chest is popping out of your damn body out.
Yeah.
Going up them 3 stories.
Yeah.
I know that feeling.
Then you appreciate that person.
Yes, sir.
Everybody talk that stuff when you're in good times and good environments.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Now say that's when you tell yourself, man, we sure could use that light box guy.
Yeah, exactly.
Because you know what? You know what's worse than picking up heavy stuff? Taking small boxes up and down 3 flights of stairs with no elevators.
Yes.
And
Or
that's
those
the
bad packers that don't pack stuff right. It's just,
Yeah.
you're just picking up 2 or 3 things at a time, and they don't box everything out. It's a constant just walking back and forth, and you're just burning out at it.
Yep.
You're just burning calories left and right. And you ain't got nothing in the tank on that third move.
You're like, give me some more on top of it. Get stack 3 or 4 of them boxes up.
Please.
Because you know what? You'd rather have that heavy box and be done than having to take 50 trips. Because that'll kill you too. That'll burn you out too. But people don't see the good of each other. You know, they're only looking at what you do that's not as good as me, or look at what I do better than you. But they don't look at the good of each other.
And then you do that because you only pride yourself on that because you really don't want to fix you. You really don't want to work on you. And if I see what a person can't do that I can do better, you don't look at the reverse. What does he do that I don't do better? And let me work on that.
Right.
I got work to do just as much as he's got work to do.
Yep.
And if people thought that way, everybody would stay humble. Versus glory in what was naturally given to you, which is foolish and immature. And we glory in what was naturally given to us so that we don't have to fight us. It all goes back to the point of the topic about staying in a constant fighting spirit. And all these mechanisms we're explaining are based upon not wanting to fight what's inside of you.
Right.
And looking for reasons and justifications not to accept the next challenge or the next battle or conquer the next issue that I have to conquer.
We like to glorify our highlights because everybody has highlights.
That highlight tape out.
Yeah, but we have low lights too. But we don't like to.
Look at that bad tackle over here.
Yeah, like bad.
How did you miss that tackle over here?
You just shot an air ball right here.
How you dropped that pass, man?
You know, we lost the game because of you.
Yep. But I had 2 touchdowns.
Yeah.
What about that touchdown you dropped?
The one that counted.
Yeah.
The one that mattered when it was 2 seconds left in the game and it just went right through your hands. That don't feel good. But you know what? You have to learn. Okay, even in sports, can I compartmentalize? I did good, but I got to work on this. In every game, in every competition, in every experience, can you compartmentalize the good you did and still be aware of what you have to keep working on?
Yeah.
Any good athlete understands that.
I heard a receiver after they lost the game. He said, "I'm just going to apply." He told the reporter, he said, "I'm just going to apply the 24-hour rule." And she said, "What's that?" He said, "I'm going to flush it." He said, "I'm going to flush this game and do everything different the next game." But we don't have the ability to do that.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? We don't have to look at it and say, "Okay, we failed. We didn't do our job. We didn't do what we know we could do. But I'm just going to flush that. I'm going to do better next time. I'm not going to harbor on the fact that I made this mistake, or I'm not going to let this mistake define me. This mistake or this weakness don't define me. I'm just going to fix it. I'm going to fix it by next week." We don't think like that. Yes, sir.
I'll say that saying "I'm going to do better" means you go put the work in.
You're going to put the work
You
in.
go fix that
Yep.
mistake or that error. What you didn't do is good as shit.
And that means you keep what you're doing that works and keep adding on and fixing things. But that is a constant, forever battle. It's always going to happen. There's always something else to fix. And can you accept that? Can you accept that life is about attacking one weakness after another? Attacking one sick thought after another. And that is where the glory comes from. Everybody's about glory in the Lord. What does glory in the Lord really mean? The glory is in embracing, fighting what's inside of you. Well, let's go. Let's go back to Josephus, because I think we got the point. We were just explaining. Matter of fact, finish Luke 11, verse 25 and 26.
Luke chapter 11 and verse 25. And when he cometh, he findeth it swept and garnished. Then goeth he and taketh to him 7 other spirits more wicked than himself, and they enter in and dwell there. And the last state of that man is worse than the first.
And this is what happens. The battle is constant, that the negative familial issues in us are always trying to come back in and inhabit, along with other additional bad habits that we bring to our life. And once you bring these bad habits on top of the things that were already with us from our nature, it's a constant challenge to keep these thoughts, these feelings, these desires away, and finding happiness and value in putting the Most High first. But this process of what Christ is explaining in Luke 11, verse 24 to 26, is for the rest of your life. People think that this battle and exchange is short term. It's forever. And if it's forever, that means there has to be a lifelong commitment to sweeping and garnishing and thoroughly cleaning your environment, your mental environment, so that your skepticism, your hatred, your ability to see the worst in things stays away. Let that go and go back to Josephus, book 13, chapter 1, paragraph 1. So once again, we're going back into these constant battles that Judas and his men overcame. Once Judas died, with all those battles, read it from the top.
Okay. We were on line 2.
Just give me from the top.
Con. Josephus, Antiquity of the Jews, book 13, chapter 1, paragraph 1, line 1. By what means the nation of the Jews recovered their freedom when they had been brought into slavery by the Macedonians.
And we got here explaining that we had gained our freedom from slavery at the cost of constantly fighting. Because when you read about Judas and Mattathias, they were constantly fighting and uncomfortable. And because they were in a constant state of fighting, they earned their freedom. Read on.
And what struggles and how many great battles Judas, the general of their army, ran through till he was slain as he was fighting for them.
So the battles were constant until he died. Do we sit back here and realize that we have to fight until we die? Didn't the scripture say, strive for the truth until death? Then the what? The Lord will fight for you. He'll fight for you because you commit to fighting until death. But that is a mental acceptance that a lot of us don't want to deal with. This is for life. Fighting you is for life. Read on.
Had been related in the foregoing book. But after he was dead, all the wicked and those that transgressed the laws of their forefathers sprang up again in Judea, and grew upon them, and distressed them on every side. A famine also assisted their wickedness, and afflicted the country, till not a few, who by reason of their want of necessaries, and because they were not able to bear up against the miseries that both the famine and their enemies brought upon them, deserted their country, and went to the Macedonians. And now Bacchides gathered those Jews together.
Now listen. What we just read is that most of the people, because of the things they were going through in Jerusalem, went to the white man for solutions versus going to the Most High and asking for help. This is what the majority of people did. This is the sad thing. Read up a little bit. Read where it says a famine also assisted their wickedness.
Line 3. A famine also assisted their wickedness, and afflicted the country, till not a few, who by reason of their want of necessaries, and because they were not able to bear up against the miseries that both the famine and their enemies brought upon them, deserted their country, and went to the Macedonians.
What he's saying is this. We talked about last week how the Most High made the conditions so bad so that the righteous men would cleave to the Most High. Right?
Yeah.
But what actually happened to everyone else outside of those 2,000 men when they were enduring famines and difficulties? What did they end up doing?
So they went to the Macedonians.
They deserted their country and went to Esau for salvation. Isn't that what we do? When things get bad, we don't cleave to the Most High like those handful of men did. They cleave to Esau for salvation. But not understanding that the difficult conditions were manufactured to force us to cleave to Him. That's the sad reality about things. Keep that in mind in our life as things progressively get worse. Who do you cleave to when the famine gets bad? Who do you cleave to when conditions on earth fall apart? Do you cleave to Esau or do you cleave to the Most High? That's a real question. Only a handful cleave to the Most High, and that was Jonathan and those men who were public enemy number one. Read on.
Line 4. And Nabonidus gathered those Jews together who had apostatized from the accustomed way of living of their forefathers, and chose to live like their neighbors, and committed the care of those of his party, and delivered them up
And committed the care of the country to them? That's what mine says.
Yes, it says, and committed the care of those of his party.
Okay, yours says party, mine says country. Okay, of the party to them. Okay, read on.
And committed the care of those of his party, and delivered them up to Bacchidus, who, when he had, in the first place, tortured and tormented them at his pleasure.
Wait. I'm so sorry. This one reads totally different. Read, and now Bacchidus gathered those Jews together.
Line 4. And now Bacchidus gathered those Jews together who had apostatized from the accustomed way of living of their forefathers, and chose to live like their neighbors.
So what it's saying is Bacchidus used these sellouts who just couldn't cleave to the Most High and used those guys to police and snitch on these Jews that they knew were defending and riding with Judas. Because a lot of those Israelites that were riding with Judas were in hiding, and they would snitch him out and torture him. So they're using the people in their community as pawns because they were hungry and the famine was there. So Israel was selling out other Israelites because they were hungry in the famine. This is what's happening. Bacchidus used the Israelites in dire conditions that chose to be like the Macedonians to go root out and snitch out the Jews that were trying to hold faith. You don't think that's going to happen down the line? Brother, shalom. But really, they're selling out just to get some food. Just to make their life easy. The things written aforetime, written for your learning. You don't think this ain't going to happen?
Yep.
Read on.
And committed the care of those of his party, and delivered them up to Bacchidus, who, when he had, in the first place, tortured and tormented them at his pleasure.
So what he was doing is, you had sellouts that sold out other Israelites so they'd get killed for money or for food. That's how bad it was. Read on.
He, by that means, at length killed them. And when this calamity of the Jews was become so great.
Meaning, listen, he says it was they would torture him for extended periods of time. So that means the Jews that were once with Judas had to leave. They had to get away because these Israelites were snitching on them. These Israelites that folded. Well, to let you know, there's only a handful of people that really have integrity.
Yeah.
The other majority are going to flow where the food is at. Are going to flow where the security is at. This is real life. Not everybody that says Shalom Yahweh Hashem Yahweh Shabbat is going to suffer with you.
And Christ even told Peter, before the cock crowed, you're going to deny me 3 times.
Huh? Listen, this is why when we're dealing with brothers now, we'll have a better idea of the men we got because we suffer together now. If we don't suffer together now, why would we sit back and think that you're going to be here when it's time for all of us to suffer? Why would we think that? Because he's telling you, when you know what hits the fan and the skin for skin, Israel going to snitch out on the movement. They're going to snitch on the movement and the heartbeat. just for some temporary relief.
Yep.
And that's what's happening. They got some grocery money. Or they got some groceries and allowed Israelites to be tortured to death for a lengthy time. And all their answer is, I was going through hard times. I needed the money. I needed the food.
Yep. You look at the guy that sold out Fred Hampton.
Yep. I was thinking that couldn't get the word out.
Yeah, he gave the Chicago police the schematics and the layout and the blueprint of the brownstone that they were all living in.
Yep.
Whose room was what? Where was the kitchen at? Where's the hallway? Where's Fred Hampton's room? They knew that place like the back of their hand already. They knew exactly where to shoot.
And then you sit back here and you killed a great man and other great men and families just because you wanted a couple bucks. Or you wanted a reduced jail. You didn't want to go to jail for some stuff you actually did.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yes, he did.
After this particular interview that was on like PBS or something like that.
Yep.
He did an interview and killed himself right after that.
That's Judas did the same thing after selling out Christ. When he say the scripture say he cast himself headlong. Some say he killed himself. Some say he threw himself off a cliff.
When I tell you what, when Israel has to feel the crunch, they gonna sell out. Israel gonna sell out brothers when it gets hard, because that's what's happening here. I mean, get ready. There's going to be your enemies and enemies from within that you really don't know. Enemies from unawares. Read on.
Line 5. And when this calamity of the Jews was become so great, as they had never had experience of the like since their return out of Babylon.
What is it that made this experience so bad? That was so much more different than that it hadn't happened in such a long time. Israel has been going through calamities from the beginning of time. What made this one so hard? It was how much snitching was going on, and turncoating, and turning one another's in. That's what was so much different. No allegiance. That's what made this condition so much more different than all the other times we backslid. It's one thing for our enemy to hate us. What made this different is our own people were our enemies, and we're pitting ourselves against one another. Esau pitted one against another, and we fell for it. Just because we wanted a little bit of security. What's scary is how many people are going to have faith at the end. And how many people are going to have to be martyrs because Israel has no faith. Read on.
Those that remained of the companions of Judas, seeing that the nation was about to be destroyed after a miserable manner.
The nation was going to be destroyed because we turned on one another. Did you read about Greek soldiers coming in here to Jerusalem? Greek soldiers or mercenaries were not in Jerusalem. Why was the nation about to be destroyed? Because they had convinced the Jew to sell each other out and destroy one another. That's what made it so different.
A house divided shall not stand.
And that's why it was about to fall. Because the majority of Israelites, they're going to find anybody they can to get that stipend. Just imagine. Esau says, you can get your EBT if you let us know where these Jews are at. You telling me they wouldn't rat Israelites out for an EBT, a full EBT check, a card?
It ain't got to be a full EBT.
Hey, just give me $100. I'll point them out.
You know,
I ain't trying to say nothing, but they're over there on 44.
Yeah,
I'm just saying. I think it's Suite 201, something like that. You did.
And I need a new PIN number for my card.
Yeah, my card.
Yeah,
that's my small. I think I need to double up on my allowance for the month.
You know, you look at what Judas made. Judas earned 30 pieces of silver, which was a day's labor. It was a day's pay.
That's why.
And that's what he got for selling out Christ. It just show you selling out ain't gonna. People will sell off for cheap.
Yeah.
It ain't gonna take a whole lot.
Bro. And this is what's happening. We were self-destructing because Israel just wanted to sell out and survive. Forget the handful of men that championed defending for Israel's freedom. None of that crap matters out. And this is how you know the Jew you're reading about now is talking about black folks. Because when you look at history or look at times now, Amalek sticks together. Amalek's unity is top notch in the world. That's how you know they're not the real Jew. Because when I'm reading right here in book 13, chapter 1, paragraph 1, is some crabs in the barrel stuff. This is crabs in the barrel stuff. Oh, he coming, bring him down, bring him down to the bottom. I got him. Oh, look, he's trying to get him, bring him down. Ain't nobody having nothing. That's what I'm reading. I'm reading some crabs in the barrel stuff.
They caught us.
Yeah.
No, they caught you.
That's what I'm saying, huh?
They caught us. They ain't caught us. They caught you, man.
Bro.
Oh, you said us.
But this is crab. This is dark skin problems right here, right? I'm being honest with you, right? This is black problems right here, right? This ain't Edomite problems. This is black problems. I'm a snitch. 1-800 make a phone call and snitch out your brother? No way. The nations do that. That's not a Hamitic problem. That's not an Asian problem. That's not an Edomite problem. Am I right or wrong? That's not in Indians that'd be 10 in the house. They ain't got a problem. They will lock in for each other. But when it's about us, skin for skin, he's over there. He's hiding over there. That's us, bro.
Come on out.
Get him. You know you hiding, dog. I saw you. I saw you 2 weeks ago. I know it's your hideout. See, where's my pay? Give me my money. Give me my money.
Yep.
You promised me my money. Give me my money.
Yeah. I'm on my money, guy.
That's what I'm about pay by my grind, dog. I gotta get my money, dog. I got 5 kids to feed. I remember that. Total Rico. I got 5 kids to feed, man. He said, you said, I thought it was 4. You got me, dog. You got me, dog. That's our people, man. Let's keep going,
Seeing that the nation was about to be destroyed after a miserable manner, came to his brother Jonathan, and desired him that he would imitate his brother, and that care which he took of his countrymen, for whose liberty in general he died also, and that he would not permit the nation to be without a governor, especially in those destructive circumstances where it now was. And when Jonathan said that he was ready to die for them, and was indeed esteemed no way inferior to his brother.
So what he's saying is, the people said Jonathan is in no way inferior to his brother. So it wasn't this significant drop-off from Judas to Jonathan. That's what we were explaining earlier. They saw his works and they said, this dude rose like his brother. He's just as potent. Now, they're not the same. We're going to read later on how they're not the same. But his potency is adequate enough to follow him. Okay, read on.
And was indeed esteemed no way inferior to his brother. He was appointed to be the general of the Jewish army.
So we're going to go from there and go back to, now we're going to go to 1 Maccabees, chapter 9 and verse 33. Listen, y'all. We're going a snail's pace, but a lot of information is coming out, and I hope we understand that. Does it make sense to rush these classes? I don't think it makes sense.
It's too much meat.
There's a lot of information to go here. Listen, there's a lot, just in this chapter, man. It's massive. There's a lot of information here. So let's go to verse
33.
Yeah, did we read verse 32 yet? We did. No, Matt, read verse 32 first.
1 Maccabees chapter 9 and verse 32. But when Bacchides got knowledge thereof, he sought for to slay him.
So Bacchides is like, okay, you guys announced Jonathan to be the head guy. Now we gotta destroy this threat. Bacchides was on point because the whole nation was against this group. He had found a way to manufacture. What you're reading about, even Bacchides had a way to not just be muscle. Listen, he was different than Nicanor. Nicanor would sit back and just bring armies, bring tens of thousands of army people and say, we're going to wipe your asses out. Bacchides was more precise in psychological warfare. He was able to sit back here and coerce the Jews. He took the famine snare and exploited the famine problem. He exploited the famine problem to turn on Israel. How many people do that? That was genius.
Yep.
I'm going to exploit this famine to manipulate and turn the Jews to go fight against each other, and they'll destroy themselves because they're hungry. What's that?
He might be the first Willie Lynch.
Listen, this guy.
That type of strategy to know how to keep people going against each other. That's Willie Lynch level.
It's really skillful, because what we're going to read later on is that he sits back here and bribes all the leaders of the different Hebrew provinces to do his bidding by snatching their children and sending them to jail in Accra. So he uses psychological warfare all through his time in power, on top of being a military general. This guy's skill was on another level, just so we understand. So now Bacchides is setting his sights on Jonathan and the men that have chosen to back him up in this war to reestablish themselves in Jerusalem. Go to verse 33.
Verse 33. Then Jonathan and Simon his brother and all that were with him perceiving that, fled into the wilderness of the coast.
Now listen, he says, Jonathan and Simon his brother, realizing the magnitude of what Bacchides' decisions are going to be, they both say, forget this, we got to leave Israel and go and hide in the camp. Specifically, we got to go back in the wilderness like we did with Judas. So think about what's about to happen. It's like they got to go start back over like Judas had to start over. Think about that feeling. Judas had to go through the battle of starting over in the wilderness on the run and having a grassroots movement to reestablish sovereignty for the nation. Now Judas dies, and Jonathan has to start over this battle again from scratch. What is the Most High teaching about every single one of us? Everybody has to start over, especially dealing in a leadership position. You have to start from scratch and go through the battles being the point man. Jonathan went through all these things with Judas. Being in the wilderness, being on the run, public enemy number one. But it was different when Jonathan was a number what?
Number two.
In comparison to being a number one and having that weight on him, being on the run, everybody coming to him for answers, everybody having to sit back here and get solutions. The battle gets restarted again. And that's something that we got to be conscious of for those of us who are learning to be leaders. Even though you are the supporting cast, it's different going through all these obstacles than being the point man, having to start a project from the scratch and dealing with all the motivational scenarios and the losses and the peaks and valleys. He's saying, okay, Jonathan, it's your time to understand what growth looks like. It's your time to go into the battle like Judas had to go into his battle.
And that starting over
Yes.
is another way, like anybody that has to start over. So that's the Most High forcing you to have to invest all over again. Because starting over is an investment. That means you got to build things from the ground up. That means when you're starting over, everything requires your time. Everything requires your attention. There's nothing you can. There's no guarantees.
And he's working on your faith. Now you're going to sit back here. Jonathan has to learn the Most High. Like Judas had to learn to trust the Most High.
Yep.
Now Jonathan has to go through all these trials again. Suffering, loss, battles, stresses, faith, seeing the Most High come through and work through him like Judas had to have the Spirit work through him.
Right.
This is the parallel. It's like, you're back in the wilderness again. They're back in the mountains. They're back. They're doing the same damn thing that the Most High had Judas go through. And the answer is yes.
Yep.
Whatever that your head had to go through, you have to get christened in the Spirit the same way.
You know, one of Moses' last speeches before he died, he told the children of Israel, as soon as I die, y'all going to go right back to defrauding the Most High. You're going to go right back to breaking the commandments. And then whose job was it after that? It was Joshua's job to have to start all over, just like Moses prophesied,
Yep.
that Israel would defect from the Most High as soon as Moses has died. It's like we're always starting over.
And that's the point. We're always starting over because you know what? It's about the leader learning the lesson. Understand that. Even for sisters. All these brothers and sisters under Jonathan just went through this with Judas, and now they have to suffer Jonathan's growing pains so they can learn to really trust him, and he can learn to understand the Spirit. Just like sisters have to learn to go through these ups and downs to learn how to follow their husbands. And that experience with the wife serving their husbands ties in with the husband learning how to lead. And as he's learning how to lead, sisters have to learn how to follow a young man leading. And this is a process the Most High is taking all of us as husbands of running households and brothers who are running camps. Everybody has to back and line themselves up behind the man the Most High anointed to lead for that period of time. Just like they had to go through all these ups and downs for the Spirit to justify Judas in his spot. Same thing with Mattathias, then Judas. Now the Spirit has to work through. Just because the people chose Jonathan doesn't mean that Jonathan went through all the wars himself to gain the Most High's trust too. He's got to go through his battles and learn his lessons. And all the men under him have to live with the ups and downs of his decisions. Go to 1 Corinthians chapter 3, verse 11 through 15.
1 Corinthians chapter 3. First Corinthians chapter 3, verse 11. Got it.
Mm-hmm.
1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 11. For other foundation can no man lay than that is laid.
Matter of fact, read verse 9.
1 Corinthians chapter 3 and verse 9. For we are laborers together with the Most High. Ye are the Most High's husbandry. Ye are the Most High's building.
So this chapter is talking about building. This chapter is talking about how we build on the foundation of Christ. This chapter is talking about leadership. This is talking about how you set a tone in building a camp, how you set the tone in building a household, building a family, building in general. He says we're the Most High's husbandry because we're being judged on how we manage this farm, how we stay on top of the vegetables, the horses, the cows, all the other animals and beasts of our burden that we're responsible for. We're judged on how we manage the farm. Right? Read on.
Ye are the Most High's building, according to the grace of the Most High, which is given unto me, as a wise master builder.
So what Paul is saying is, the Most High has taught me how to be a wise master builder and how to set up the proper foundation under Christ's tutelage for other men to follow behind and learn. Read on.
I have laid the foundation, and another buildeth thereon.
This is no different than Mattathias laying the foundation of this resistance movement, and then another man, Judas, his son, adds to that foundation and adds unto the foundation that he set up. Read on.
But let every man take heed how he buildeth thereupon.
But he's saying now, you had Mattathias build a foundation of the resistance. You had Judas build on top of that foundation, but it was in the same spirit of his father. He says now everyone has to take heed how they build on top of the foundation that was laid by Christ, Paul, all the old churches. Same thing as what Jonathan is having to do is build a foundation on top of Mattathias and Judas's foundation. So Jonathan is out here in this wilderness having to now make his mark and have to show an example of how he's going to build in the pattern of his brother and his father. Read on.
For other foundation can no man lay than that is laid, which is Yahushua.
So what he's saying is, you know how many times brothers sit back here and they have an opportunity to lead, and they tell us, yeah, man, we're going to sit back and change it all up, man. And,
Yeah.
we're going to do it better.
That's the old way.
But the funny thing is, half the time they do it and they destroy everything that made the foundation a foundation. When you're sitting back here and building on top of Christ's foundation or Paul's foundation, or in what we're reading now, Mattathias and Judas's foundation, is it about changing things as much as keeping the certain foundational principles untouched? Let's keep these foundational principles that made Mattathias successful, that made Judas successful. Let's not change what made these men successful. Let's maybe add on top of these successful foundations. We're so fixated on changing things up to fit how we like things to be done, versus saying, okay, what worked? What virtues worked? Let me pattern myself onto the virtues that worked, on top of implementing things that can augment what's already there.
And that's why every presidency stinks.
Yes.
Because every 4 years
You switch.
you switch things that could have actually worked, and the new president will come in and say, we're going to have a new taxation plan, we're going to have a new health care plan, we're going to have a new this, and then 4 years later another guy come in and switch that up, and then everybody's in the same boat. Nothing ever changes. Because it's never, we're going to build on top of what was already established and keep that which was working and add on to what's broken. It's always this restarting every 4 years, every 8 years. We keep restarting. And there's no progress. That's why the economy has not gotten better at all.
Yeah.
It's actually gotten worse.
I know.
Because that means that all these presidents didn't do nothing.
It's just a show. It's a game. But
they all got rich, though.
they all got rich.
They all were more wealthy than when they left and when they started.
Obama's still making money.
Obama's still making money.
Listen, the Clintons are still making money.
Clinton Foundation's still making money.
They're all making money. The Bushes are still making money. Everybody's making money.
Bush got oil contracts. Halliburton, which was a private corporate entity for Bush and Cheney, they got more money because they got their equipment. They invested in weapons, so they signed new bills and signed new laws to allow Raytheon and all these weapons manufacturers. They invest in these. They got investments in these weapons manufacturers. So now they make laws for us to go to war, but they got the investment in the weapons, and they got the privatized prisons jumping. So they got multiple streams of income coming in, but the people still suffer.
Yep. Good. So where are we at?
Verse 12.
Okay, read verse 12. So once again, verse 11 again. Meet verse 11.
Verse 11. For other foundation can no man lay than that is laid.
When it says there's no other foundation that any man can lay, men try to lay different foundations all the time. But what they're saying is the only foundation that actually works, the only method that works, is if your method is predicated and backed by Christ's method. That method works, it sticks, and it can be prosperous. Read on.
Which is Yahushua. Now if any man build upon this foundation gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble.
What the Most High is saying, even people that are building on top of this foundation in Christ The question is, what caliber of work are you producing? Because the Most High in Christ is judging us on the caliber of work we bring to the table. Just like the Most High said, okay, Jonathan, it's your time to lead. I'm going to bring you back to where your brother was. And I want to see what you do in the wilderness like your brother was. I'm going to see how you carry yourself. It's like, okay, Judas, I'm going to have you in the wilderness like your father Mattathias. And you have to build from nothing. Because now this is about your lesson and your relationship with me. Whether it's on a camp level or on a household level. Now it's your time to lead, and I want to see what you got.
You know,
and everybody gets that opportunity to show the Most High what they got, and if they really understand what the hell they're doing. And it will be displayed by if it's gold work, silver, precious stones, wood, hand stuff.
It's good to be that way. That it's that way because the old saying is true. It's easier said than done.
Yep.
Because everybody got an opinion until it's on their shoulders to survive.
Damn right.
Everybody got a perspective or method they feel like if I was in them shoes, I would have did this.
Monday morning quarter.
I would have did it better.
Then you feel that heat.
Yeah.
And see what the pressure looks like. And feel that burn. And then see how you act.
Yeah.
See if you won't crumble under the pressure.
Oh.
Or would you sit back here and completely change the policies and just saturate and homogenize how the camp is? Would it become a church all of a sudden? Would it become 4-letter camp names that were purple? Would it become that?
Or we're just going to go to class once a week.
Con. That's the point.
It's better suited that. It's more convenient.
It's easier. That's the point. This is why the Most High was like, Jonathan, are you going to water down this movement? Or are you going to keep and maintain the standard your brother set up? Because the level of effort your brother set up, Israel had freedom. Are you going to diminish the standard? Or are you going to keep and maintain the standard and get judged off of your works like I judged your brother off of his work and like I judged your father Mattathias off of his works? What's the lesson? Everybody will get an opportunity to prove their work and determine what caliber of work it is. And your caliber is determined upon your level of commitment and dedication and discipline. You're committed to the craft. Read on in verse 13.
Verse 13. Every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare
The day shall declare what type of leader you were. This is why all throughout history, every king was measured by how he carried himself. By the decisions he made, the integrity he had, the discipline he had, or how impressionable he was to his peers. Everybody is judged based on their conduct and their honor and the decisions that they make. Read on.
Because it shall be revealed by fire, and the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is.
Can somebody open the door? I think the door's locked. Read that last part again.
Come.
Read verse 13 again. I'm sorry.
Verse 13. Every man's work shall be made manifest, for the day shall declare it, because it shall be revealed by fire.
What it's saying is everybody's works are revealed by the adversity that they face. So the Most High is like, okay, Jonathan, when I gave Judas adversity, he rose to the occasion and I blessed him. When Mattathias was faced with fire and adversity, he rose to the occasion and I blessed him. Now, Jonathan, I'm going to have you in these woods again on the run. I'm going to bring adversity to you. I'm going to bring that trial by fire that we talked about in the title. How are you going to handle your trial by fire? Because I am choosing you to lead the people. Every person whose time is to lead, they have to be tried. They have to be tested. Their intentions and their motivations have to be brought to the forefront and put to test. Read on.
And the fire shall try every man's work of what sort it is.
Listen, when you're touched, when you have to lose, when you have to commit, then you'll start seeing where a man's character is at. Same thing with the woman. You don't know what kind of woman you got until she has to lose something. You don't know what you got until everything isn't peaches and cream anymore. And it's suffering and adversity. Then you know what kind of woman you got. Because you don't know, no man knows if the person they have is a person that's just there for the fair weather times. I don't want to start quoting like songs like "Can You Stand the Rain" and all that stuff, but it's the truth. You don't know what you got until there's adversity. Just like the Most High, I don't know what kind of wife I have until Jonathan, my wife, has to be tested and has to lose. Then I can determine what kind of work you're bringing to the table. Are you bringing woodwork, which can get burned? Don't forget, he says our work is tried by fire. So read verse 12 again. If our work is tried by fire, read verse 12 again.
Verse 12. Now if any man build upon this foundation gold, silver, precious stones, wood, hay, stubble.
So those are 6 elements. Out of those 6 elements, how many of those elements can withstand fire or adversity? I'm going to say 3.5. Can precious stones really endure fire? Not really. Or it might endure and be permanently damaged. So, but it's still standing. What's the point? He's saying there are 6 levels of effort that we can bring to the table in any battle that we have personally in our lives. And out of these 6 battles, or 6 levels of effort in our battles, at least 3 levels that normal people provide won't withstand the battle, which means you're losing time. Because in whatever experience you went through, you failed the lesson. So what it's saying is people fail 50% of the time. Probably 65% of the time, because the precious stones, you know what I think precious stones would be like? People endure it, but they're bitter behind it. And they have a bad experience and a bad taste in their mouth, but they got through it. You know how many Israelites are still here, they're still breathing air, but they're full of bitterness and anger and unhappiness, and I'm just mad at the world, but I'm still here. That's a very good probability that your efforts was from precious stones down, because you never got the understanding of it. And this is why, if you ever notice and look at your life, we're like a hamster on a wheel. We just keep going through similar situations that keep bringing up the same flaws. Have you ever noticed that in your life? You keep going through the same cycle of problems because you never figured it out. So yeah, time is going, years are going by, you're getting a little grayer, getting a little older, you're losing a step or two, but you keep going through the same cycle of problems. That's the Most High saying, you haven't advanced this level. And you keep producing wood, hay, and stubble work, and the adversity is burning your efforts. Because you're not producing at the level that is required to be accepted. Don't you think that was what was happening with us when we were walking in the wilderness for 40 years? Mm-hmm. We just never figured it out. We never figured out how to look at things in a pure light.
And that's why he said, harden not your heart, as in the day of provocation. The day of provocation was in the wilderness.
Yep.
But what do we do in the wilderness? Every time the Most High brings some bitter water, a little bit of hunger, a little bit of traversing some mountains or some desert climate, all that we do, we kept complaining at Moses, complaining at Aaron, complaining at the Most High.
And those complaints were works. The complaints were your works. The complaints were your response to the trials by fire that the Most High provides in your life. And then those trials by fire end up burning up your lower level works.
That's why he says, do all things without disputing and murmuring. Can you suffer? Can you go through something without opening your mouth and complaining and murmuring and disputing?
Or can you go through something without inwardly complaining and murmuring and being negative? Because some people are very good at not saying something, but still feeling it. What good is having secret hatred when you still hate? You don't think the Most High knows your heart? So whether a person, the low-hanging fruit person is a person that just can't keep their mouth shut. That's easy. But the people that know how to keep their mouth shut are even worse. Because those people hold it in and hold it in and hold it in, and they just keep resentments for years. And the Most High is still not satisfied with them. The only difference between the quiet person and the loud person is that everybody in the room don't like the loud person. And the quiet person, you can fool everybody around you. You're just a good liar. But you're still a liar in the eyes of the Most High. That's the difference between the quiet church mouse and the raging beast. They're both evil. I used to have many of discourses with brothers over me back in the day about which one is more on point. The person who's the loud, negative person or the quiet person who's negative. I said the quiet person is worse because they're hiding it. So it takes more years to pinpoint where the negative comes from. So who's losing the time? They're really more destructive to themselves so that they can keep a safe face in front of people. But I got you 1 second. Don't you think thinking negative is wicked anyway? So whether I verbalize it or I don't, evil is evil. But you're just such a great brother because I know how to lie in front of other people. And other people are just not good at lying.
There's a verse on that too. Ecclesiastes,
right?
Yeah.
There's a little, I don't know what vibe I'm getting right now, but don't you see that?
I just want to expound on it. Ecclesiastes 41.
Well, yes, you may, sir.
And 15. It's a great point. You make it a great point. Because, what you asked was, which one is more suitable? Somebody that has a negative outlook that won't say nothing versus somebody that speaks out loud but still has the same negative outlook. Read Ecclesiastes chapter 41, verse 15.
Ecclesiastes chapter 41 and verse 15. A man that hideth his foolishness.
Read verse 14.
Ecclesiastes chapter 41 and verse 14. My children, keep discipline in peace.
So can we all receive discipline and be at what?
Peace.
At peace. You know what discipline does? Discipline makes people respond a certain way. Because discipline brings about that fire, that uncomfortableness. A lot of people respond to discipline in a variety of ways. Not everybody takes discipline the same way. Not everybody looks at discipline the same way. Some people can receive discipline, receive correction, and they can still be at what?
Peace.
But that doesn't mean the next man can. Some people take discipline and they see blood in their eyes. They see revenge and they say, "Wait till I get my hands on you," or wait till I get my opportunity. I'm gonna show you how you make me feel. I'm gonna get back on you like you got on me. I'm gonna show you that you got flaws too. I'm gonna show you that you make mistakes too. I'm gonna show you that you're not all there either. I'm gonna open my mouth and explain why you're equally as unjust as me. Everybody don't keep discipline the same way. Read on.
For wisdom that is hid.
It says, for wisdom that is hid. Read.
And a treasure that is not seen.
It said, what good is wisdom if it's what?
Not seen.
If it's not seen. So that means, you know what that means? Read on.
What profit is in them both?
So I know that there's a wise way to do something. But because I don't like the way it's coming across, I'm just not going to say something. I'm just going to stay quiet. Even though I know what's best. But I'm not going to say nothing. Read on.
A man that hideth his foolishness.
It says a man that hideth his foolishness. Read.
Is better than a man that hideth his wisdom.
It says, but which one is better to have? Wisdom is better to be put on display than foolishness. But what will our people do? We'll look at the person that is hiding his wisdom as being better than one that's hiding his foolishness. We'll give more credence to we'll say, well, because that person is obvious. It's obvious to see that person's flaws. So it's easy to call that person out. But it's actually it's the other way around in the eyes of the Most High. If you know better, then why are you so quiet? If you know better, why are you not speaking up? Because we look at the loud one as being the one, that person's loud. But I could know better but still have the same disgust but not say nothing. But I'll let that person look like the oddball.
The pariah.
The pariah. This one's the obvious contentious one.
Yes.
But the Most High don't look at that one that's the obvious contentious one as being the worst. Read.
Therefore, be shamefaced according to my word.
He said, be shamefaced according to my word. Read.
For it is not good to retain all shamefacedness, neither is it altogether approved in everything.
Now this goes into, this whole chapter goes into particular conduct about what you should endure and what you should not endure. Things that you should be ashamed in versus things that you shouldn't be ashamed of. And we're not going to read this whole thing. But some people will look at the loud person as the obvious oddball and troublemaker. When the person that has wisdom but won't say anything because I'm quiet, but I'm hiding my wisdom. I'm just not going to say nothing, but I know I could do better. I know I could behave better, but I'm not. I'm just going to keep quiet. That person in the eyes of the Most High is just as wicked. That's all the point I wanted to bring out.
Since you had a question, I'm sorry, but we were kind of rolling.
Yes, my question was how much of what you were talking about, the action that results in those 6 levels, has to do with the leadership that's over us, whether that's a parent to a child, a husband to a wife, brothers to brothers. How much of that has to do with what they taught us in their actions and their words, or even if it's our parents, generational curses, like.
That's a great question, because I was talking about that this morning, and there is a reason that we urge sisters to come to class, and we urge sisters to embrace this Bible, because let's just use our parents for example. We tell brothers all the time, we all have to get to a point that our parents did the best that they can. Right? I don't know if you guys individually have been specifically told that, but we tell brothers this all the time. There comes a time when we get taught. There's enough scriptures we read. We are taught how to look at things spiritually. And we're taught to look at things spiritually long enough to be able to process, my father had these benefits and he's good, and he had this bad. My mother had this good and this bad. Can I extract the good that my parents brought to the table and accept and understand that they too were under the curses, and that they too were sick, and that our parents were also victims of trauma? So most of the time, our parents are just digesting trauma to trauma. Their sickness that they've gone through is just given to us, and we have to absorb their sickness. Whether I have counseled brothers and families and people whose mothers had a very hard time in life. So that mother's hardness gets transferred to the daughter to be made hard. I've also sat back here and experienced different counsels where the father was treated roughly or harshly by his father. So what that father does in response to that is goes opposite of the training that his father went through, and makes it and tries to raise his children lighter and easier than how hard his father went through. Now the problem with that is, does that really work for the kid when the kid needs discipline?
No.
Say for instance, the grandfather was a hard ass. The son hated how he was raised. So he tries to not be a hard ass and be the kind, and it's the kind brotherly father. So does being a brotherly father work to a kid who needs discipline and a more stricter parent? But what's happening? He's just taking what he experienced, and in his ignorance, tries to be better and give his son what he thinks he needs. Just like a woman who experienced hardness in her life, she thinks in order for a young woman to survive, she has to be made hard. If I was abused by men, abused in life, then I'm going to teach this daughter how to be hard and cold and unforgiving and independent. Because that's how I show love, because I think that will protect her from what the world is. Is she wrong? Yes and no. So, understanding that, then looking at our parents and how they raised us with the spiritual limited knowledge that they have. They made us weak in certain arenas, strong in others, and spiritually deficient in others. Right? So, that means we are all victims of whatever sicknesses they've gotten. And we can all admit to that, right?
We're test subjects.
We're test subjects, but then there's a consequence to how we were raised. And the Most High has enough mercy on us to bring us in an arena where we can get worked on. Now that we have the scriptures and the knowledge, what is the purpose of being taught the scriptures and the knowledge and the wisdom? What is the number one thing that we have to extract once we have the knowledge and the wisdom of the Most High?
To correct those flaws.
Nope. You have to even, the number one thing is to recognize what flaws are inside of you. That's the first. The first step is what's in me, right? Once you find out what's in you, then you find out where that came from, right? Then I find out where that came from. Then I have two choices. Am I going to blame my parents for what they made me, what they helped to make me? Am I going to blame them for giving me familial demons that was on them? Am I going to blame them for giving me sickness when they too were sick? Or can I understand that this is what Deuteronomy 28 looks like? And if I can understand that whatever bad habits they gave me is an aspect of Deuteronomy 28, then should I blame it on them? I shouldn't blame it. I shouldn't blame anything that's in me on my parents. Because in doing that, that absolves me from what I have to fight. Because if we're going to be honest, we are more equipped with solving our problems than our parents were. Because we have the mercy and the knowledge and the understanding of a battle they never understood. You ever talk to your parents about their sickness and it's like they're in complete denial? And it's going completely over their head. I did everything I could for you, boy. I done fed you, I done bathed you, I done cooked for you. I done done everything for you. I'm like, okay, Dad, Mom, thanks. I'm not having this conversation anymore. It's a waste of flipping time. Right? Because they swear they were the best parents they can be. And you sit right here like, no, you didn't. No, you weren't. I reject that deposit, man. That is an untrue statement. But then you think about it, they did do the best they could with the limited understanding that they had. So can you really blame them? They did what they could. And if they did what they could, and we are all under the curses, then why would I blame them for who I am? And then, with that being the case, then if I can understand that my parents were under the curses, then the next one we have to accept is that our husbands are under the curses. We're really under the curses until the Holy Spirit enters us. Until we are awarded the Holy Spirit. Because until we are awarded the Holy Spirit, which nobody in this building has been awarded, we're going to keep vomiting our sicknesses on our wives and our husbands. We are still, to this day, think about Deuteronomy 28, verse 15 and verse 68. You going to tell me we still don't glitch as wives and we still don't glitch as husbands? and operate with foulness across the board? You gonna tell me we are out of the curses now? We're not out of the curses because we know the law.
We have the knowledge.
Because listen, how about everybody from Deuteronomy 28 on knew the law and they were still under the curses? How about that one? Am I right or wrong?
And they knew their identity too.
Huh? And they knew their name. They could sit back and state their registry for real.
Pedigree.
All we say is, I'm from this tribe that I might not be from. I am from this Gad tribe that I may or may not be from. Because when I first came in, I thought I was Gad. Then I realized, well, damn, if I'm Gad, I thought people in New York, Indians from New York, were actually Reuben. Maybe I'm not Gad then. Maybe half the tribe sets we claim really ain't what they are. How about that one? So what am I trying to say? We're sitting back here. Even our husbands are under the curses. The wives are under the curses. So if we can conceptualize that our mothers and fathers are under the curses, and we can accept that the residue and the consequences of my father's and mother's mistakes under the curse isn't a justification to blame them. Because now I am responsible for my outlook and my relationship with the Most High. Right or wrong? So if I'm responsible for my outlook and I can't blame my father and mother, then I'm also responsible for my conduct when my husband makes decisions that are based upon the curses. None of us are justified to have a poor outlook, ever. Because that is each and every individual's brother or woman, their trial of their faith. Because if I'm going to say that what my father, mother, or husband does justifies my outlook, then I'm justified to quit the truth because I've seen men over me quit the truth. I'm justified to not live right in this work because of all the times that men above me have let me down. I don't have the right to sin because I saw my elders sin. I don't have the right to misappropriate things because I saw my elders do it. I don't have the right to take advantage of people because I saw men over me take advantage of people. And if I am under that scrutiny, and I have to accept that I can't do and make mistakes because I saw people over me do and make mistakes, then why would a woman have that same opportunity to justify that? Because I understand completely when we see flaw, whether it's in fathers, mothers, or husbands. I get it. But when you see flaw in your husband or your significant other, the question still remains this: do you believe in these scriptures or not? Do you believe? And your belief is predicated on your ability to process things you have suffered through with people, brothers, fathers, mothers, and husbands. You're still on the hook to operate and carry yourself the way Christ wants you to carry yourself. Nobody can scapegoat their conduct and negative behavior because their husband made a mistake, or their sister made a mistake, or the circumstance was unfavorable in my life. Because I'm going to tell you this: if you think that way, are your kids justified for poor behavior because they saw a flaw in you? It's the same scenario. If they see a flaw in you, do they have the right to, if a child sees that you wrong them, do they have the right to go get on drugs now? And not believe in the Most High? Do you know how many children I've seen not want to serve the Most High because they saw flaws in their parents? Does that justify that? No. So if the child isn't justified for poor behavior when they see confusion with their fathers and mothers, why do we get an out when we see flaws in people above us. We just talked about with Jonathan, and Shamshuan mentioned it, that the people under Jonathan are guinea pigs to his leadership. How about being a husband, he is figuring out how to be a leader? Just right now with Jonathan, did he know what it took to be a leader? You're going to read something that Jonathan did that Judas would have never done. In the first battle Jonathan does, you're going to say, what the hell kind of guy is this? What the hell kind of leader is this? We won't get there today. But you're going to read and say, damn, this dude don't roll nothing like Judas. Because Judas would have never pulled this card. The question is this. Jonathan does something in battle that Judas never does. What did Judas say he would never do to the enemy?
Turn his back.
Turn his back. He said, I'd rather die than turn my back. Within 3 to 4 verses, guess what Jonathan does? He turns his back. He swims. He got black folks swimming out. The whole army had to swim. Swim the Jordan out. That's like swimming the Mississippi River out. We're going to swim versus fight these guys for a long stretch of time. Now the question is this. What about all those people that are pro how Judas does things? Can they say the move Jonathan made traumatized me, and I can't trust Jonathan no more in battle because he ran and swam, and Judas would have never did that. Would have never did that.
Yep.
Judas is a real man. I don't know about Jonathan's leadership. I don't know if he got what it takes. Does that man have the right to do that? I saw a flaw in Jonathan. He ran. I can't follow him anymore. How about whoever's under Jonathan got to lock in how Jonathan does things? And if they don't, they're negative. And Christ ain't with them. Whether you perceive what Jonathan does was bad and what Judas did was not, that doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how Jonathan's move made you feel. That matters not. Because the servant is judged on how well they what?
Obedience.
Not what the hell your 2 cents is on your husband's management style. Who gives a damn about your opinion of your husband's management style? You know how many times women are like, I wish my husband told me more the truth about himself. He's too passive aggressive. Well, you need to learn how to serve him under his management style. And your ability to make the kingdom is predicated on how to adjust to his management style.
Your adaptability.
Not, oh yeah, I need a real nigga that's going to tell me how it is. Well, that's not what you got. And the Most High put him there with you because you're going to have to adjust to how he does things. And if not, you're a bad wife. Because the Most High didn't bring you around a man that's going to choke you out when you're tripping. He gave you a man that's opposite of that. So your chance to make it to the kingdom is based on your childbearing, like 2 Timothy 2 talks about, and obviously your ability to adapt to the man God brought to you. So if you're going to have to adapt to the husband the Most High gave to you, then you can't be in a position being consumed with what his methodology and how his method made you feel. And how his method affected you.
Or is uncomfortable.
Because your job is to adapt to his method and learn the lesson the Most High has for you in adapting to that method. Because this is what angers any husband. When a sister wants to compare how another man runs his house to how he runs his house. Because why does a woman do that? Because she prefers that other man's management style. And if you prefer that management style, go with that guy and deal with the whole damn kid and caboodle. Because you know what? That's not how that husband deals. And there is a reason the Most High brought you with that person. And not you with the person's management style that you prefer. Because if you was around a man who had a management style you preferred, would you learn anything? Would you be challenged to grow in any way if everything fits your comfort level? Hell no, it wouldn't be. You have to submit to a man that almost is apples and oranges to you in things.
Or you can see flaw.
Or you can see flaw, and their ways and methodology is completely, you know what, backwards. Because that's when you have to learn how to serve. I understand it completely, even in how I was raised. If I was raised directly under Kawakab, life would have been easy. Me and him think too much the damn same. Yeah, I'd be finishing his sentences. Kyle, I got you. I know exactly what he's talking about. Let's go to war. I love it. The Most High had me sit back here and be with the person that thought completely opposite of me, that didn't make sense to me. That doesn't mean it was wrong. He just didn't make sense to me. And when a person doesn't make sense to me, that's when you got to do what? Follow.
Yield.
Yeah.
You got to follow when these methods don't make sense. You got to follow when the methods don't make sense and they fail. Because how do you learn humility? If you don't learn how to take the good and the bad, the victories and the failures, then you're not a good servant. Because if you only are on point when things work out for you, are you really a good servant? Or are you a good servant if you can learn how to be okay with the victories and the losses? Because if you can't handle the losses, you're not a good servant either. Because even when you're experiencing losses, what was the lesson you were supposed to learn? How does a person adapt or abound in long suffering if you don't know how to suffer long with a positive perspective? Then you're really failing in the trials by fire the Most High is putting you through. Because all these are trials by fire. It's easy to serve somebody that makes sense, and every move benefits you. There's no lesson there. Where's the growth? The growth isn't having to serve a scenario that doesn't fit your narrative. That doesn't make sense to you. Now you're beginning to serve.
It's illogical.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you know what? Then you know what? Then the Most High wants you to sit back here and be obtuse then. Why should be this way? If it don't make sense, then be this guy forever, right? Be the obtuse guy. And learn how to be obtuse. And learn it from that perspective. It only makes sense if it's acute. if you make statements of wisdom that's acute, I listen to that. But if it's an obtuse statement, I don't get it. Then you better learn how to walk around like this. Thinking like this. Accept the different methodology. I only like a 90-degree angle person. Yeah. Then most they're gonna bring you somebody that don't make no sense. You ain't gonna find a person that gives you counsel like this.
You know,
the 3 o'clock answer, guy. 3 o'clock. You're not getting that.
You know what's crazy?
Do y'all understand what I'm saying? Okay, I'm sorry.
I'm just saying people
understand
when they go to school.
Oh, you got that backwards. I'm all about that obtuse angles, dog. I get that. And then you know what? You ever notice? The most I be having these odd couple scenarios. The rigid detail person got to be with the obtuse person.
Yep.
And it's like hell on earth for him.
The abstract person.
The artist. The artist has to marry the accountant.
Yeah.
And then it's just chaos. I can't stand all the obtuseness. I just wish I had an accountant and it'd make more sense to me. Well, the most I didn't bring you a goddamn accountant. He brought you the whirly bird that just flies by the seat of his pants, and you got to follow that cat and serve that cat.
Don't make sense.
And then it goes on the opposite. Why is everything got to be so rigid and orderly? I want to be free. How come I can't be free? The Most High is not going to bring you a free bird. When you're a free bird, you need to be locked down and disciplined. How come you don't want to talk? How come I just can't talk? Run my mouth. Why are you such a quiet ass person? Because you gotta learn how to be damn quiet.
Or
how about you tone down all that talking and lock into a person who's quiet?
Or what we've seen is I defected on my husband because he wasn't fun.
Yeah. Maybe you're too much about fun. Maybe all that fun got you in trouble in the streets.
Yeah.
How about that one? How about there is a lesson in the boring guy? There's something that you have to submit to that the boring guy got. It's always these opposite scenarios that the Most High brings together for a reason. We'll take them. I don't know if I can do this. And that's the Most High. I don't know if I can do this either. You're right. I don't think it's going to work. I don't think this kingdom thing is going to work out either. No one wants to look at it that way. I don't know about this relationship. I don't know if this is going to work. God, I don't know if this kingdom thing, and I think fire might be for you. Might be in your future, ma'am. The apocalypse might be in your future. How about that? Because I don't think this kingdom thing's for you either. Nobody wants to look at it that way. Because there is a level of adjustment and humility that everybody has to accept. Sisters don't see it, but brothers are the same way. Most like always has opposites layered on top of them. Always. And the men over them are completely opposite than the men under them. And that man under them has to serve them and adjust to them. And the man over them has to figure out this Chinese riddle that don't make sense to him. And it's a constant clash until both parties come out themselves. And as the ranking man is figuring it out, the younger man has to suffer through his ignorances and his lack of understanding. And has to be in order until the ranking man figures it out, if he figures it out. We got to figure that. We got to live like that. How come y'all can't live like that? Because that's not what a relationship is about. Relationship is about caring and loving and being together and eating lunch together and holding hands. This isn't a relationship.
Yeah.
This breaks the fantasy out of my head. Exactly. And can you sit back here and detach that and understand this is about the connecting of spirits and learning how to come out of yourself so that you can grow spiritually.
Versus saying, if I would have known marriage was gonna be like this, I would have never been married.
Yeah. Well, then
Or if I would have known being an Israelite meant this, I'd never been an Israelite. I would have stayed somewhere else.
And you know what? The Most High could have said the same thing about you. If I knew you was going to deal like this, I would have never. Maybe I should never brought you into the truth. Maybe I could have kept you in the streets and just be destroyed by the world. Y'all can say the same thing, huh? We want to act like we're the commodities. We're some goddamn commodities. We're not commodities. Do you realize we're very easily replaceable? Do you realize how quickly the Most High can just bring somebody who's bright-eyed and bushy-tailed and who wants to try? You know how quickly he can do that?
God.
We are replaceable. The second I tell myself, man, I am irreplaceable, is the day I'm about to be done here. I'm not that damn special. The funny thing is, the template's set. What am I here for? What am I needed for? The Sabbath is done. The approach is set up. The standard has been set. What am I needed for? I better look at things that way. I better be happy and appreciative that I have an opportunity to keep doing this. I can't act like, without me, this is gonna fall apart, because that's not true.
I'm the linchpin.
Everything will be fine. If I wasn't here, all of a sudden, he'd have all the answers. And if he wasn't here, he'd have the answers. Because that's how it is. And if we can understand that, how come women can't understand that? You think somebody else can't do your job? Can't cook like you cook? Can't work like you work? They can't do it? You're that on point, you're that badass? We don't even act like we are. But y'all are irreplaceable? All right, you go ahead and think that. We're all replaceable. Every single one of us are replaceable. And we put ourselves on the chopping block because we don't learn how to see the good and the lesson and all of the people the Most High brings to us in our life. Most High handpicks our husband. He handpicks Didn't the Most High say, when the Most High put together, let no man put asunder?
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because the Most High put y'all two together. And there's lessons in that union that have to be processed. The Most High has you in this city with and you're under this brother, learning from this brother's example, because there's a lesson there. Are you going to learn the lesson, or is your works going to burn up because you can't see the good and the lesson in the experience? This is why men get bitter. This is why I personally don't have any bitterness towards any person I've been under, any circumstance, whether I've lost, gained, wasted time. Because you know what? I can't be here and teach properly if I'm holding grudges about something that didn't go my way 5, 10, 15, 20, 25 years ago. We are all under the obligation to learn the lesson the Most High was trying to teach us in every interaction possible. And if I learn the lesson, if I really learn the lesson, there'd be no annoyance in me. There'd be no frustration. There'd be no anger. There'd be no vexation about what I've went through.
Right. But you said there's no, you wouldn't harbor no grudges. Mm-hmm. But those grudges that you endured were breaking points for other people.
Okay.
Those grudges you endured were points that caused other people to say, I'm done with the truth.
God.
I'm done with the camp life. I'll be a no camper. I'll serve the Most High at my house. Yeah. But when they come back and see the camp still thriving and still see you undergoing you've undergone the same thing they went through, but still didn't quit.
They hate that.
And they hate the fact, because it's evidence that I didn't have to leave. It's evidence that I chose to quit. It's evidence that maybe this does work, but just because I classified it as a failure doesn't mean it's an actual failure.
I know.
Or because I said it was too much for me to handle doesn't mean this truth is true. I'd rather it fall when I leave so I can say, see, I knew it didn't work. I knew it wasn't going to work because my judgment was right. Yep. It was the wrong environment. But when the environment is thriving, can you say it was the wrong environment? Maybe
you have to consider the fact that you just didn't have what it took.
Right. When you see some people that get the same class you got, they get the same example you got, they get the same schedule you have, but yet they grow from it, then the question you got to ask yourself is, how come I didn't grow from it? I had the same class, the same schedule, the same workload, the same everything. How come I didn't grow how come I didn't grow like I watched this person grow? Because the Most High talks about how he makes two polarities so that one cannot be over the other, but so that both can be seen, that both could see each other. The Most High talks about in Ecclesiastes about it being necessary for there to be a polarity so you can see how the Most High is giving people the same opportunity so that one could see, man, I took advantage of it, and one say I wasted it. So otherwise you wouldn't know. A verse on this point also is Ecclesiastes chapter 3 in the Apocrypha. Hebrews chapter 3 verse 5. Not Hebrews. Ecclesiastes chapter 3 verse 5 in the Apocrypha. And this is what the Most High, this is how the Most High got it set up.
Got it. Ecclesiastes chapter 3 and verse 5.
Read that.
Whoso honoreth his father.
It said, whoso does what?
Honoreth his father.
Can I see the good in my father? Was I able to pick my father? No. So then, although my father was full of mistakes, might have been full of liquor and mistakes.
Corn liquor.
He might have been full of a whole bunch of stuff. But it's still my job to do what?
Honor.
He said, whoso does what?
Whoso honoreth his father.
What does the Most High do?
Shall have joy of his own children.
What does the Most High do?
Shall have joy of his own children.
Why would the Most High give a person joy of his own children that honored his father? What was the reward? Say it again. The reward that he received, because I respected and I could see the good in my father, amidst all the mistakes, amidst all his flaws.
That makes you a good son.
Amidst all of his issues. Say it again. Because it shows me. It shows who I am. Mm-hmm. My ability to respect him regardless shows you what kind of person I am. And for that purpose, the Most High does what? He said, read.
It says, his father shall have joy of his own children.
Go ahead.
And when he maketh his prayer,
And when I decide to make my prayers, what does the Most High do?
he shall be heard.
The Most High does what for me?
He shall be heard.
So why would the Most High hear my prayers over anybody else's prayers? Because I can look at the good regardless of the bad in people.
Yep.
So that's why the Most High would allow my prayers to be heard. Because no matter how bad of an example he might have been, I can still see the good of why I got to stay in order. Why I still got to be obedient. Why I still got to respect him. But a lot of us can't do that. A lot of us can't see the good in people. And the Most High is the one that put them in front of us.
Because of what we've suffered. But the scripture just said in 1 Corinthians 3, he gives us all trials by fire to see what caliber work we bring to the table. We have a messed up outlook because we experience fire. But the Most High says, I literally put you around a person who was going to sit back and put you through a fiery trial because I want to see how you're going to react to the fiery trial. So the whole concept of marriage, the Most High is going to bring a man in your life that's going to bring different forms of adversity in your life so that he can see where you're at.
Nope.
And when you have a negative outlook, then you fail that lesson. And you fail in lessons from year to year to year to year because people are saying, see, I experienced fire under your watch. This is why I can't trust you. This is why I can't see the good in you. But in actuality, most times, like, I let this happen to be revealed that you're not a good wife at all. Because you're not handling it the right way. The fire reveals the caliber servant that the Most High has. Just like fire reveals what caliber man Judas was. Fire is about to reveal what caliber man Jonathan is. So now when the Most High makes us go through a marriage, the fire of marriage and the adversities that come from husband and wife have to happen to reveal the caliber woman the Most High has given you. How about that? But the literal fire is why we blame the husband and judge him and hate him. Not realizing the fire that is presented to you that you use to hate him is why he hates you. Is why he distances himself from you. Because you're going to be judged the same way you judge others. Right or wrong. Mm-hmm. So if you can find flaw in your mate, just know, just like Shamshawan said, because that man can find the good in his father, he'd listen to his prayers. The person that can't see the good in her husband, now the Most High is going to be extra detailed on what you don't do. You're going to be judged based on how you judge people. So if you want to be critical, just know he's going to be that much more critical on you. If you can see the good in your father and your mother and your husband, then the Most High will be able to see the good in you. He's just going to give you a reflection of your hatred towards the person that you feel has let you down.
And the Most High will put a spirit in your children to see the good in you too.
And or put a spirit in your children to look at you and see the worst in you.
Yep.
He's going to give you a reflection of how you process things with people that look at you the same way.
The Most High, he matches your outlook to what you give is what you receive.
But what he's saying is, you don't have a justification to look at anybody poorly. Because if you look at anybody poorly based off what you've gone through, you're just going through what everybody has to go through. Everybody has to go through their trial of fire. Everybody got to go through that. So if everybody got to go through it, he's judging all his servants based on how they process and could look at their trial by fire. Does that make sense?
So, if I can process and understand what you're saying, is we all have to be personally accountable for our actions, not the actions that somebody else has done. Because that's what Most High judges us on.
Yes. We're judged on how can I see the benefit of what I'm losing? Can I get the lesson in what I'm going through? and how I'm being aggravated, how I'm going through difficulties, in whatever it is I'm suffering, you can look at life one of two ways. I'm suffering and being inconvenienced, or I'm gaining a virtue. Didn't we read from the time of Moses on? During that period of time, especially in the Josephus, Moses kept talking about the importance of virtues. Now, as you go and read on in the Bible, that virtue word isn't used, and it's learning the Spirit. You start reading about the Spirit, the Spirit, the Spirit. Whereas before, it was virtues. Then the word turned into the pursuit of wisdom. It was virtues, then the pursuit of wisdom, then it's gaining access to the Spirit. But all those three key words, virtues, wisdom, Spirit, it's the process of going through these trials, the trials of fire, and being able to get the lesson in the battle. What's the Most High teaching me in the fire that the Most High is putting all of us in? Actually, the next verse will be the last verse we go into, but this has got to be focused on this class today. It's 2 Corinthians chapter 6, because this ties in exactly with what you're talking about. It's all about personal accountability, because what we can't control is how people think, how people do, how people affect us. We can't control how people affect us or what people do to us. We can control how we look at them. And that is the work and the labor that you're reading about all throughout the New Testament. The labor is, listen, what good is knowing the law if I don't know how to see the good in everything the Most High has given us? This is why all throughout the New Testament, he still talks about that time in the wilderness. Yeah. And how that was so impactful, because it set the tone for the rest of our existence as a nation. Because we couldn't process the good in detrimental situations that were very inconvenient to us. And because we couldn't process it then, we never have been able to process the lesson through the trials by fire. We never have. And all we've done, we've experienced fire, we've run around pursuing comfort and leisure and escape from the battles the Most High always had intended for us to experience. Read 2 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 4.
2 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 4. But in all things...
I'm sorry. I'm in 1 Corinthians like an idiot. 6, verse 4.
2 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 4. But in all things, approving ourselves as the ministers of the Most High.
In all things that we do, we have to prove that we're actually justified to be given the position and the opportunity the Most High gave us. We have to prove that we're ministers or servants of the Heavenly Father. Just being people say, I'm blessed and highly favored. How the hell you prove that? You're only blessed and highly favored if you prove it every day. People walk around, I am blessed and highly favored. You can't talk to me. God's with me. Is he? He's telling you, you're blessed and highly favored if you do these things. Read on.
In much patience.
I have to constantly operate with patience. That means if you're really approved to be a servant of the Most High, you have to learn to be expert in waiting. How many of us are expert at waiting? How many of us, when we want something, when you want an answer from your husband, are you a good waiter? Can you wait when you're trying to understand? Listen. How many times have you offended a husband? Said the wrong thing, done the wrong thing, and he takes time before he's able to process what he's going through. And when he's processing what he's going through, and it takes time, do you get mad? Because he hasn't given you the answer yet? He hasn't come back and look, we need to deal with this now. Well, maybe he's not ready for it. Maybe he's not ready to deal with it now. And can you wait until he's able to process what you've done? And if that gets you angry and frustrated, then guess what? You're not approving yourself to be a servant of the Most High. So he's looking at how well you wait determines, are you a good servant? But that is forever. Because you might have succeeded in waiting 5 years ago. But is your patience the same now? Our patience is supposed to continue to abound. But is it? Or as you're getting older, you're getting more
Tolerable.
less tolerable. Because normally when you get older, you start having less patience.
I mean, I'm pining. That's
But that's because you haven't, there's something in your spirit that you never figured out. You never were humble enough to learn, and now your patience is wearing thin. That means, as your patience is wearing thin, you are not approved as being a servant of the Heavenly Father. Read on.
It says, in much patience, in affliction.
Stop. He's telling you, you are not a servant of the Most High unless you learn how to handle being afflicted. Listen, a person doesn't handle affliction properly if you still, as a wife, serve your husband, but you're angry and bitter inside up with him. That's not handling affliction the right way. What that is you're just sitting back here and going through the motions. How many of us do what we're told, but we're angry inside that we're doing what we're told?
I just learned how to keep my distance.
And keep a mouth shut. Do you really think the Spirit honors that thinking?
That was the
Do you
lesson.
really think that you are proving yourself as a servant of the Most High and you're handling affliction the right way? Because I internalize and go through the motions? Do you really think that's service? It's not. It's no different than if I'm going through affliction as a man and I get up every day to go teach and I get up every day to deal with counsel, but I'm angry inside about when is the Most High going to come through for me? This is BS. I keep losing. I keep suffering. What the hell is going on? If I'm thinking that, then am I actually learning how to deal with affliction? Am I abounding in affliction? Because to abound in affliction simply means whatever I'm going through, I can see the good in it. Do you learn how to see the good while you're being afflicted? What is the lesson in every negative experience you've gone through? When you've been afflicted in sisterhoods and brotherhoods and councils and husbands, when these things happen, can I see the virtue there? Because that's the only way to find happiness and peace of mind in affliction.
No, we read the scripture, be not weary in well doing.
And then you'll sit back here and say, well, I am going to sit back here and rise above the weakness of this sister and be a better sister. And I'm just going to be a better brother because I know these brothers are wicked and negative, and I'm just going to be better than that. Is that how you're supposed to look at affliction? I am going to just forgive his negative and just rise above it. But I know he's just a negative person. Is that how we're supposed to take affliction? Or are we supposed to say, listen,
If I take that mentality, then I'm detached from that person.
Yeah.
and then I'm gonna look down on the person and say, yeah, I'm just gonna pull this scripture to myself and say, hey, I'm staying on point despite this person's sickness, despite how this person is treating me. That's not learning the virtue through the affliction. Yes, sis.
So the scripture talks about, that's how that's a cheerful giver. The cheerful part is the perspective that you have.
Yes.
when you serve,
Yes.
Right, it's synonymous with just being able to see things positively.
And see the good in the person you're giving to. Whether it's a student, a young brother, a husband, another sister. If I can't see the good in you, then why are you giving to them? Then why are you serving them? I'm not saying you. I'm just saying in general. Why are you serving a person that you really can't stand their guts? Or you think they're a disappointment? Sometimes it's just, he's a disappointment, but I'm a servant. He's my husband. He's just my disappointment. That's how it is. That's how the shit is. That's what's going on in the streets. This is my disappointment. I love him though. You think the Most High looks at that and says, yeah, this person is spot on with their outlook. You'll be surprised when people think that way. And you'll also be surprised how disconnected they are from the Spirit. Because if you're going to love them, you're going to love them. And you're going to sit back and value what they bring to the table.
There's a concept people always in their mind have this. I could have had a better scenario.
Yeah.
I could have had a better. It's that just a little. It could have been a little bit better.
Yeah.
It could have been a little bit more this. It could have been a little bit more.
And how about if you would have got a little bit more, then he would have said afterwards, I wish I got a little bit more.
Right.
And then after you get that, man, you know what? If only I would have had this, then that would have been the extra special cherry on top.
Yeah, and then
That's the mind of mankind.
And they're not-
But how about men can say the same thing? If she was a little bit younger, if she had a few less whatevers, a few less problems, if she complained less, don't you think it goes both ways?
a little bit more.
Nobody want to think about that one.
But the little bit more conversation is what makes people unhappy in general. In general,
That's the
I don't
point.
care if you can't. I don't care if
Everybody
you're-
can pull that
You're a
card.
bus driver.
He's a good man, but
Yeah.
she's a good person, but you tell me that can't happen? Then everybody gets frowned up.
You're judging.
You're judging. You don't love me. Well, what do you think you're doing too? How are you thinking? So just because you think it, just because you don't say it but you think it, you're virtuous? I don't know about that one.
But we can't control every single thought.
You can control the thoughts you entertain.
Exactly.
Listen, it's if a negative thought hits you, cool. Do you think about it? Do you build on it? Are you hanging? Are you going to the park with that thought? You going to HEB with that part?
You feed it.
Where are you going with that thought? Does it stop at the thought? Listen, it don't stop with that one thought. There's some mental elaboration that's going on. You had a statement, sis?
Yeah, I just had a follow-up question. So then, how do you, in order for you to, like, if you don't have the natural inclination to be able to see the good in things all the time, to be able to be that cheerful servant, are you supposed to like constantly compare what could be worse to get to?
I'm gonna say this. That's part of it.
Gratitude.
But this is the thing. I'm gonna use what a brother used to fight his thoughts. For a person who has negative thoughts, you are going to have to flood your mind with positive. I know a brother who wrote 1,000 scriptures on attacking his negative outlook. Who's prepared to do that? How serious are you about changing? Because for every negative thought, you need 15 to 20 thoughts to break that. Who's prepared to put the work in to study and meditate on all the good the Most High has bestowed in your life? Because you can sit back here and let's just think about the big bad wolf husband you got. Before we focus on the husband, can you meditate on how the Most High has daily loaded you with blessings? Because the husband is the end symptom of your disdain of the life God chose for you. You think it's really the husband that's the problem? Or that you hate the life you live? And that you're unhappy with the life the Most High put you in? So before you can start sitting back here and saying, let me write 1,000 verses on how awesome my husband is. Some of y'all might have like 10. Maybe 15 when you're feeling good. The first thing you got to break is your negative, pessimistic outlook towards what the Most High has given you in your life. How many of you can sit back here and write countless verses or thoughts and statements about how good the Most High has been in your life? And how He's never let you down. And how everything He's put you through was good. If you can't figure that out, how can you get into looking at your husband in a good light?
And
I'm gonna say this here.
that's on your point. On your point. On your point. I got to bring this up because you hit it on the head. Ecclesiastes 13:26. Because you did ask a question about that cheerful giver. That cheerful giver, yeah, that's a sign. All that a cheerful giver is a sign of something. It's a sign. Read that up, Dawam.
Ecclesiastes chapter 13, verse 26. A cheerful countenance.
It says a cheerful countenance, which a cheerful giver can give a cheerful countenance.
Mm-hmm.
But what is that a sign of? Read?
Is a token
It's the gift.
Mm-hmm.
It's the reward of what?
of a heart that is in prosperity.
That cheerful giver already looks at people in a good light. But they already think positive. It's a sign of a person that is already thinking and believing in the good of things.
But this is important. Read that verse again. I have to bring out this one. Read that again.
Ecclesiastes chapter 13 and verse 26.
Perfect verse.
A cheerful countenance is a token of a heart that is in prosperity.
The question is this. A cheerful countenance, a cheerful outlook is reflected or token of a mind that is in prosperity. The bazillion-dollar question is, what does prosperity look like? You know, listen, according to God, prosperity is the Most High giving you your what?
Daily
Your
bread.
daily bread. How many people are happy and have a cheerful countenance because the Most High gives us our daily bread? Nobody's raising their hand? I know. No, but listen. The answer is hell no, ain't nobody raising their hand. That's the point. The answer is hell no, ain't nobody raising their hand because the Most High gives them their daily bread. I got a class coming down the pipe that talks about Israel doesn't want peace. Israel, I'm just a poor black folk that just want peace in my life. That's all I want, Lord, is peace. No, it ain't. That's a lie. I just love God. I just want peace in my life for my family. But getting me a new car don't hurt either. So which one is it? Is it peace or having things? I've been saying this over weeks. You read Deuteronomy 28, verse 1 through 15 or 14, which is the what? Verse 15 to 68 is the curses. Have you ever read 1 through 14 and what the blessings are? Did they knock your socks off? Did the blessings knock your socks off? You gonna be honest? Did those blessings knock your socks off? Is it they're great?
Yeah.
I get to pay my bills on time.
Can't wait to get these.
I get to pay my bills on time and pay my tithes to the priest and the rest of the grapes of my garden gets to go to the poor folks. And then I sit back here and I just have enough to pay bills and I get to sit back here and raise my kids the right way and there's no killing and there's no wars. That's it? For most people, they would say that's boring. There's no life. I'm not living no life. I've read countless times during Ptolemy Soter and Philadelphia's reign. Not Soter, but Philadelphia's. Where it said the Jews were in prosperity. Remember when Philadelphia brought us out of slavery? Mm-hmm. Put us back in our positions. And they said that the nation was prosperous. But when you read a little further, they were still paying taxes. And they were still being a vassal to Greece. So if they were a vassal to Greece, they were paying their taxes. Were they really prosperous? Or were they able to sustain themselves? And then if they were prosperous, why was everybody fiending over that new tax farming hustle that the Tobias brought to the table? Why was that such a big thing? Why was everybody losing their mind off of the tax farming angle? Because it was a way to come up.
Individually.
But it was a way to come up. It lets you know what? That the Most High's version of prosperity was just having enough to make ends meet. So the Most High's perspective of prosperity is, do you have a home over you? You have a roof over your shoulders, over your head? Do you have food in your bellies? Are you able to sit back here and invest into your children?
That's why Paul said godliness with contentment is great gain.
But that's what prosperity is. Prosperity is the ability to raise your children the right way.
Yep.
Freedom from wars. Freedom from famines. The ability to pay your bills, work hard. What did Solomon say mankind should be looking forward to on the planet Earth? What did he say? What did Solomon say?
He said when he summed it all up,
Yeah.
fear God and keep his commandments.
Oh, what else? He said to enjoy the labors you work for under the sun.
Yeah.
That's what you should be happy in. What does that mean? Be happy that you're able to go to work, pay bills, and feed your family.
We call that the rat race.
God said, "Be happy." That's prosperity. People don't like that one. Are you okay with just God's form of prosperity versus your form of prosperity? Because this is why so many people do not have a cheerful countenance. Because the Most High is like, what? You have enough to pay your bills? You're not short. You ain't missed a meal.
Paul said having food and raiment. I mean,
haven't missed a meal.
I got clothes and I ate.
But how come everybody is so unsatisfied and unhappy?
Because prosperity in the world is abundance.
And that's the point. But that's not God's prosperity. And that's the issue. This is why people are unhappy. They don't know how to even spiritually look at good when it's right in front of them. And that's when we start tearing things down in our life. Because we just don't know how to value having the necessities, the bare necessities. And how come that's not good enough? Then you have to get this. How come just having a man isn't good enough?
And
then all of a sudden you don't value your man until you're about to lose him.
Well, that's what
Then
I'm
just
saying.
having him is okay.
You always could tell when a brother's about to leave the camp. Because he starts talking that I deserve speech.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I deserve a day
A
off.
bunch of tanks in the camp.
Yeah, tanks. Yeah. I deserve. Well, he said I deserve free time.
Facts.
I deserve a day off.
Facts.
I deserve to spend time with my real. I deserve. Will you start hearing that? I deserve.
He's almost out.
He's almost out.
1 foot in and 1 foot
Yeah,
out.
it's like maybe a month. You got about a month left.
And same thing with ribs.
Yeah.
There's some shakiness going on when I don't think this is fair. I deserve this. Whoa. We're going to call it a tank spirit from here on out.
Tank spirit, huh?
It's the truth.
Yeah. I deserve. What you're doing, you're telling yourself that I can't be happy unless I have this. We're putting a limitation on what happiness is. Happiness, in order for me to be qualified as happy, I must have this type of life. I must have this type of freedom. I must possess these type of things. Otherwise, I can't be happy. Yes, sir.
Because then you're focusing on what you don't have instead of being grateful.
But then it starts with God. And if I can't find happiness and cheerful countenance in what the Most High has given me, your husband don't got a chance. He don't have a chance. If I can't see and learn how to see the Most High and appreciate His daily, because Most High says He daily
loaded us with benefits.
If you haven't learned how to see how the Most High daily loads us with benefits, then your husband doesn't have a shot in hell to be loved and respected. So that's why I say if you can't write down 1,000+ verses on how the Most High has been good for you individually, then don't even waste your time on some focus on a husband
or wife or children
or for men or wife and children and family. Why even start thinking about meditating about valuing your husband or your wife if you can't even value the Heavenly Father who created you? You know why? People that can see the flaw in their husband are always complaining in life. They're always complaining about their job. They're always complaining about their kids. They're always complaining about their circumstances. They're always complaining about how their home, their living conditions, their car. They're always complaining in general. Just the husband is going to be the one that bears all the brunt of the hatred. Because he's the living embodiment of why I'm not happy. But it starts with not being appreciative in general. Not seeing the good in general. And it trickles down to the husband. It starts and ends with valuing the life God chose for you. And if you can't value that, then you won't value anything. So to answer your question, sis, this is about, first and foremost, dedicating yourself to studying and learning how to value all the good that's in your life and all the good the Most High has given you through your entire life. And can I sit back here from my youth to present day, highlight all the Most High's mercies and compassions to me, And if you can get a proper grasp of that, even through the trials of fire that you must go through, that the Most High ordains all of us to go through. We all have to go through afflictions and are judged by how we look at them. And if that's the case, can I go through all of my life and see how the Most High has been loving and merciful? Commit yourself to that. Hundreds of verses, maybe 1,000. And then once you learn how to think like that, it will be way easier to look at your husband in a good light. But it still requires that level of commitment. If pessimism is your demon, then you have to break pessimism.
You should fill the notebook up.
If violence is your demon, then you have to sit back here and break violence with the same way.
The same principle. Compound information that goes against your violent
tendencies, or your hateful tendencies, or your skeptical tendencies, or your pessimistic tendencies.
What the brother did,
that's what real work looks like.
What the brother did, the brother bought a notebook, and the brother wrote he wrote 1 through 20 on each page. And he went number for number for number. And he was going to keep going and going and going until the demon went away. And if it takes 500, if it takes 1,000, it takes 2,000. If you believe the Bible's true,
that's another thing.
If you believe the Bible's true, then
are you gonna put the work in?
Get to your number. Get to your number, and the demon's gone. Because you have too many angles to break the spirit. The problem is you're overwhelmed by a spirit, and you have 3 angles.
Remember we talked about people that are in this caloric
restrictions.
No, not restriction, but they're 15 years in the future. When calories out.
There's a doctor. You told the lady.
Explain that. Tell the whole story.
This lady went to the doctor, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm dealing with some weight issues. I got some problems, and I want to, I plan on eating after this gathering." He said, "You're about 10 to 20 years worth of calories over
in the future."
She ate 20 years ahead.
She was 20 years ahead of eating.
Yeah. If you need 2,000
so it's 2025 right now.
If you need 2,000 calories a day.
She's really in 2045.
Yeah.
on meals consumed.
That's how far she's ahead in her calorie surplus.
That's real.
He kept it real.
So, in explaining that this woman was 20 years in the future on how many calories she's consumed, what he's saying is you
can't afford to.
You can't afford eating more calories. You better bare minimal. You better just eat for fuel. You better just eat literally for human sustenance, or you're not going to be able to sustain yourself.
Yeah.
What is it? What is he saying still in the spirit? We're 20 years ahead of negative outlooks.
Yeah, we got 20 years of excess.
We're 20 years of excess hateful thoughts.
I'm obese in hate.
You're obese in hate.
That's what it is.
You're obese in anger. You're obese in pride. You're obese in a skeptical outlook. You can't afford no negative thoughts. Just like that young lady can't afford no more tacos.
Yeah, no ice cream.
You can't eat no more damn tacos. I don't give a shit is what holiday it is. You can't have pie. You've had 20 years worth of pie and you're ahead.
You're ahead.
No more pie for you. You should be eating pure fruits and vegetables, and that's it. And burn all that off. But what the Most High is saying, Israel is 20 years ahead in hateful outlook.
You can't afford it.
You can't afford no more negative outlook. Listen, you're in excess. You got to starve out all this negative hate you got and replace it with what? Pure outlook, good outlook.
Or you're over. Your life is over.
Or
your life is over.
And that's why in Corinthians it said, that's why it says bringing every thought into the captivity of Christ. That every thought now has to be under Christ's control.
That makes sense.
If not, then the thoughts or these spirits will get the best of me. Because all spirits are thoughts. They're negative thoughts. That's all demons are. It's just negative thoughts that manifest themselves into action. But if I don't bring every thought into the obedience of Christ, then those thoughts is what keeps me out of spirit. That's what keeps me out of order. But we have to learn how. In order to do that, that means I got to meditate on Christ more than I meditate on my own thoughts.
Mm-hmm. So, with that being the case, read that verse in Ecclesiastes again, 13 and 26.
Ecclesiastes chapter 13.
13:26.
25 and 26 both go together.
Okay. Read on.
Ecclesiastes chapter 13 and verse 25.
Yes, to 25.
The heart of a man changes his countenance.
Listen, your outlook changes how you look. Your outlook changes your physical body. Read on.
Whether it be for good or evil. And a merry heart maketh a cheerful countenance.
Listen, but a merry heart is a choice. That's what people don't get. People think a merry heart is based on what's done for them, what's done to them, what is given to them.
You didn't make me happy.
What is brought to them, that's what people think a merry heart is. A merry heart is a choice and a mindset that you choose to give yourself to. Do I choose to be appreciative for what the Lord has given me? Or nothing people do are good enough and is good enough? You know how frequent that issue is? Husbands have to keep hearing that whatever they've done isn't good enough. Whatever they brought to the table isn't good enough. And they expect the husband to value that partnership when all they hear is that they're not good enough. But if they told you that you're not good enough, you lose it. You completely lose it. This is not how you sit back here and make a marriage work. This is not how marriages are supposed to be. But I can sit back here and tell you every day that you're not good enough. In my attitude, in my depression.
Yeah, you might not say it. You might not say it outright.
But yeah, you might not say it, but when you're sad, you're unhappy.
It's called.
What are you? You're saying you're not good enough.
It's called indirect communication. They say 90% of communication is nonverbal. So 90% of the time you're saying you're not good
You
enough.
stink, and I wish I was somewhere else. But I love you, babe.
But you gotta tolerate me.
You're like, what? You love me? I don't want to be here. I don't want to be at the house, but I love you. What? I don't want to be here. I don't like anything about this place, but I love you. What? That doesn't make sense to me.
That's the truth.
I don't want to be there, but I love you. I complain all day long, but I love you.
And I don't even complain.
I'm going to say people do complain.
They do, but also I question everything you do.
That's a major.
But I love you. Really?
Why'd you do that? What made you make that decision?
But I love you.
It's cross-examination. You basically married. Like I went to court.
CSI Act.
Yeah, I went to court and I was like, okay, cool, man. And this person's real rude to me. I said, why I gotta do with this person? Just like do with that person. I'm like, who is this person? They have a certain.
But that was
title.
the prosecutor?
Yeah, the prosecutor.
If they're meant to sit back and go anti.
I'm like, why are they such a jerk to me? Like, what the hell is it?
I'm a good guy.
I'm like, I just went 10 miles of the speed limit. Why am I getting treated like this?
Yeah.
Well, did I do something to warrant?
That's good cop, bad cop.
Did I do something to warrant this kind of
We
treatment?
have a bunch of bad cops at the house, though. This is bad cop all them day long. But you know what? A person complains and they question things because they don't trust you. But how about you got to trust even though your trust has been let down? Maybe that was your trial by fire that you had to go through.
How about you might be low in the tank when it comes to trust?
But how about that's what you got to give the Most High? You don't want to say, well, all the hell I went through in these mean streets. I don't trust. Maybe that's why the Most High has you with that person. Because in order for you to get to the kingdom, you have to learn trust. Even when all your feelings and your senses tell you not to.
That's like a sacrifice to me.
But that's what we have to do. You think it's easy for a man to lock it to another man and follow? You think that's easy? A lot of men don't. But you think it's easy to submit to the direction of a brother? Well, you don't see it that way. If we got to do it, why don't y'all got to do it? Why is that fair? We don't get to sit back here and why are you doing it that way? Wait, what's the problem? What is this? What's that? You can't do that. You can't do that and maintain a pure outlook in the position the Most High's got you in. So this is why men get so angry. They're like, listen, I can't even say what you're saying to my elder. Why do you get to sit back and do this questioning and disrespect and distrust towards me? And I had a brother who literally made a dumb choice and we're thousands of dollars behind because of these bad choices.
Yep.
As usual. And I still got to lock in because the Most High is watching me. And I had to be in order and let the ranking man figure it out on his time. Just like wives have to fade back, support their husband, and let their husband figure it out as long as it takes. And you're being judged on how well you wait and how in order your mind is while you are waiting. That's what your trial in life is.
You know, and although you may have the bulk of the responsibility of the maintenance of the house, and a lot of times a woman could feel like, I'm the one doing everything anyway, but still have to be able to submit, realizing it's not your show. Although, yeah, you maintain the house the most, you may put the most emphasis on the cleaning of the house, the cooking of the house, the responsibility of the house, but it's still not your show.
How about the Most High said he won't give you anything you can't handle?
Yeah.
So if he won't give you anything you can't handle, is there an excuse to be angry about what you're going through? If he won't give you anything you can't handle, then why are you complaining about the things you said you can't handle?
Well, how about if the thing?
I just want to kind of stick it out there. The Most High said he won't give,
She had a handle.
Who did? Oh, 1 second. The Most High said he won't give you anything you can't handle. So when you get overwhelmed and pressured, the Most High is still telling you can handle it. Because he wouldn't put you through it if you couldn't. And if that's the case, and then my response is to be angry at my husband, then are you in the right spirit or not? You're not. Because it's no different than whatever I'm going through or he's going through or any brother's going through. If he won't give me anything I can't handle, he's also saying I don't have the right to complain about my condition because he's equipped me with enough to handle this. Yes.
That's exactly what I was saying. So it's also, if I don't have anything that I can't handle, neither does my husband.
Yeah.
Even if I don't agree or I don't understand, I don't see it, that doesn't mean he's not equipped. He doesn't have anything that he's not capable of handling, and it's my job to lock in and allow him to take it.
And I'm going to say this. That sounds good in textbook theory. Until the thing that your husband should handle, he might not handle it. And when it's not handled, can you still serve? Let's get as real as possible. Because the question is this. Are you really a servant until you can serve to when it doesn't benefit you? Are you really a servant when things are working out? That's easy. Who doesn't serve a person? I got you. Who doesn't serve a person who's making moves and it works? That's easy, right? Oh, the Most High is great. He's a great matchmaker. He just loves me. All these moves he's making work. Mm-hmm. Who wouldn't want to follow this guy? But the problem happens when you see some chinks in the armor. You see a failure or two. And then you taking a loss. You working extra hours. You got to work overtime. Can you still serve? Don't you think that's a trial by fire? So whether it's a failure, a lack of understanding, mismanagement, you still are required to serve. And serve without having a negative outlook. Because doesn't he have the right to make a mistake? For all of our first-time parents, did you make mistakes when you were a first-time parent? What if your child said, man, you screwed me over, dog, in your first-time parenting antics? You had to learn, didn't you? So who's the guinea pig when you're trying to figure out how to deal with fevers and sicknesses with your kid? How to deal with your first daughter's attitude or your first son's, how he's moving as he gets older? The kid got to sit back here and learn and be the guinea pig of the parents that are trying to figure it out. But you can understand that. But goddamn, this husband better be on point. He better not ever put me through anything wrong. He's going to break my heart and destroy. You're hurting my spirit. Okay. Then the kid's going to say, Mama, you're hurting my spirit with your beastly attitude. Can you handle that one? No, now you disrespect him. Get in the room. Ain't that how we play the card? We play that card all damn day long with them children. F them kids. That's what we thinking. That's what you want to think when they want to trip. But ultimately, they're a mirrored reflection of how you look at your husband. If you are demanding that they not look at your mistakes and look at your overall sacrifices as a parent, you are completely correct. Because that's what your child is supposed to be trained to do. That is what honoring your father and mother is all about. Honoring your father and mother was never about the child not acknowledging and seeing where your weaknesses are at. It was never about that. It was, despite your weaknesses, I still respect you and I love you. But that's what a wife is supposed to do to her husband. Despite his shortcomings, I love him and I respect him, and that's never changing. And if he makes a good decision, I'm going to ride with that. If he makes a bad decision, I'm going to ride with that. Because that's what loyalty looks like. We get it in the streets. All these rap YNs is talking about, yeah, if I get a quarter century bid, you gonna lock in with me? Yes, Daddy, I'll lock in with you. Like, really? They do it in the streets? Or at least they say they do it.
They say they do it.
I'm just saying.
There's a couple that do it though.
Well, that's my point.
Listen,
Thank you. I didn't have no examples of it. I wasn't gonna take your word for it. But that's what they tell their mate.
No, listen.
I'm with you. I'm riding this. I'm gonna ride while you in. I'm gonna put all that money in your commissary.
Listen. They try to break him out of jail and get killed in the process.
Yeah.
Only Gucci Man had a rock solid.
Yeah.
Oh my God, Gucci did that.
Gucci went to prison. He gave his wife $2 million.
Well, that's why she was
No. She took the $2 million, and when he got out, she flipped it.
Come on.
And she handed him $6 million.
He had all back.
He can serve 25 years though.
No, he didn't. But I'm just saying.
Well, everybody thought that.
I'm just saying, but there's a. I'm saying, but she took $2 million.
So you said if we got a year 10, she would spend that money.
Hey, it's another guy. He was a hood dude. He said he gave his woman $250,000. And this one, I just read this one 3 days ago. And he said he got out and she was in the projects. The car was repossessed. Oh. She lost the house.
Where'd the money go?
The money's gone and she back in the projects. And then he said, I'll never trust women again. Then he took a picture before and after. So it was him stunting in the car, and after he was in front of the housing project.
Amazing.
You know what I'm saying?
How it started,
how it ended, right? But you have two different examples of that, though.
Yeah.
Some people hold him down and keep their word and make it shake, and some they forfeited because he gave her the money, but she didn't have no skills.
She spent a little bit of that $6 million. Maybe it was $7 million before he got out of it.
Who knows? Who knows? But as far as you don't know what a person's going to do.
Yeah.
And how they're going to look at you.
Yeah.
But the same thing we're talking about, if we can read this in Hebrews chapter 2, this is demanded across the board. This is not something that that anybody in particular is not being asked to do. If we're here to serve Christ, then we have to follow after His example.
Yep.
Hebrews chapter 2, verse 17.
Hebrews chapter 2 and verse 17. Wherefore, in all things it behooved him to be made like unto his brethren.
You know what that means? That even Christ had to be made like who?
His brethren.
Read verse 16.
Verse 16. For verily he took not on him the nature of angels,
Go ahead.
but he took on him the seed of Abraham.
You know what the Most High had to do with Christ? He stripped him of all of his angelic benefits. All of his angelic benefits were stripped. That means the servitude that he's normally used to in the kingdom was taken from him. Remember, he was with the Most High before he came born on earth. So the servants were taken from his servants were taken from him. His power over his kingdom, his dominion was taken from him. He had to come down and be just a regular Joe. So when you look at Christ, when Pilate put hands on him or said he had judgment on him, he said, man, you have no power over me. And he told the disciples, he says, think not that I cannot call upon my Father and make one prayer, and he'll send me 12 legions of angels? That means that Christ had to forfeit his angelic power to suffer like every other average man, and to be put in average man's shoes and be powerless and have no authority over his flesh and be accustomed and be okay with it. He had to be okay with having all his angelic benefits stripped. For what reason? Read.
Wherefore, in all things, it behooves him to be made like unto his brethren.
Why? Read on.
That he might be a merciful.
So, because you know what Christ was able to learn by not having angelic help, or to be able to use his angelic authority. What did it do? What did the lesson that Christ had to learn, having to be subjected to just being a regular man?
That he might be a merciful.
Yeah, because it taught him what?
Mercy.
How do you learn mercy? How does anybody learn mercy? You have to be willing to put yourself in somebody else's shoes. If you're not willing to put yourself in somebody else's shoes, you never learn to think like them. You never learn what hurts them. You never learn how weak they are. So if you never feel their pain, and a lot of times we all got opinions, but those opinions are sitting from our own perspective, our own high perspective. We're never looking at life through a disrespectful child is not looking at a father's position and trying to put himself in his shoes. A disrespectful wife is not putting herself in that husband's shoes. A disrespectful servant is not putting himself in that master's shoes. We become desensitized to each other because we don't really care to think like from what it feels like to be this person. It's easy to be detached and say, well, look how stupid that decision was. Well, look how wrong you were. Why'd you say that dumb thing? Why did you respond like that? Why did you do this and this and that? Ridicule, criticism is easy to do when you're not looking from that person's shoes. At judgment, you could easily judge a person. But when you got to feel what a person feel, and you got to be in their shoes, you become more sensitive to them. You become more understanding to them. Read on.
That he might be a merciful and faithful high priest in all things pertaining to the Most High.
Go ahead.
To make reconciliation for the sins of the people.
Go ahead.
For in that he himself have suffered being tempted.
So Christ had to do what? In order to really be a good succor and a good safety and a qualified high priest and a authority figure, what did he have to learn how to do?
Suffer being tempted.
He had to suffer being tempted. Meaning he wouldn't qualify for the job. The Most High didn't give him the position unless he had to send him through some suffering. He had to feel what it's like to be a man, a regular man, with no angelic benefits, and still stay in order, and still plead for these people. Look at the conditions that the Most High put Christ through, or do we think that we're not going to have to be put in and subjected to a position where we don't have power, but yet we still got to have mercy? Where we don't have control, but we still got to care about the person? Because that's what we don't want to do. As soon as we get put in uncomfortable positions, mercy goes out the window. Compassion goes out. Tolerance, patience.
Because I got to lose.
I got to lose. Long suffering.
And I got to suffer.
Yeah, all that goes out the window. All we see is flaw.
Yeah.
But so if Christ had to go through it, we're not doing anything. We're not asked to do anything much different.
Con.
Finish that.
For in that he himself has suffered being tempted.
It said Christ himself had suffered being what?
Tempted.
Could he opt out of the suffering? No. We like to opt out of the suffering. I'm done with this. Yep. I'm done with you, and I'm done with anybody dealing with you. We like to opt out the suffering. Do we get the green card? Do we get the green pass to be able to say, man, this is too much? I get to bounce, or I get to be disrespectful? Or should I learn the lesson and be more compassionate? Can I convert the lack of control, being in an uncomfortable scenario, and still look at the people correctly, as them still deserving mercy? Mm-hmm. They're still my brothers. They're still my people. Finish that.
He is able to succor them that are tempted.
You know what Christ did? That made him more understanding of us. That made him more sensitive to us.
Because he lost.
Because he lost. We get detached because we don't have the ability to put ourselves in another person's shoes.
Right.
So we can't feel how they feel. But we can criticize the hell out of them.
Yep.
I wouldn't have made that stupid ass decision. You don't know. You won't put yourself. You wouldn't know unless you was in my shoes.
Yep.
You're not a quarterback.
Yeah. It's easy to say
You
for
run a safety your
for the
whole
sidelines.
life. You run a safety your whole life. And
Or you never played sports before in your life. You got an opinion.
Got an opinion.
That's how that's what they call Monday morning quarterbacks. Everybody got an opinion. After Sunday.
Skip.
Skip. Put your glasses back on.
Yeah. What are you doing?
He never experienced what this dude lived. This dude was.
Well, Shannon did. But Skip did.
No, Skip
Yeah.
never felt with the pain that Shannon felt get hit all the damn
He
time.
says, "You're not a Hall of Famer."
Yeah.
I remember Jalen Rose.
You weren't that
I said,
good.
"Listen, man, what you play? What you play in high school? Did you ever play high school ball?" He didn't start on varsity in high school. He played basketball. He never played a game in high school. He just sat on the bench.
Wow.
And he's criticizing T.O. and destroying LeBron and saying LeBron don't have what it takes, that killer gene. You didn't either.
You didn't have it either.
You didn't have nothing. You didn't have no genes. You couldn't even play varsity.
Neither
Anyway.
Stephen A. Smith wasn't that good either.
No, he at least went to college.
He went to college. But
He had like 3 points a game, 2 points a game,
Yeah.
2.6.
Yeah.
I'm gonna reluctantly say it's 3, dog.
That might have been a free throws. That might have been free throws.
It's garbage time. It's garbage time, man.
It's for a quarter. We're about.
You didn't say how many games he played to get the 2 point a game average.
Was those 2 points a buzzer beater? Was the game winner?
No, it was probably like a 15, 20 point game already. The subs are ran out. Just get your run in. Now that's what get your run in at. It's subs on it's third string versus third string out. The game's decided now.
Yeah.
We're gonna let the real players sit down and get ready for tomorrow, man.
Let him rest up.
That's what he was getting. Well, they were meaningful points. So that 2.6 wasn't meaningful. It was when you got the 2.6 really matters too. Anyway, you got more than that?
No, that's it.
Let's go back to 2 Corinthians 6. We're going to finish this up. 2 Corinthians 6 and verse 4. Just read it from the top.
2 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 4. But in all things, approving ourselves as the ministers of the Most High, in much patience, in afflictions, in necessities, in distresses.
He's telling you, he's looking at how we carry ourselves. Are we godly? Are we servants of the Most High when you have to wait for something? Are you a servant of the Most High when you're going through affliction? Are you a servant of the Most High when there's a fear that there's not enough for you? Because when it says necessities, that means when you feel like you're being left out, can you still stay in order? Read on.
In distresses.
And when you're stressed out and the fear is I'm going to be abandoned and let down, can you still approve yourself as a servant of the Most High? How many people, when they feel distressed or not abandoned, they sit back here and revert back to their old ways? When I don't feel loved, when I don't feel considered, how do you act? He's like, we're tested by how we act under conditions the Most High is putting in front of us. Read on.
In strife.
Meaning losses, pains, sufferings. Read on.
In imprisonments.
Nobody's gone to jail for Christ yet. Not for Christ. You might have gone to jail, but not for Christ. So that verse don't count for. That part don't count to you. Read on.
In tumults.
Mm-hmm.
In labors. In watching.
What is it? It says, can you approve yourself to be a servant of the Most High while you're watching? What are you watching for? What are you waiting for? Something good to happen.
Situation to change.
How many of us can stay a servant of the Most High while you're in this perpetual waiting for something good to happen in your life? How many of us fail and fall because we just can't wait well? We can't wait for the good to happen yet, so we just mess it up and start the whole waiting process over again. How many times we do that? Read on.
In fasting.
And still waiting. It's still Being in a situation where you're going without for an extended period of time, how well do you wait? Read on. Because the Most High said He provided for you. He provided for us in the wilderness. But providing for us doesn't mean every time you're thirsty you get water. Remember Israel went crazy because they didn't have water? And they tried to dig a well and there was that stink water that came out? And then they just lost their mind? He provides for you, but it ain't going to be when you want.
Or how you want.
Oh, yeah. Read on.
By pureness, by knowledge.
So now he says, can you wait? Can you be approved as a servant of the Most High through all of these sufferings by your pureness? Your pureness of what? Outlook. Your pureness of mind. Your pureness of mind is what the Most High is looking at while you're waiting, while you're in distress, while you're in need, when you feel abandoned, when you feel vulnerable. He's judging how pure your thoughts are while you're waiting. And how pure your thoughts are determine how good of a servant you are. Read on.
By knowledge, by long suffering, by kindness.
So listen, these are the things you have to display while you're waiting and while you're suffering. So when you're suffering, is your outlook pure? While you're suffering, is the knowledge of the Most High being there for you constantly flowing in your mind? This is when scriptures are supposed to be studied and maintained at the max. Are you studying? Are you pulling scriptures? Are you putting that 1,000 verses together about how the Most High has been there for you while you're suffering to help keep your outlook pure?
How about you either putting together the 1,000 verses where the Lord is good,
or it's 1,000,
or it's 1,000 reasons.
The devil's Bible.
It's 1,000 reasons why this is effed up.
The Necronomicon.
Yeah, exactly. It's one or the other.
I know. But keep going. And when it says by pureness, by knowledge, read on.
By long suffering.
So what is it saying? Long suffering is based upon how pure you can think while you're what? While you're suffering. And if I learn how to keep the Most High's knowledge in my head and maintain pureness of thought during the afflictions and the patience and the necessities and the distresses, now I understand what long suffering looks like. Can I keep a pure outlook while I'm waiting? While I'm being pained? While I'm going through these fastings? This is what the Most High is judging us on. Not if I was perfect, well, I'm not going to say that, but not being perfect, what we want to do is be perfect on the Sabbath and perfect in the law and not be perfect here. This is where the energy is supposed to be. It's easy to follow the law. Now what? Get past that. What's next in the damn docket? Is this hard stuff? Can I learn how to suffer long the right way? Read on.
By kindness.
So can you maintain your kindness and your love and your benevolence when you're not getting nothing out the damn deal? Because when you're suffering, you don't believe you're getting no help, no love, no mercy. So when you're going through your trial, this chapter 6 verse 4 down to 10 is explaining the different types of trial by fire that men and women experience. So when you're going through your trial of fire, just read from verse 4 to 6. Are you pure of mind? Are you using the Most High's knowledge to keep you strong so that you can suffer for a long time and be in order? Read on. By kindness?
By kindness, by the Holy Spirit.
But that's how you gain the Holy Spirit. The Spirit can't work with you until you learn how to keep a pure outlook when times aren't going in your favor. That's how you are awarded the Holy Spirit. This is why so many of us don't get the understanding of the truth, because you really can't get the understanding until you learn pureness of outlook, learn how to suffer long while being kind. That's when the Spirit Most High awards you the Holy Spirit. It's when you carry yourself in order even when things don't work your way. That's how David was awarded the Holy Spirit. When he was on the run with Saul for years and he maintained his outlook and his pureness, he was awarded the Spirit also. He was awarded the Spirit of wisdom. That's what it was called back then. Now it's the Holy Spirit. Read on.
By love unfeigned.
But he says, you are awarded the Holy Spirit because through your long suffering and your distresses, you maintain your loving outlook.
Doesn't change your outlook.
You maintained your selflessness. You maintain the good nature in yourself.
Humility.
That is what it takes to gain the Spirit. So you have to go through the letdowns. You have to go through the trials by fire. You have to go through the pain in order to be awarded the Spirit. So the thing that we run from is what you need to get the greater blessing. You need the husband to make a mistake. You need the husband to be flawed. And you still love him regardless. And you still maintain a pure outlook. That's how you are awarded the Spirit of Christ. When you don't let the flaws determine how good you do towards the person the Most High brought you to deal with. That's the difference between conditional love, which isn't rewarded. The Spirit doesn't reward conditional love. The Spirit rewards unconditional love. That's why the last verse said, love unfeigned. That is unconditional love. I mean, yes, unconditional love.
Yeah.
That when you operate in the spirit of unconditional love towards the Most High and towards people you're responsible
Unfeigned
for, that's how you are awarded the Spirit, despite what you're not getting out the deal. Read on.
Verse 7. By the word of truth, by the power of the Most High.
Now it starts explaining you are awarded the Spirit. This love, you're proving your love to be unfaked by the studying you give yourself to, by holding on and cleaving to the power of the Most High. Read on.
By the armor of righteousness.
So when you cleave to the Most High and you cleave to the spiritual perspective, despite being hurt and let down, now you're putting on the armor of God. So now, regardless of what and who affects you, you're what? Protected. Because now you know how to still see the good in life despite being hurt, despite being let down. That's the armor of the Most High. The armor of the Most High is I know how to see things spiritually and see the good in my life and the good in people around me despite being hurt, despite going through distresses and afflictions and patience and necessities and stripes and imprisonment. All of these things affect what? Being around another person who is harming me. So what it's saying is if I'm cleaving to the scriptures and I'm maintain pureness of heart and knowledge and I suffer long, nobody can destroy me. I am impenetrable. Because no matter what you do to me, no matter how much you harm me, it doesn't change my pureness of outlook. And that guarantees the Spirit being with me. But we are running from the actual fire. We're running from the actual pain that is necessary. It's the necessary element so that the Spirit can actually be with you. See how foolish we are? We run from the flaw. We run from the inconsistency, not realizing that you have to embrace that pain, still see the good in the circumstances, get awarded the Spirit, which is also the armor of the Most High, the armor of righteousness that you need. But you don't develop armor unless you're pained and afflicted. Read on.
By the armor of righteousness on the right hand and on the left.
When it says on the right and the left, I know how to be in a pure outlook whether things are going my way on the right-hand side or the things aren't going my way on the left-hand side. You still have the armor of the Most High. Read on.
By honor and dishonor.
When things are going well and I'm respected and honored, I know how to be in order. When I'm being dishonored, I can still see the pureness in my circumstance. I have the knowledge to look at things the right way. I can suffer long while I'm being dishonored and disrespected and hated and not appreciated, whether it's at home with your husband or with sisters or at the job. I can endure dishonor because I'm armored and protected with the Heavenly Father's righteousness. And it's understanding how to look at scenarios when they're working my way or not. Read on.
By evil report.
So when people are sitting back here and giving evil reports and they're lying on you, that doesn't change your pureness of outlook towards the person giving you the evil report or anybody who's listening to the evil report. If the Spirit is with you, it doesn't matter what slander is brought out of people's minds. That shouldn't phase your outlook and your experiences in your life or that particular situation. That's how you know the Spirit's with you, when you don't have no baggage about what you went through. Everything you went through, you were supposed to go through. And you were supposed to see the spiritual lesson, and that's how you're awarded the Spirit. I can't count on my hand how many Israelites can't get past what they suffered, not realizing they had to suffer it to get an opportunity to get awarded the Spirit.
That's why Paul said, I glory in my infirmities.
Con.
He says that the Spirit of the Most High may rest upon me.
Con. Because when you're going through the infirmities and you choose pureness of outlook and you choose knowledge of the Most High and you choose to accept your long suffering, now the Most High's glory can be rested upon you. Read on in verse 8.
Because it ain't about me no more.
But then it's not about you, because you've learned, despite the good or bad, my outlook towards the Most High doesn't change.
Yeah.
Despite good or bad, I can see the good in everybody around me. That's how you know you've gained the victory.
He that despises man, despises not man, but the Most High.
I got to be able to see the good in any and everybody, despite whether this interaction benefits me or not. That's how you've defeated the flesh. Read on.
By evil report and good report.
So he's telling you whether you're getting false accusations or good accusations, you got to be able to look at both of them the what? They can't affect you. And if they are, there's sickness in you, because you're supposed to see pureness in the good reports and pureness from the learning lesson that bad reports bring to you.
So he said, be not little children tossed to and fro.
Whether things are going good or bad, my outlook is constant. My perspective is constant. My gratitude is constant. My happiness about the lesson the Most High is providing me, or I'm being rewarded for good reports. Whatever it is, my surroundings shouldn't change me one bit.
You're controlling the camera.
What did I do?
You did like this.
Ah.
The camera.
Okay. Let me, sheesh, man. I don't know if that was...
Yeah.
Put it back. I think I messed it up. Did I mess it up?
Maybe go back like this.
Get back, man.
Go back like this, because when you did like this, it controlled you. Might go like this, close it.
Sheesh, man. I'm turning up.
The Spirit followed the turn up.
Oh, see, that's getting closer. I don't want to see all that close-up stuff, man. Nah, dog. Cats don't put makeup online, so you don't see all kind of imperfections. There you go. I think that's it.
Yeah.
Okay. What am I trying to say? Read verse 8 again.
Verse 8. By honor and dishonor. By evil report and good report.
Whether I'm being accused falsely or I'm being accused properly, it doesn't matter.
Does it change my mentality?
It doesn't change my mentality on the person providing the information, whether it's slander or positive. I still can see the good in everything. I can see the lesson in something, or I can see the blessing in it.
So what somebody says should never make me want to kick their ass?
Yes. If I'm being harmed, it shouldn't make me want to retaliate. If I'm losing out of a situation, if I'm gaining out of a situation, this is what Paul says, I know how to be abound and abased. Whether I'm gaining or losing, whether the money's good or the money's bad, whether the relationship is perfect or not, my outlook towards the person the Most High has given me, or my outlook towards the Most High doesn't change. That's how you know the Spirit is with you. Versus the Spirit not being with you. The Spirit's not with you when you are reactionary and you're changing with the wind, being tossed to and fro with whatever scenario is brought and provided to you. That means the Spirit ain't with you, because you don't have the full armor of righteousness of the Most High.
It's like doing an exorcism when, the person's throwing up, vomiting on you.
Don't matter.
It don't matter.
But that's what we lack. Read on. Verse 8 again.
Verse 8. By honor and dishonor. By evil report and good report. As deceivers and yet true.
What does it mean? He says, as deceivers but yet true. Can you deal with the fact that people look at you a certain way and it's not the case?
Deceiver is like a liar.
But you're looked upon as a deceiver, but yet you're true. Can you sit back here and deal with the false accusation? The whole verse is about good reports and bad reports, honor and dishonor. So he's saying, can you deal with the fact that people can't stand your guts even though you didn't deserve that?
Or you say, well, what did I do that makes you not believe in me? I've never showed you anything to make you doubt me.
But if that's the case, does that change how I look at that person who dishonors me or looks at me as a deceiver? No. What's that?
I said it shouldn't change the
It shouldn't change how I deal with you. It shouldn't change my love towards you. It shouldn't change how I operate around you. Because if the Spirit's with me, if this person looks at me as a deceiver, then cool. But that doesn't mean I gotta retaliate. I still have to be in the right spirit. Whether somebody looks at me as a deceiver, but I'm really true, or I'm getting a bad report when I'm really a good person, doesn't matter. We get highly offended when people misjudge us, when they don't understand us, don't we? We back away from people that don't understand us. We're supposed to carry ourselves and look at everybody all the same. The person who can't see the good in me or the person who can see the good in me. It's all the same. I don't change because you don't understand me or you can't figure it out. Read on.
As unknown and yet well known.
He keeps saying, whether you're in a situation or people are looking at you as an unknown or you're in a situation that is the unknown, you have to look at it like it's known. What is that? Faith? When you're put in the unknown, read it again. As unknown
and yet well known.
He's just telling you, regardless of your circumstance of where you're at, your circumstance can't dictate how you respond to that circumstance.
Because what unknown is like people saying, I don't know I don't know where you're going. I don't know what direction you're going in. I don't know what you're doing. I don't know if I can follow you. I don't know what you're about. I can't really follow a person that's a mystery. You don't really explain yourself. You expect me to follow you. I can't follow you for this reason because I don't believe that you're going in the right direction. But you could be going in the right direction, but they look at it and say, well, I don't buy it. I'm not buying into you.
Because this verse 9 kind of deals with how you are perceived.
Right.
Because read the next verse.
Verse 10.
Verse 9.
Verse 9. As unknown and yet well known, as dying, and behold, we live.
We are perceived as if we're dying, but that's not how we look at it. We're alive. You people sit back in the world and say, man, you're not living your life. You're dying. What kind of life are you living? The life I'm alive, and Christ is with me. Regardless, what he's showing you is how to think opposite of your circumstance. You have to think opposite of how you feel. Your feelings and how people perceive you isn't real. Because to operate in this space, people are looking at you with evil reports, but it's really good reports.
Watch out, yeah, wow.
If people look at you as if you're dying, behold, we live. Read on.
As chastened and not killed.
People look at us as if we're chastened, but we're not killed. But if you're looking at things carnally, we will look at all the things we don't have and process them as if we're cursed. That's the carnal mind. The carnal person will look at our circumstances and say, man, this person's dying. This person ain't living. This person is cursed by the Most High. The spiritually minded person sees it in a different perspective. The Most High is really with me. He's really blessing me. He's been with me the whole time. Yes,
yeah, I'll say the carnal person just sees loss.
The
spiritual person sees gain.
Because what we value is the spiritual. He's letting you know in this chapter, we've been saying this for years. We don't look at things in the same lens the Most High looks at things. And that's why the Spirit ain't with us. Because we haven't learned how to see the good in scenarios that the common eye would say is sadness. We don't know how to see good, spiritually good things in situations that a logical person would say, man, I don't know why they're doing that. We lack that capacity. So when you sit back here and you hear about Paul saying the joyfulness and learning how to sit back here and have joy in temptation and suffering, that doesn't even make sense. But you have joy in your afflictions because of what you're learning in your afflictions. But he's telling you how to look at things from a different slanted view. or a correct view. These afflictions are necessary to build my character and my virtues up.
Now, a lot of times it's how we respond to those negatives that disqualify us to having the Spirit.
And that's why I said in verse 6, by pureness and by knowledge and long suffering, by kindness, by the Holy Spirit, by love unfeigned. You got love and pureness of outlook despite what you're losing.
Despite
What you're suffering. That's how you know the Spirit's with you. But you have to detach how you feel with what the lesson the Most High is bringing to the table with you. Read on.
Verse 10. As sorrowful, yet always rejoicing.
So you're in a position of sorrow. You're in a position of suffering. But you know how to spin it and see it as a blessing. This is the message Paul is trying to teach us. Do you have the capacity to be going through things and losing things and suffering things at the same time? See that there's good and rejoicing in all the stuff I'm going through, all the pains, all the difficulties. Can you not let the suffering and the sorrow change your rejoicing spirit?
Yeah, a regular person would have saw the sorrow and been confounded and overwhelmed by the sorrow.
That's why people say if you're sorrowful, leave those people that make you feel sorry. That's not the Bible. If these people are making you feel bad, then leave those people. That's not spiritually minded at all. Because if you're going through something, you're supposed to go opposite of what your flesh tells you. And go deeper into the lesson so you can actually grow from it. Not run from it.
It says go into the house in the morning.
Con. And that means you too. Read verse 10.
Verse 10. As sorrowful, yet always rejoicing. As poor, yet making many rich.
So he says, you're supposed to sit back here, be lacking, and making sure somebody else has more than what you got. And you're supposed to rejoice in that position. Yeah, you might not be looked after. You might be giving out way more than what you're giving. But that is the position you're supposed to be in. Read on.
As having nothing, and yet possessing all things.
It's not as having nothing, it's having nothing.
Yeah.
But possessing all the wisdom and understanding you need to be strong in the Spirit. Paul is telling you what the Spirit looks like. What being in the Spirit means, so it's not some mystery. There's no mystery to being in the Spirit. It's having the capability to not be ruled by your feelings on any level. And choosing, listen, it's not being ignorant of your feelings.
Right.
You have to be aware of how you feel, aware of your sorrow, but choose rejoicing. Aware of looking like you're dying in the world and choosing life.
Nobody appreciates the hard work that you do.
But choosing gratitude. Knowing you're operating honorable, but looking dishonorable.
Being misunderstood.
But know that you have the complete understanding necessary. It's that dynamic of having a awareness of what you're losing and what you're suffering, but still choosing the pure spiritual high ground that we were chosen and created to do. Yes.
I was on what Shemshon just using as an example. How shot
Because he lost it all. He lost all that power and maintained gratitude and appreciation for the human condition. About what relinquishing power really looks like. Because all these scenarios, the sorrowfulness and the poorness, Paul had enough resources and talent to pull himself out of his poor situation.
Yep.
But he chose to accept being in a poor situation and making sure others were richer than him.
He forfeited his position.
At every step of the way. And that's what being in the Spirit is. It's completely destroying the flesh.
I'm at the mercy of everybody's negative outlook, and it doesn't bother me.
And see, that's why people think that what Paul was teaching was opposite of the law. It was the next level to the law that he understood from Christ. He got this from Christ's example.
Christ said, if you love them that love you, what thank have ye?
Thank you. So, and Paul was just putting it all together so we can understand this is the next level of what the Spirit is. It just shows that our effort and the good we do is predicated on getting good back.
Yeah.
And the Spirit, being in the Spirit, is doing good regardless if good comes your way or not.
If people
whether
it's
being despised, hated, you're in afflictions, you're in necessities, you're in distresses, you're in stripes, you're in labors, you're waiting, you're suffering. None of that matters. The only thing that matters is how pure of mind you are. Are you retaining the Most High's knowledge during this experience so that you have what it takes to sustain the long suffering? Because that's what long suffering is. Can I suffer and lose and not get what I want while maintaining my pureness of heart at the same time? And with all that being the case, read verse 3.
2 Corinthians chapter 6 and verse 3. Giving no offense in anything.
And on top of all that, not offending anybody else too. Read on.
Not taking it out on him.
Not taking it out on anybody. On top of all this inward discipline, how do I know a person in the spirit? I don't tear people up around me. I don't destroy other people's lives. Read on.
That the ministry be not blamed.
Because the people have to see that living this life is doable, and that serving the Most High, you can be happy. You can be happy putting yourself last. You can be happy being a servant. You can be happy wanting nothing out the deal. Because when people are angry and they're treating people like crap, then they say, man, look at these guys. I don't know if it's the right thing to do, serve the Most High, because they're always angry. We got to prove that we can live a completely selfless life and be happy with it and treat everybody with respect.
Because there's always a scripture that can tell you, cast out the scorner.
Yep.
But you need the scorner.
Yep.
In order to get the spirit.
Yeah.
The scorners are necessary, and the slanderers are necessary, so that you could suffer long and suffer wrong, while still staying in order and seeing the good in
and
you.
not treating people like crap while you're suffering.
Yep.
Because we got to show people that living a selfless life works. Living a selfless life, getting no gratification out the deal, can be taught and duplicated. We're going to leave it at that. Are there any questions? Y'all should rewind. Y'all got to rewind that one. I'm telling you, there was a lot there. A lot there. Are there any questions? All right. Let's do it. Imagine, Wapanya, Yerusha Shalom.
Stand and face Jerusalem.
This is a longer one today. We went there, bro. 5 hours.
Yeah.
That's okay.
Can't stay out of jail.
Stay out of jail, dog. Brakta Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Brakata Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Ahawa'am. Nothing
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the law.
Yahweh. In the name of Yahushua.
In the name of Yahushua.
Please listen to us right now.
Please listen to us right now.
Send Micah Allah.
Send Micah Allah.
And the righteous angels.
And the righteous angels.
To watch over.
To watch over.
Bless.
Bless.
Heal.
Heal.
Protect.
Protect.
And make strong.
And make strong.
People of Yahshua.
People of Yahshua.
Also send unto us.
Also send unto us.
Much wisdom.
Much wisdom.
Much knowledge.
Much knowledge.
Much understanding.
Much understanding.
Much patience.
Much patience.
Much faith.
Much faith.
Much brotherhood.
Much brotherhood.
And much love.
And much love.
Spiritual power.
Spiritual power.
And forgive all of our sins.
And forgive all of our sins.
Yahushua come quickly.
Yahushua come quickly.
For in thee.
For indeed.
Is our hope.
Is our hope.
Always. And forever.
And forever.
Amen.
Amen.
Brakta Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Brakata Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Ahawa'am. Nothing
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the law.
Brakta Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Brakata Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Ahawa'am. Nothing a war.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us light to see.
Brakta Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Brakata Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Ahawa'am. Nothing
Ha'ayim. Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives us the ram's horn to call the people.
Brakta Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Brakata Yahweh Shem Yahushua.
Ahawa'am. Nothing Shaman. Zayat. Ramashah. Yasharala.
Blessed are you, Yahweh, in the name of Yahushua that gives to us the olive oil to anoint Israel.
Psalms 92. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
And to sing praise unto thy name.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the
And
morning.
thy faithfulness every night.
And thy faithfulness every night.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings.
And upon the psaltery.
And upon the psaltery.
Upon the harp.
Upon the harp.
With the solemn sound.
With solemn sound.
For thou Yahweh.
For thou Yahweh.
Has made me glad through thy work.
Has made me glad through thy work.
I will triumph.
I will triumph
in the works of thy hands.
in the works of thy hands.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
How great are thy works.
How great are thy works.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
And thy thoughts are very deep.
A brutish man knoweth not.
A brutish man knoweth not.
Neither let the fool understand this.
Neither doth the fool understand this.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
When the wicked springeth the grass.
And when all the workers of iniquity do flourish.
And when all the works of iniquity do flourish.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
It is that they shall be destroyed forever.
But thou Yahweh.
But thou Yahweh.
Art most high forevermore.
Art most high forevermore.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
O Yahweh.
O Yahweh.
For lo thy enemies.
For lo thine enemies.
Shall perish.
Shall perish.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
But my horn shalt thou exalt.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
Like the horn of a unicorn.
I should be anointed with fresh oil.
I shall be anointed with fresh oil.
Mine eye also shall see.
Mine eye also shall see.
My desire.
My desire.
On my enemies.
On mine enemies.
And my ears shall hear.
And mine ears shall hear.
My desire.
My desire.
Of the wicked.
Of the wicked.
That rise up against me.
That rise up against me.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Those that be planted in the house of the Lord.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
Shall flourish in the courts of our power.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall still bring forth fruit in old age.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
They shall be fat and flourishing.
To show that the Lord is upright.
To show that the Lord is upright.
He is my rock.
He is my rock.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
And there is no unrighteousness in him.
By Hashem Yahushai.
By Hashem Yahushai.
Psalms 133. Shayar.
Shayar.
Hama-Iowa.
Hama-Iowa.
La-Dawad.
La-Dawad.
Hanab.
Hanab.
Ma. Tawab.
Tawab.
Wama.
Wama.
Na'ayam.
Na'ayam.
Shabbat.
Shabbat.
Akim.
Akim.
Gam.
Gam.
Yachad.
Yachad.
Kashaman.
Kashaman.
Atawab.
Atawab.
Ayo. Hara'ash.
Hara'ash.
Yurad.
Yurad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Hasakwan.
Hasakwan.
Zakwan.
Zakwan.
Aharad.
Aharad.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Payah.
Payah.
Madawafiwa.
Madawafiwa.
Katal.
Katal.
Karabwan.
Karabwan.
Shayarad.
Shayarad.
Ayo.
Ayo.
Haroria. Zion, Kaya, Sham, Tazawa, Yahweh, Habaraka, Kayayim, I, Hawalam, Bashem Yahushai.
Hashem Yahushai. Psalms 133 in English. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. It is like the precious ointment upon the head that ran down upon the beard, even Aaron's beard, that went down to the skirts of his garments, as the dew of Hermon, and as the dew that descended upon the mountains of Zion. For there the Lord commanded the blessing, even life evermore. Amen.
Amen. Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh Hashem Yahushai.
Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'Hashem.
Ba'Hashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Rachnawa.
Rachnawa.
Rashralim.
Rashralim.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support.
Support.
Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'Hashem.
Ba'Hashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Rachnawa.
Rachnawa.
Rashralim.
Rashralim.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'Hashem.
Ba'Hashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Rachnawa.
Rachnawa.
Rashralim.
Rashralim.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support. Turn. Yahweh.
Yahweh.
Ba'Hashem.
Ba'Hashem.
Yahushai.
Yahushai.
Rachnawa.
Rachnawa.
Rashralim.
Rashralim.
Rabiat.
Rabiat.
Support. Turn. Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahweh.
Barakatah Yahushai.
Barakatah Yahushai.
All knowledge, all wisdom, all understanding, all mercy, all patience, all love, all power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. All power from Yahweh. Ba'Hashem. Yahushai. The water. The Yad. Amen. So look. Call Yahweh.
Saluting out in the heavenly orders. Yahweh, what Yahweh Shai, what Kal Yisrael, Menuvizim, Imagine, Rup, Yahweh, Kumashal, Get to top. Brothers and faith sisters, please stand. Brothers, Imagine Shabbat. Saluting out the sisters of the daughters of Zion, Menuvizim, Imagine, Rup,
Yahweh smile down by Hashem Yahushai. Yes, Matap. Dismiss. Fall out. Israel, to tuning in. See y'all on Monday, all right? Y'all take care.